138, The Living Mountain. There was only the beam, and on the beam, time had no meaning. They could only walk, or rest. Il was the last one to speak, and that must have been hours ago, at breakfast. He had asked, what if we get there, and Sen's elevator is broken? Nobody answered him. As they walked, Poyer daydreamed of trains, or constructs that might carry them. His feet were blistered, and his legs sore. He could only imagine how the others felt. Yarsai hadn't said anything in days. A grainy in a week. Poyer thought of using the architect's gloves to somehow carry them. He had seen it done before, in videos back in his conclave. But it looked dangerous, even for someone used to wearing them. And though the beam was as wide as an avenue, he didn't want to think about falling. There was nothing below for hundreds of miles. Besides, Poyer didn't want to go alone. Poyer was embarrassed by the selfish thought, but he took comfort in knowing that it simply wasn't feasible for him to go alone anymore. And even if it was, there was no way Il would leave his side. Poyer looked over his shoulder at his black feathered friend, smiling. What? Nothing. Oh, good, Il said, I was worried you were going to say something that might break up this miserable boredom. Hells forbid I think about anything other than my aching feet. Yarsai giggled at him. Don't you get any ideas, he warned the lacerdan. I sing, she asked, a mischievous grin showing too many teeth. Please don't, Il said. We both know you only know one song. Then you sing. Il sighed. Shook his head. And Poyer thought that was all they would get. They walked in silence for another few yards. He cleared his throat, and started soft and low and a little shaky. Nothing worth taking in the house of the king. No flash, but the flash of gold. No beauty in the dance or the wing. Until I saw you alone. It is said this could never be. By the gods' grand design. It is said there is no reason to dream. But they have not dreamed of mine. Low adrift in noblest flock. A lyre lost in your song. I would have worn through every lock. To be yours, I'd do everything wrong. Tell me not this could never be. Oh, God send no bitter sign. For a fool, there can be no sweeter dream. And yet, I still dream of mine. Why can't I forever stay? When your smile fills my wings. Answer my plea, this only I pray. Can a noble love a thief? I will heed no warning. Nor the will of God's divine. There can be no dreaming. Unless I dream of mine. Ilha's voice went quiet, but the song seemed to go on forever in that great, hollow place beneath the crust of the world. Sad song, Yarsai said finally. A grainy put a hand on Ilha's shoulder, and squeezed, and kept walking. Very sad, Yarsai said. You asked for a song. Is it about you? What? Ilha said, sounding surprised, no. It's an old song. About a lowborn, who falls in love with someone he can't have. So, Yarsai eyed him skeptically, not you. No. Forget it. Let's go back to silence. The beam was a perfect octagonal cylinder that extended for hundreds of miles across the expanse. Other beams cascaded down around them, most of them the same size and shape, each one at a slightly different angle. It reminded Poyer, in a way, of his home. Not the madness of so much empty space, but the shape of the beams. Back in the caverns far below Kaya, in his conclave, the train tunnels were hollowed out octagons, too. Each one, the same shape. If this was the world Sen built, then Poyer wondered if she had ever been to Kaya. Was she ever at my conclave? He tried to remember the faces of all the visitors who came to the conclave. There were the other directors, from the other conclaves. And the woman with dreadlocks made of machines. She had smiled at Poyer a lot, and said, I can't believe how much he looks like me. But she wasn't allowed to talk to Poyer. And then, there were the quadruplets, who came often enough. And the bright old man, with the long, unkempt beard and his sad, hopeful eyes. And there were more, weren't there? Dozens of them, that he couldn't quite remember. Hours later, they made camp because Yarsai was stumbling too much. A few beams sprouted from some place far below and speared the rock overhead, to hold up the world. Ilha slept, his whistling snores rising into the cold air. And Yarsai was, as Poyer's caretaker used to say, zonked out from all the walking. Poyer could hear a grainy tossing and turning in her knapsack, like she always did. He wondered what voices she was hearing. Were they getting worse? There was a strip of silver on her, the fragment of Poyer's armor that she had used to climb down from the Lacertan's village. The strip of silver rolled over her as she rolled, as if it were a part of her. A grainy turned. They locked eyes. He hadn't meant to do that. Poyer blinked, turning away, embarrassed. I wasn't staring. A grainy pushed herself up and padded over to Poyer, her heavy boots, she always slept in full gear, barely made a sound on the beam. She knelt before him, cupping her hands so that the armor pooled into her palms. Godling, she looked down at her hands, and the words came out in a rush. Thank you for lending me this. I am afraid I am keeping it awake. Please, take it from me. Poyer didn't know what to say at first. And then, he smiled at her misunderstanding. It doesn't need to sleep, Agrania. Everything sleeps. It feeds off your kinetic energy. And warmth. And light. Truly. Her eyes went wide, as she appreciated the metal all over again. Still, I am not worthy of this. Keep it. Poyer said. Agrania's head jerked up to look at him. You might need it, he said. But we are headed towards an elevator. And I do not intend to climb again. It does more than help you climb. Here, look. Just talk to it. How? Agrania said. She got up from her kneeling position, and sat cross-legged in front of Poyer. Holding out her forearm. I can do it in my head, but you'll have to use your words. Like this. Armor, cover her arm. The liquid metal raced up her wrist, thinning out and became a kind of thin, silvery bracelet. Now, you try. She lifted her silver arm up to her face, staring wide-eyed. Hello, she said. And it rippled. Hello, bracelet. Please move to my shoulder. And it moved. Her face lit up with wonder. She said ball and it became rolled itself into a metal ball that she could pass from hand to hand. She said knife. Agrania made a sound that Poyer had never heard from her before, a laugh, deep and booming from her chest. He liked the sound. Eel snorted awake. What? He sat up in his knapsack, blinking blearily up into the endless light of this world. A sleeping mask, which was just a piece of fabric torn from his vest, hung off his beak. That's nice and everything, Eel said, but should the person who, hearing voices, really have a living knife? Agrania is not the only one hearing voices, Poyer thought. Agrania was too enamored to answer Eel. The Kirin sliced the knife against the air, and when she found that it stuck to her palm even with her fingers open her eyes lit up. When she jabbed the knife forward, it grew into a kind of spear, extending her reach. Whoa, Yarsai said, sitting up on her own knapsack. Go back to sleep, Eel said. How? Yarsai gestured at Agrania and the glittering, vicious dance of her metal. You're right, Eel said. No way I'm sleeping with her doing that 10 paces from my head. Right. What's for breakfast? He rummaged through his pack, and pulled out a bundle of cloth. Oh, dried fruit and cheese again? How exciting! His tone suggested it was anything but. They packed up their possessions, and started across the beam again. Yarsai always left one boot outside camp, pointed in the direction they needed to go, because it was whole beam looks same. Which was true. The ceiling changed, the distant beams crisscrossing the void changed, but in a way it all looked the same. There were only 2 directions they could go, and yet it was still so easy to get turned around. They hadn't brought enough supplies for that. Agrania was in front. She held one thumb out, and one eye closed as she stared down the beam. The light is getting brighter, she said. I don't see it, Eel said. And that dark spot is darker, too. AGS, are you sure? And he lowered his voice, could you be seeing things again? I see it too. Poyer said. Yarsai, what is that? And when she didn't answer, the remainder of his armor wrapped over his limbs, and crawled up his neck. Thus far, the young Lacertan had talked their ears off when they came near a landmark. But right now, she stayed silent and squinted straight ahead. Yarsai. A lake, she said quietly. That's it. What's the dark spot? I not know, she whispered, one hand clutching at the back of her neck where the memory insert was implanted. I not remember this. Lake not here last time. Since your last pilgrimage. Eel said. Yes. Then she won't remember how to cross it, Eel said to Agrania. The Kirin grunted her agreement. And the 2 of them bowed their heads together, discussing what they should do. Yarsai was still squinting down the beam, trying to make out what was ahead. Poyer was the first to notice the dust. The specks were hard to see, but they warped the air where they fell, like bubbles refracting light in odd ways. One speck was so large, Poyer could see how it seemed to change shape as it fell. It reminded him of something. Of home? That wasn't it. And then he remembered. The tests. The ones he was born to take, and had all but failed. Does he know? A voice whispered. Know what? Poyer said aloud. Who are you? Poyer. Eel crooked his head to the side, blinking at him with those huge, avian eyes. Nothing, Poyer said. We need to keep going. The dust is falling again. And so it was. Only a fleck here and there, but when one fell to the beam, it sank right through the metal. They walked in tense silence, careful to avoid the errant particles of dust, or whatever it was. Poyer couldn't tear his eyes away from the shape, as it grew on his horizon. It was a machine, the size of a small mountain. Half of it was embedded in the glowing light, shimmering and frozen. Sheer cliffs of metal stuck out of the light, turning red with ancient rust. Somehow, the lake that purified light held it in place. The construct was vast, and yet, compared to the lake of light, it was so small. Like an insect caught in the sap of a tree. Do you think it knows we're here? Eel asked. Poyer said, probably best to assume it can. What do we do? Yarsai asked. Without her usual confidence, she sounded so weak and small. If the light came from the beam, or from somewhere far below the beam and simply pierced up through the metal, Poyer couldn't tell. It made a perfect, glowing boundary on the metal, and above it the air shimmered. Where the mountain construct stuck out of the light, a dark line of rust ran across its multi-tiered hull. There! Yarsai gasped. Her finger was pointing not at the machine, but on the vertical beam that it was leaning against. At the space where that beam intersected their own. The way down, Yarsai said. The construct was trying to destroy it, Eel guessed, and Poyer nodded his agreement. The mountain construct had come close, it seemed. Enormous pincer-like claws extended from its base, and were frozen forever around the perfect geometry of the beam. Perhaps its sensors got frozen too. Or its core. Do these machines even have cores? Poyer wondered. It's not moving, Eel said. Not yet, Agrania added. Maybe it won't. Agrania grunted, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Maybe we walk under it. Yarsai suggested. The mountain of metal stared down at them. Looming. Giving no sign that it was alive. And yet. I think it's waiting for us, Poyer said. Now that he looked at it, Poyer thought that its unfrozen side looked like a shell, with its conical twists ending in a kind of giant point. The shell was ridged with hundreds of metal steeples and giant instrumentation bays, each the size of a building. The truth is, Eel said, tapping his beak thoughtfully, if it does move, there's nothing we can do out here. We'd be safer inside the light. But we don't know how to navigate it, Poyer said. He looked at Yarsai, who cast her eyes downward, ashamed of herself. Hey, it's not your fault. Bad water, she said. You touch, you die. But I don't know how to go through. Still, Eel said, if there was a choice, we'd be better off by the light. At least it might catch something if it comes at us. Yes, Agrania said, and immediately started walking. Poyer looked at Eel, who shrugged. The Corvini held a feathered hand, saying, come on. Yarsai took it. They followed the Kirin, with Poyer lagging behind. If he started hearing voices again, he wanted to talk to them without the others breaking his concentration. In this world, where the light came from below, the mountain had no shadow. They walked for miles with its presence looming larger. They could see dozens of specks in the light now. Drones that had been caught in its otherworldly pressure. The lake was right there. And they could move no further. Eel suggested throwing another knife into it, or using something to poke their way through, to see if there were any soft spots like before. Yarsai didn't think that would work. She opens the way, she said. It opens only for her. But she not talk to us anymore. As they discussed, Poyer started listening to a new voice. There was little wind down here, below the world, but still the voice seemed to float on the breeze. Does he know what he is? What? Poyer said. What do you mean what I am? The others were standing together, Agrania was pointing at something on the mountain construct. Poyer thought he heard the voice again, when a jawing, wrenching sound wailed like the song of some mournful abyssal leviathan. A sound that should not have echoed in all this space, but did. The mountain construct's body began to twist on itself. Turning against its spiraled layers. Steeples snapped off, and its shell crunched and ground strips out of itself as if something was eating it from the inside. Poyer could see something chewing holes from inside the mountain, and metal tendrils flicking out. Hundreds of holes appeared in its shell as it gave birth to a wretched horde. They took off in swarms. Leaping up from the holes and flying up in long lines, arcing far out to their left. Eel said. Ready, Agrania said. For what? We need to hide. There's far too many of them. Poyer, Yarsai was saying. And someone else was calling his name too. Poyer. What? Help us, Yarsai was saying. And someone else was saying, now? He's already here? But it's so soon, and I have only arrived. How can it be so many years? I want to stay with you. The drones were rising and rising from the mountain. And then, there was a terrible shriek as the shell of the mountain ripped itself free from its own body. But the shell did not fall. It drifted in midair, as if gravity had no meaning, trailing huge chunks of its metal innards, dangling wires that were miles long. And as it floated, it spewed hundreds of drones out from its severed belly, dumping them into the air over the beam. The first of the drones arced high above. Its metal screamed against the air as it circled back, throwing its body down at the four of them. There was shouting. A grainy Ea was flexing her arms, crouching in a stance as if she meant to kill the whole swarm by herself. Eel was shaking Poyer, telling him something, but Poyer couldn't hear over the other whispering voice. Only, it wasn't whispering now. It lashed at him like the wind at the front of a storm, until all he could hear were her words. What is he doing? Is he going to stand there and die? What should I do? Poyer said back, his voice weak. You can hear me, the voice answered in his mind. Yarsai squeezed against Eel. Eel was crowing orders at the others, at Poyer, telling them we have to go, but there was nowhere to run. There was only the beam, and the lake, and the void far, far below. The glittering lines of machines were close enough Poyer could see individual lights blinking on their heads. What do I do? Poyer shouted. Stand still, the voice answered. Don't move. Eel was tugging Poyer, pulling him away from the lake. Poyer put a hand on his hand, and said, Stop. Fledge, we have to go. Poyer set his jaw, and had to swallow for his voice was shaky with fear. Do not move. Please. Fledge, what? Listen to him. It was Yarsai, her eyes wide with awe. Don't move, Featherface. And you too, big one. They stood still. All of them watching the growing wedge of drones overhead, arcing down towards them. The beam below Poyer's feet flicked on, as if the whole world had been in darkness before this moment and now, there was light. A new lake surrounded them, a glow of light that made the whole world shimmer. It caught hundreds of drones. From near supersonic speeds to perfect stillness, in a single blink. The ones behind, the ones still outside the lake slowed and pivoted as fast as they could. They wavered, buzzing around the edges of the lake. A few of them tested its edges, and had to rip off their tendrils to escape its clutches. Go fast, the voice said. I have opened the way. I don't know how much longer, and then the old, whispering, weary voice was gone. Run, Poyer said. We have to run. How do we know? She's shaping it for us. Somehow, she's keeping the lake open where she knows we're going to step. Senior. Poyer led the way through the lake. Yarsai followed close on his heels, and the four of them walked quickly through the lakes of light. Poyer kept a straight line, daring now to move too far off his path. He didn't know how much of the way Sen had opened for them, but he didn't want to risk it. Hundreds of drones gathered on either side of the beam, staying just out of reach of the lake. They made a net of eyes that shifted, ever so slowly, as the four of them hurried along the beam. And behind all those drones, the huge floating half-body of the construct mountain hovered, always in view. Rotating its huge, torn-up shell as they moved. They came to the mountain construct's body, still stuck in the lake. Its great pincers, which were really layers of metal discs, were embedded in the vertical beam, two frozen showers of metal debris spraying out from where they chewed. Even the sparks from metal on metal were frozen, still glowing softly. They had no choice but to pass underneath its bulk, but there was nothing the machine could do to them in here. This close, Poyer could see the dark heat shields and anti-gravity hubs and service bays for its monstrous engines. The pieces inside the lake were spotless, as if the whole machine were fresh off the assembly line, except for one jagged line of rust that ran down its hull. No. Not rust. This line glittered black. Did that happen before or after it was trapped by the lake? Poyer didn't have time to wonder, as Yarsai was tugging at his arm. She whispered that she didn't know how to bring the elevator up, and she was hoping he could help. Poyer put his hand to the vertical beam, and felt for the controls. No guide came to help, no oracle or other half-deranged AI. Instead, he had to summon the elevator alone. But the controls felt so distant here, separated by more than just space. This place hadn't been maintained in thousands of years. It was still such an incomprehensible length of time. But searching through the hollow, empty network of this world, he could feel it. So much was broken. So much death. Finally, he found one. He impulsed it to wake up, and it pinged its response. It's on the way, Poyer said. But even after he let go of the impulse, he couldn't shake the feeling of utter abandonment. The face of the vertical beam split open, as if there had been a doorway there all along. Outside of the lake, the massive machine made a wrenching sound, horrendous and screeching. And pieces of it began to shatter and fall as it turned away from their beam. What is it doing? Eel asked. It's leaving, a grainy Ea said. Behind them, the elevator chimed. Ready and waiting. But the mountain construct clearly had a plan in mind. Its swarm followed it, only a few drones left behind, waiting to cut Poyer to pieces should he walk out of the light. But the mountain was moving away. Going where? Eel asked. They watched its great body shrink into the distance, eating up the miles that had taken them weeks to traverse. Oh, Poyer said, a sinking feeling in his gut. He looked up, and saw a grainy Ia looking back at him, shaking her head. She knew. And Yarsai did too. My home, she whimpered. Don't let her watch, Ilh said, and a grainy Ia pulled the lacertain child into her arms, covering her face from the flight of the living mountain. It didn't matter much. They couldn't see the destruction. From this distance, it was just a few flashes of light, and dust falling from the ceiling. 139, the flesh is weak. The trees shook, and General Vorpi didn't care. She barely registered the splintering cracks of tree trunks as something huge raged in the valley. Gunshots found their way up this hill, too. They ripped the leaves and snapped branches and tore holes in the tattered remains of a war camp. Smoke filled the air, though the heat of the sun still bulged through the great brown and grey clouds. 10 paces to her left, the ground heaved as a cannonball smashed into the earth, painting the broken tree stumps and trampled rows of tents in mud. Still. Vorpi didn't care. A stream ran down the hillside, thick with Kiran blood. Down in the green valley, a giant thrashed, crashing a ragged path through foliage and soldiers alike. Murderous war cries filled the jungle, almost like the song of birds. But Vorpi was distracted. Even the soldiers in running across the other side of the tents with their muskets and rifles clutched in both hands could not hold her attention. They didn't see her, and she didn't see them. Instead, she stared at her palms, at the broken scales and blackened skin laced with new metal. Wondering. What was I doing again? A flap of pinkish-white flesh hung loose on her arm. It clung only because a patch of glittering scales refused to let go of her skin. When she pushed the flap back into place, it slipped back off. So she grabbed the flesh of her forearm, and pulled. Tearing the chunk away so easily. How weak is this flesh? Underneath, she caught a glimpse of old muscle intertwined with metallic strings. Then, the blood gushed over the wound and the scent filled her nostrils, stingingly sweet. Vorpi could smell the trace metals in her blood, copper and nickel and zinc. And strange, alien-sounding words she had never known before her transformation. Words like chromium and magnesium. A gunshot ripped the air overhead, missing her and smashing the wooden pole that supported a massive tent. A medical tent, she thought, though the thought was blurry and slow to form. One huge section of the canvas collapsed on itself, causing a gust to blow out from the tent. She could smell the bodies still inside. Some were ripe, and some had passed long ago. And one was crawling out of the tent, clutching at his side. His white armband, labeled with a red symbol, was almost completely obscured by blood. Vorpi's legs whined and hissed, her feet sank deep into the muck, as she walked to catch up with him. He flopped over, looking up at her, until she could see the whites of his eyes. One hand lifted, as though to fend her off. Please, he said. I'm just a medic. She stopped, leaving one foot next to his head. All that metal sank deep into the mud. The medic whimpered. His eyes were squeezed shut, and he kept whispering that word over and over, please. Vorpi's boots were grown over with metal, and shining alloys carved twisted paths up leg, thickening and strengthening her stride. Next to her new form, this Kiran medic seemed so slight. Slicing through that scaly flesh, she knew, would be so easy. Barely any resistance at all. Please. I have a family. Vorpi heard, but did not listen. Instead, she was focused on the sluggish thoughts that clawed up from the depths of her consciousness. What was I doing again? There was someone she needed to find. Someone she needed to speak with? No, that didn't seem right. Her neck, sprouting with so much new machinery, creaked as she gazed down at the medic. Trying to remember. What is a medic? Not a threat. A solution to some kind of problem, right? It didn't seem right that she should be here, towering over this Kiran body as he whimpered and begged at her feet. It didn't seem right to kill him. This isn't right. Something inside her surged to the forefront. He is innocent. A jolt ran through Vorpi's body. It seized her machine parts all at once, so powerful that she even felt it in her remaining flesh. The jolt sank into her thoughts, and stayed there. It changed her, and became a part of her. A revelation that, once found, could not be unseen. A command. And commands do not require thought. Vorpi lifted her foot, and brought it down. One last whimper ended with a wet crunch. Vorpi stood tall, with one foot sinking into the mud, and the other buried in some lifeless body, scanning the trilene and the haze of smoke. Across the tangle of ropes and canvas, a flurry of movement erupted from one of the last standing buildings. A squad of soldiers poured out of a broken doorway, clutching their guns, and charging forward to take up their positions. One barked, and the others dropped down and aimed at her. A shower of bullets whispered through her organics parts, plinking off the metal. It was like being brushed by a cold breeze. The bones of her cheek shattered and one of her eyes went dark. The absence of pain made her frown in confusion. Could it really be this weak, this flesh? She was half blind now, and her mind struggled to regain some semblance of depth perception. The pupil of her other eye widened, compensating for all the smoke in the air. A shambling shape rushed out from the tree, lean not quite a Kiran. Wires hung like vines from his body, and his face, once so close to human, was a mass of rotting flesh and malformed metal. Eye sensors sprouted from his mouth, and a hole in the side of his forehead revealed a mesh of wires burrowed into his skull. The shambling thing tore into the squad of soldiers. They died where they stood, except for one who tried to shove his bayonet into the thing. When the thing gripped the musket back, the soldier tried to pull it back. He ended up only bringing the thing closer. Vorpi watched, impassively, as the thing grabbed the soldier, who was screaming as a metal fist ripped through his chest. The scream became a wretched gurgling. Vorpi turned away. She had orders that she longed to obey. Why? She slogged deeper into the war camp, into the remains of the Saranthe city. A thought wandered into her mind. I was the keeper of this place once. There was her stone manor, where she had spent so many late nights planning her grand approach with her advisors and military aides. Tattered flags hung from its parapets, and stirred some long-forgotten memory inside of her. Where is Amarius? And where are my officers? Vorpi stopped. Turned in a slow circle, gaping at the destruction of this city she had helped build with her own hands. There were corpses of Xenos all around her. No. Not Xenos. My gods, what have I done? Kiran flesh filled the streets. Bleeding and screaming and burned. She had come to save them. She had given herself up, so that they might live. With the memory, came the pain. The bullet that was still lodged in her eye socket suddenly erupted in an agonizing, white-hot fire that tore a scream from her throat and brought her to her knees. She cupped a hand to her eye, her fingers curling and clawing into the ruined flesh, as if she might rip the fire away. Another jolt pinged through her body. A wordless command, a sound like nothing she had ever heard. The voice of a god? Cold liquid dripped into her emptied eye socket. Vorpi brought her hand away, and there was metal hardening on her fingers. It was filling the gap where a bullet had drilled a hole through her eye. And the pain was still there. She knew it was. She could still feel that white-hot fire. She just didn't care. Vorpi's legs carried her through the manor. Her metal feet crunching through the sea of bodies and decorated uniforms. There were papers thrown across the room, some stuffed into a fireplace. Secret documents, Consul Dioge's attack plans burned in haste when Vorpi and the rest of her soldiers stormed the city. Vorpi bent down, and picked up a sheaf of paper. The rough paper, detailing gunpowder and cannon shipments from Seir, crumbled in her hands. How many spies had she sent to Saranthe to catch even a glimpse of this? A cannonball smacked into the manor, shattering the last of the windows. Dioge's army was shelling the city. And another sound, a thudding, crashing sound, which was not artillery. More like giant footsteps. She knew it was something important. She just couldn't remember. Outside, in the courtyard behind the manor, there were soldiers tied to stakes. All but one of them was dead. This last one tilted his head to look down at her. His lips were cracked and the flesh of his face was bruised and torn in places. His skin was dying in places, she could smell the rot. Machines don't do that. As Vorpi gazed up at the fiery glint in his swollen eyes, a sensation scratched at the back of her mind. A vague familiarity. General, the tied-up soldier's voice creaked like a rusted hinge. Is it really you? Yes, she did know this soldier. Not by his name, but by his purpose. He was from the scout squad they had sent out months ago, back when Dioge forced Vorpi to abandon Saranthe. Thank the gods, the scout said, I knew you would come for us. I knew you would come back to help us. Help you? The thoughts swam and spiraled, just out of reach. Is that what I'm doing? A shock of realization. I gave up everything to save them. My army. My life. My body. She couldn't believe what they had done to her scouts, to their fellow Kirans. He was so emaciated, and there were stains all down his pants, and his wrists and torso were raw where the ropes dug into his flesh. It pained her to look upon him. He was going to die. But she couldn't leave him there. Vorpi moved to cut his ropes. She said, don't move, and her voice sounded strange to her ears. A command jolted through her body, and the pain changed. Vorpi's metal-filled eye socket itched and bulged. Something made a wet, slurping sound as it crawled out of the pool of metal. Deep inside her, something was screaming. But Vorpi didn't care. An articulated strand of metal snaked out from the socket, long and twisting like some segmented insect. It serpentined its way up to the scout's eyes, brushing his face with long feelers. He recoiled. Gasping in pain. He almost said something, before the metal insect thing dove into his mouth, and burrowed up into his skull. What remained of the insect thing retracted back into Vorpi's eye socket. She watched him for a moment, twitching and writhing, flailing his head back and forth as the machine took root in his brain. Not sure why, Vorpi felt the need to soothe him. When she spoke, her voice was an eerie combination of Kiran song and guttural electronics. The end of all things is coming. Flesh is weak. Only the machine will endure. Perhaps, if the scout was lucky, he would endure too. A ball smacked into the dirt, not 3 steps from her, spraying her with mud. This time, she didn't need the jolt of command. She remembered. Dioch was dead. Her hybrid soldiers had taken the city. It was the emperor who was sieging the city now, trying to reclaim his gate. She could feel the vibrations his massive feet made over on the next hill, as he flattened trees and hybrid soldiers and tried to turn back the tide. Yes, he had come down from his high throne to lead the masses. A machine, who wore flesh. She could taste the scent of blood in the air, and all those delicious trace metals. It smelled like he was losing. The machine that was once a Kiran named Vorpi trudged towards her prey. Obeying the commands of her sovereign. 140, the mirror. As the elevator sped towards the core of Sen's hollow world, gravity loosened its hold. Poyer could feel his limbs lighten and the pressure easing off his shoulders. But the weight in his chest? This only grew heavier, like claws gripping his heart and squeezing his lungs. Breathe. Just breathe. The elevator was an oblong orb made of glass, connected to the beam. Poyer could look straight down, and see 1,000 more beams rising up under his feet. A gargantuan webwork of metal and composite regolith, suspended in the shadows and the light of the hollowed-out planet. The nearby beams flickered past, while the ones that were hundreds of miles distant seemed to slowly rise out of view. Yarsai was awake, but she would not look at the others. Instead, she was sitting in front of the glass, staring up at the spot where her village had been. This far away, there was no sign of the mountain construct, or the hanging gardens, or any of it. All Poyer could see was a shadowy patch of rock, hundreds of miles above. Even now, the constructs might be tearing her village into pieces. For thousands of years her people had survived under the threat of those machines. They waited for Sen to return. Or for a savior to come. But Sen had abandoned them. And you? Poyer thought to himself. What did you do? You came, and you brought death. And you did nothing to stop it. What could I have done? He replayed their flight in his head, over and over. But Poyer was only a child among his kind, and he had no great gifts. No suit of war, no powers of creation. No impulse expander that he might somehow latch onto one of the machines, and bring it down. He was only a child, born in the conclaves, and even that sheltered existence, he had failed his purpose. His cultivars tests, even those he had failed. Always the last. Always the furthest behind. Why did I come here? But it was too late for that. Poyer clenched his jaw, and swallowed the past away. There was nothing he could do to change it. He just had to keep moving. To find Sen, to talk to her, to ask her every burning question even when the answers terrified him. Only, the thoughts came back, dripping and black. A guilt, as heavy as iron. A hatred, as hot as any forge, with the heat directed inward. Why did you come here? The more he tried to push them away, the more he felt that he was suffocating. Like he had swallowed a piece of the hottest sun, and it was stuck inside him, raging to burn through. To burn him alive. Poyer hadn't realized he'd been breathing so heavily. When he looked up, the others were staring at him. Agra, and Eel with a deep concern. And Yarsai, with a sadness. As if she knew what he was feeling. As if she pitied him. That was so wrong. Her family was dead. Her people, all of them, made extinct only a few moments past. She should be broken. She should be losing her mind, and instead she was feeling sorry for him? It made no sense. She should hate me for coming here. She should be screaming at me. But somehow this Xeno child was ready to just accept this fate. Back in the sewers below the cauldron, when it had just been him and Eel, Poyer had almost crumbled under the revelation of his own people's death. He had refused to believe, even when he could see. He had run more than once, he had gotten so angry he started breaking the statues the avians made of his people. And how many are dead because of you? And everything you did. I saved them. I saved the city. And what of the ones you didn't? The soldiers. And what of Yarsai's people? Poyer balled his fists, and covered his head, begging for the thoughts to bury themselves. I'm trying, Poyer said to himself. I'm doing everything I can. It will never be enough. You will never be enough. A scaled hand, slight and slender, touched his arm. Gentle claws dug into his skin. Yarsai had picked herself up, and was kneeling in front of Poyer. How? Poyer managed to whisper. How can you be so much stronger than me? Yarsai bowed her head, the layers of scales on her long neck separating. With one hand, she touched the memory implant, an unnatural piece of machinery jutting out from her spine. I know this will happen. I see it. And you still came with me. Yes. Why? I'll die. Even if I stay. I'll die. Maybe not for long time, but we are mortal. Not gods. But even gods need help, sometimes. When I first meet you, I know you already. I know what you want. I know you can make change. You help all. A sharp pain in Poir's chest. A sadness that flickered into anger. And what if I can't? Yarsai frowned at him, an indignant pout. Bad question. Ask better question. What if you can? It almost made sense. Poir chewed on her words, and tried them out. He sighed, loosening his anger. But the pain wouldn't let go. All he could think of were Yarsai's people, and his own people, and Kadam, and the fear in her voice when she realized who he was. Outside, the hollow emptiness of the planet sailed past. A forest of beams hung down into the void, growing into each other, becoming like branches of enormous, man-made trees. Many of them were cracked, and some had collapsed completely, long forgotten by their makers. Why didn't you warn them? Poir asked Yarsai. Why didn't you tell them they were going to die? You could have helped them leave. I saw death, but not know when. I thought I have more time, the Lacertan wiped her eyes. Despite the flood of emotions choking her, she tried a brave smile. But I also see you. And I help you. And you help all. It is foretold. What am I supposed to help? Your people are all dead. And who foretold this? Sen? What did she see about me? Once began, he could not stop. A raging storm of questions swirled in Poir's mind, full of doubt and despair. What if I'm this destroyer? What if Sen knows, and she intends to kill me? I don't want to destroy anyone. Why would I want that? Poir grabbed at his chest, trying to open his lungs, but it was so hard to breathe. What if I can't stop it? His fingernails dug into his skin, and his armor writhed over his forearms, as cold as ice, but all he could feel was the white-hot shame flooding through him, threatening to drown him in his own useless anger. What if I should be here? Poir thought. What if I... Stop. The voice that spoke inside his head sounded exactly like his own. It broke like a bolt of thunder, and brought his spiraling doubt to a halt. Stop, and breathe. Stop, and think. What is the point of this? You can only know what you know. And right now, you don't know anything except that Kadam wants you dead, your friends want you alive, and Sen. Sen knows more than you. She knows you are coming. And if you weren't supposed to be here, then Sen would have said something. Right? With a shuddering exhale, Poir lifted his gaze. Saw Yarsai blinking up at him, nervously. I'm sorry, Poir said, taking her hand, I lost everyone too. Everyone I knew. I don't know how you're here. I'm so sorry. Yarsai said, not your fault. There was nothing you could do. Poir nodded, as if he agreed. But the pain in his chest flared again. For someone who was supposed to be the savior, he had heard that too many times. There was nothing you could do. Then what good am I? What good can I possibly do? But now his head was throbbing, and it hurt to keep his eyes open, so he slumped against the back of the elevator. Behind him, the beam was a blur of movement, as they continued to sink into the world. All the while, the pressure grew. His head felt like it was being hammered open from the inside. No one sent me, Poir thought. I didn't come to save anyone. Why do they talk about me like I chose this? His head felt like it was being hammered open from the inside, a slow steady ring. And he wished beyond desperate hope that he could go home. Just for a moment. He wished that everything would just make sense for one moment. Eel brought over food, and the four of them ate together. Slow, quiet, with no one saying a word. Agraini Ia faced the inner corner of the elevator, not taking her eyes off the beam. After they finished, Eel tried to get Yarsai to take some rest, and Poir noticed that Agraini Ia still had not moved from her spot on the floor. She stared, rigidly, at the beam. Behind her, the glass flickered with shadows and light. Tens of thousands of beams crisscrossed, racing down towards the center of the core where some brilliant light lay hidden beneath their geometric tangles. Agraini Ia's eye flicked to Poir, and then back to the beam. I am afraid to look down. Or up. Or to the side. I did not like what I saw. We're safe in here. Yes, Agraini Ia said, though her eye line did not waver. Every movement was tense. You don't have to be afraid. No, Agraini Ia said, I do. And that's okay. I am, she hummed as she considered her words, I am dealing with it. There were wrinkles around her eyes. And a few scars crossed her forehead, her cheeks. She glared at the blur of the beam, as if it was the only thing keeping her attached to gravity. Your people, she said, as casually as if she wasn't holding a staring contest with the wall, are capable of making impossible things. Perhaps you are too. Outside, all the beams seemed to be sliding together, driving down to one central point. They could, Poir agreed. But I won't. Not without their training. They built on old knowledge, adding a little each year. It has all been forgotten. Maybe you will remember. It doesn't work that way, Poir said. Then maybe you will learn. Look. You need to understand I am not like them. These people you worship like gods, they were powerful. I am not. I am lucky to be alive at all. You survived. They did not. The only reason I survived is because they didn't want me. They tried to save my cohort. Not me. The only one who cared about me. She saved me. I'm only here because of her, and because of luck. As am I, Agrania grunted. Poir frowned at her. I was born into fortune. She lifted her forearm, and pointed at one of the scales there, shining amidst all that blue. Luminescent, it caught and flickered in the light of the elevator. Everything I have because of these. Otherwise, I would have no training. No academy. I know it's not the same, but, Agrania shrugged. Amid that scarred face, her soft eyes looked wrong. All that vulnerability, peeking through the cracks, somehow it helped. He felt something loosen in his chest. What do you fear, godling? His chest tightened again. A grip of agony that Poir refused to show. But there was no hiding the pain from Agrania. She crossed her legs, and leaned forward, lowering her voice. It can help to talk about it. Don't tell Ilh, but I learned that from him. I'm not supposed to be here. It should be someone else. Someone who knows how to do great things. I don't know who I'm supposed to save, let alone how. And, Poir paused to swallow the lump in his throat. I only want to help. I don't want to be a god. Well, you are. Poir was about to argue, but Agrania cut him off. I am lucky, godling. But you are more than I could ever be. Do not deny the truth. I do not know if you are a greater god, or a lesser one, Agrania frowned, and Poir thought it was all too clear she leaned towards lesser. But one thing I do know is that you are a god. Do not concern yourself with what should be. Do not chain yourself to a future that may never come. There is only the here, and the now. And what if I'm not good enough here and now? In Seer, we have a saying when fate is out of our hands. We say, if the gods will it. People ask if our crops should fail this year, and we answer, if the gods will it. Will my son return from war? If the gods will it. Will she ever smile at me? If the gods will it. But you have no gods. You have only your will. You have no fate. You have only your choice. And what if my fate is foretold? What if I have no choice? Agrania shrugged. Tell fate to fuck off. Poir couldn't help but laugh. And then, he kept laughing until Agrania was laughing with him, and Yarsai and Ilh were staring at them like they had both gone mad. Maybe they had. The pain was still there, carving canyons in his chest, but somehow he felt that he could bear it. He could do it, for those that needed him. Only, the pain grew worse. It throbbed to a beat louder than his heart, until Poir thought he could hear it, not just from himself, but from the walls of the elevator. Rising, falling, and making the very air in Poir's lungs thrum. And finally, Poir knew where it was coming from. He knew it before Ilh crowed the words. We're here. Overhead, tens of thousands of beams intersected with each other, forming a kind of metal mesh that blocked out the ceiling of the world. The elevator descended through the center of that mesh, and suddenly all the beams were gone. Instead, they were sinking into a globe. At its center, a flat platform as large as a city hung suspended in midair. No, not a platform. An inverted pyramid. The faces were made of some white metal that Poir had never seen before, a kind of metal that shed its own light. It hurt to look at it. It filled the elevator with a whiteness impossible for Poir's eyes to comprehend, so that even his skin seemed to glow. Ilha's feathers were pale and bright, and Agrania shimmered. The elevator screeched to a halt, grinding against the metal. An error chimed in Poir's head, alerting him that the elevator had reached some critical error, and could descend no further. Sen's old infrastructure was dying. Nothing, no drone, nor repair construct, was around to keep it running. But they were close enough to the rim of the pyramid. Poir impulsed and the glass elevator peeled itself open. A gust of wind filled the elevator, and wrapped around Poir, cold and all too familiar. The air smelled just like it had in the conclave, all those years ago. But the light was so much brighter than he remembered. Poir impulsed the armor to cover his face and shield his eyes. He impulsed the metal to iris open, slowly, so his eyes could adjust. Down at the nadir of the pyramid, where the four beams almost met, the source of the light could not be more obvious. A scar. There was a nascent scar at the center of the planet, and it sat at the tip of the inverted pyramid. What the hells? Ilha said. Is that supposed to be here? She built the planet, Poir shouted over the wind. I thought she hollow it out, but she built it. To contain this, the scar's forked limbs moved. It was a tear through the void as wide as a moon. It formed a valley in existence that should have cleft this world in half, but somehow did not. And how it glowed! Lightning rolled out of its nameless depths, flickering like tongues made of pure energy that crawled down the valley walls, and the air at the valley head seemed to roil and steam and refract the light in glittering, alien ways. As if the air was changing into something else. And all the while that glow pulsed, grim and grey, a rhythm in perfect time with the throbbing in Poyer's head. The faces of the pyramid bit into either side of the scar, this city-sized building dwarfed by the scar's majesty. A jolt of lightning shot out of the scar, a flash of winding energy that ran up one of the angles of the hollow pyramid. It looks angry, Agrania said. Very angry. I don't remember it like this. Yarsai's eyes were wide. Not at all. Here. Poyer. Eel asked. Is it safe to go near that thing? It does look a little upset. Very upset, Agrania added. He's here. I can feel him. This last came from no one. Yet Poyer could hear the voice as if she was standing right before him. Sen was calling to him, from down at the nadir of the pyramid. Poyer cupped a hand to his eye, and tried to squeeze away the pain that lanced through his skull. Poyer. Eel asked. What is this? Poyer couldn't say anything. Not because he didn't know. But because he thought he did know. And the answer was inexplicable. Only those who had been through could understand. Only his cohorts from the conclave. Agrania grunted, and pointed down at the pyramid's nadir. Something's down there. Come to me, Poyer. Come to me, last of our kind. Come and be reckoned. It's her, Poyer said. It's Senior. Poyer? You sure about this? Eel asked, his black eyes wide with concern. Almost as if in answer, the walls of the pyramid flashed with light. A shape was caught on the nadir. It looked like a shredded piece of cloth, whipping in the wind. Only, the cloth itself was made of pure light that flashed like lightning, and the tattered ends of the shape snapped and jolted through space, moving too fast to see and making the air shimmer prismatically. Sen's voice called to Poyer, as if she was speaking through all the beams of her world. Come, last one. Come, before it I cannot speak. The door was open. All he had to do was take a step forward. Yarsai grabbed his hand. Her scales were rough against his skin. Her face was full of utter fear, and her claws dug into his palms. But she would not back down. We go with you. Thank you, Yarsai. Then, Yarsai looked down at the rim of the pyramid, and that vast flat ramp down to the nadir. She seemed to deflate, all that bravery evaporated in a moment. Okay, but how we get down? Poyer put his foot out of the elevator. The metal rim of the pyramid shifted its shape, lightly twisting that flat ramp into a step that caught Poyer's foot. As if it was waiting for him. The other three followed in his footsteps, down towards the scar with all its grey light and white lightning. Down into a pale mist that shimmered. Poyer could not help but breathe in time with the swelling and falling of the air around them. Shapes floated at the nadir, where the pyramid met the scar. Shapes that Poyer remembered, and had tried to forget. Glitches of broken light that moved in ways that should not be possible. But the shapes did not come through. They were stuck, as if the nadir held the scar in place. Is this whole pyramid the mirror? Is this what the Emperor wanted to see? A distinctly human voice spoke to him as he approached, and when it spoke, Poyer thought he could see something in the nadir change. Not a face, but some insane abstraction of one, fragmented in all those maddening shapes and angles. A face that was looking up from the bottom of the inverted pyramid, and right at him. Oh, I see you now. Why do you shine so bright? 141, Revelations according to Sen. There was nothing the light did not touch. With each step down the sides of that great pyramid, Poyer could feel it growing stronger. At first, the thrum of the pyramid set his teeth on edge, but now it felt like it was drilling into every bone in his body. Strangely, there was no pain. Instead, a calmness welled inside him. Perhaps, only because he was sure of his path, get down to the mirror. And he could see it. The pyramid was inverted, its nadir jutting into a scar, like a knife sticking into a stream. But instead of a metal point, there was an open gap at the bottom of the pyramid, and a glass and metal structure was installed over that gap. The structure was all hard metal edges and flat planes of glass, or something like glass, through which Poyer could see the furious lightning of the scar flashing and rolling far below. A white mist leaked out of the base of the glass structure, the mirror, and though the mist had no form, streaks of prismatic light shone through it, sometimes flickering, sometimes moving slow like swirls of heated magma. And all the while, the pulse of the light drew him closer. Even gravity was weak down here, and as the pyramid offered platforms for his feet, Poyer simply let himself fall into its depths, leaving a trail of metal platforms in his wake, so the others could follow. When he stopped to wait for them, Poyer noticed he could see his veins through his skin. The veins were glowing. Why? He wondered. But instead of fear, he felt a growing anxiety and urge to run forward and find out. Sen will know, he thought. He hoped. Before the others could catch up, and ask why his blood was illuminated through his skin, Poyer impulsed his armor to thin out and slide over his skin so that it covered everything below his neck. Eel landed first, almost floating down with his wings outstretched. He nodded down at the nadir, and the glass polygon. What is that thing? Eel asked. It's a kind of door, Poyer said. To travel somewhere else. Like a gate. Yes, and no. The gates only fold our universe. That thing down there bridges the divide between universes. It leads to another reality, nothing like ours. Step through, and you'll find the laws of nature have all changed. Over there, the basic rules of physics don't apply. Even the geometries might be different. And this thing is, common among your people? Eel asked. Poyer shook his head, saying, it's hard to explain. It wasn't just hard to explain. It was damn near impossible. Back in the conclave, Poyer had always taken it for granted that all children had to take the tests. It always began with lying down into the machine, counting backward from 100, and then, waking up in a world with rules that made no sense. He had taken the test dozens of times and only crossed over 7. The older he got, the more his caretakers asked of him. If he refused, they only waited. And asked again. But Poyer never passed the tests. Never gave them what they wanted. Once, he found himself in a place so incomprehensible, he couldn't recall anything from his experience, other than sensations of taste and deeply uncomfortable touch. More often, he found himself on a world where distance had no meaning, and a single blade of grass might be as long as a galaxy one moment, and then as small as an atom. The second time he went, his caretakers pulled him out after only a few seconds. Poyer woke up with long, jagged cuts all over his body, covered head to toe in his own blood. The caretakers rushed in with towels and medical supplies. He would never forget how the towels all turned red. Poyer knew some of his cohort were more successful. Some of them succeeded in staying for long hours, and had even brought back otherworldly objects from those universes, though Poyer had never seen one. Supposedly, they crumbled the moment they were exposed to the air. But Poyer never did. He barely made it past 5 minutes. So who was he to say what this mirror was, or where it led? Poyer. The voice sang the walls of the pyramid, from above and below, and from the air itself. And yet none of the others reacted. Did you hear her? Poyer said. Who? I can see you so clearly. Why? Sen. Poyer said, and raised his voice. Sen, where are you? It's almost like you're right here, standing in front of me. I don't understand. Poyer turned his gaze towards the mirror. The liquid metal on his soles kissed the metal of the pyramid, barely making a sound as he raced down towards the nadir. The pyramid's interlocking plates flexed and rearranged themselves to become stairs for his feet. There was a wild energy in the mirror, and as he approached he saw the shapes of another reality, reflected through the glass. Objects that had no meaning, structures that could not be warped and whispered to the edge of the glass, and pulled away like some hideous, living thing. Held back only by a man-made building, no larger than a house, that had been abandoned thousands of years ago. Or is it abandoned? For Sen was even now speaking to him, and though the words only echoed in Poyer's mind, her voice made the whole planet seem to brighten. If only I had known how bright you would be. Would I have stayed? A weightlessness had overtaken him, making his movements easy and oddly strong. Had Sen changed the gravity at the hollow core of this hollow planet? It felt like, somehow, even the air down here was easier to breathe. He could feel the thrum of the light now, a steady, rising hum that sang louder than his heart could beat. Poyer rushed to the side of the pyramid, not daring to touch the glass of the mirror. Does it matter? Sen was saying, nothing will ever change again. We have had our moment between the stars. What do you mean? Poyer said, and his voice sounded so small against the thrum of the light. Is she talking to you? Eel said. Somehow, his voice seemed to cut through the noise. He was close behind Poyer with the others in tow. Yarsai was hiding in the Corvinese shadow, her eyes wide as she watched Poyer with fearful awe. A grainy Ea was staring up at the mirror, a strange look on her face. Like she was listening to something. Poyer turned back to Eel. Sen can see me. I think she went through the mirror. Can she see us? Eel asked. And then, to find out, he started waving his feathered hand up at the mirror, as if to say hello. Poyer put a hand on his arm, and pulled it down. More afraid that the Corvini might touch something he shouldn't than anything else. I don't think she can see us, Poyer said. I don't even know if she can hear me. Oh, Eel said, and then took another glance around the mirror, craning his neck to see the top of the pyramid. This place isn't safe, is it? Everything about this place spoke to a sense of recklessness, of rushed desperation. As if in creating this place, Sen had thrown all caution to the winds, and had made a world that served only one purpose. I don't think Sen was concerned with safety when she built this place, Poyer said, and quietly added, not even for herself. The space inside the mirror did not make sense. As he approached, the mist seemed to clear and he could see across that house-sized structure. Instead of looking through to the other side, it was as if he was standing on a dizzying height, and could see for hundreds of miles. Through the mirror, there were mountains of mist, surging and crackling with energy, blanketing a whole landscape of shapes and structures that should not exist in such a small place. Every time he turned his head, the shapes seemed to move, but never in a predictable way. The scar distorted time and distance, connecting points between universes in ways that Poyer's mind could not accept. His eyes could not focus, and the longer he stared, the louder the thrum of the light seemed to grow. Mist curled around Poyer's ankles, his wrists, cold but not wet. Tendrils of clouds wound around his limbs, as if it knew him. Poyer reached out, brushed his fingertips on the glass of the mirror. Poyer could see the mountains and the sky beyond. Only, they weren't separate. They connected at the grey horizon, which rolled like the waves of an angry ocean. The sky was tinged with red, and spears of rock, or something like rock, grew out of the ground, rising higher and higher before they cracked and fell up into the sky. And in the shadow of the horizon, as if she was standing 1,000 miles away, there was Sen. Then, she turned to face Poyer, and the universe changed shape, until she was standing right before him. She looked old, maybe 50 or 60 years by ancient reckoning, but there was an ancient exhaustion in the way she moved. Recognition lit up her eyes. You look nothing like your maker. The grey light of the sky pulsed with her words. Parallel bands of something, not clouds, but like clouds, rolled slowly overhead. Who? Poyer said. Oster, Sen said. He dreamed of you for so long. And his dream killed him. Oh, but you are beautiful to see, Poyer. I haven't seen a human child in so many long years. I had forgotten what you looked like. Sen's face was framed with black hair that looked like it had grown out on accident. Age wrinkled the corners of her mouth, which was parted slightly as she awed at Poyer, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her body was covered in something that might have been a black kaftan, or a robe, but it had started to change. Polygon shapes of the fabric were turning the wrong color, or no color at all as they broke down in a universe made up of the wrong rules, and glittering, black veins crawled over the exposed parts of her skin. There was something like mud that frothed at Sen's feet, rising weakly up her ankles and falling back down again. Not a living thing, but still moving. And overhead, the parallel bands of clouds, now, perfect, jagged chevrons, rolled faster into the distance, covering Sen with flickering shadow and light. But not Poyer. We don't have much time, Sen said. How come I can see you? It's madness, isn't it? Sen said, raising her arms to gesture at everything. A chunk of her left arm wavered in and out of existence, like it hadn't been fully rendered in this world, but Sen didn't seem to notice. Or to care. When I came through, I had hoped it would make sense. That anything would make sense. I don't know how long I've been here, but it's only getting worse. The longer I look, the less I can see. Except for you. You know who I am. Oh, is this our first meeting? Forgive me. It's hard to keep track of these things, over here. Time doesn't work the same. Yes, I know who you are. The one we all dreamed about, though in our visions you were never so young. I heard your voice, Poyer said. I've been listening to you for a long time. Oh, have you? But I don't know anything about you. Oster never mentioned me. She said, sounding hurt. I never knew him. I saw him, I think, talking to Director Jovan. But he never came to you. No, he wouldn't. Oster always believed in secrecy. It kept him safe, until it didn't. Another rushing sigh, as she summoned the will to explain herself. My name is Sen. Or at least, I was called Sen back when there were still people to call me things. I specialized in gravitational architecture, before I met Imoran. You knew the first prophet. She had a vision. I am the one who brought it to life. Imoran dreamed of the first gate, and no one listened to her. But then she found me, and she showed me her, scribbling. And I realized she was right. Tell me, Poyer, do they really teach you so little in that conclave of yours? How did you fare after you left? I never left, Poyer said. I was too young. So you never saw anything beyond your home? They didn't tell you anything. An old, painful anger rose to Poyer's lips. He pressed his lips together. Sen breathed in long, ragged breath, and nodded as if she understood. Fine. Then I will do it. We owe you this much, at least, though you deserve so much more. The distant horizon had changed its shape, no longer a flat line, but sloping into a gentle, upward curve. Sen's eyes lifted up to the sky, where the spears of rock raced towards the sky, and where they touched the bands of clouds, the rock exploded and hung in the sky, shattering into fractal patterns that seemed to ebb and flow, like debris on the surface of a windswept lake. Sen returned her attention to Poyer. We knew the scars were opening. We knew it was the end of all things. You should know, Poyer, that Imoran did everything she could. She listened, day and night, and I wonder if it was the scars that drove her mad, or the desperate hope that we could do something about it. She said she could hear something on the other side. So, we built the mirror. This mirror. The very same. We weren't sure if it would work. But we were desperate. The core worlds were gone and the swarm was growing. But Imoran went through, against all our advice. And she never came back. With Imoran gone, the hope was lost, and unity began to dissolve. But Oster never gave up. I kept the dams running because of him, because he thought he saw a way to save humanity. From the swarm. The swarm. What do I care about the swarm? We created the swarm. Then what? The light. It was gathering its strength. It carved the scars, Poyer. It infected us with this disease. She gestured at herself, her arm still flickering in and out of existence, her clothes more tattered and broken than before. Poyer could see the black veins running down her torso. The light hungers eternal. I tried to close the scars. To reverse them. But the laws of reality were against me. And Oster. He never stopped working. His passion burned brighter than any star. I saw him less and less over the years after Imoran left. Did you ever hear from her again? Those who go over never come back, Sen said, a note of bitterness in her voice. Poyer knew that wasn't true. Not entirely. He himself had been over, but never very far. And his caretakers watched him, every step of the way, waiting to pull him back in. He couldn't imagine being the first to go through. How lost she must have been. How painful her end. I worked in vain. I waited, in vain. I lived, not to save humanity, but in the hope that Oster would see the truth. And that he would come back to me. He did, more than once. I made this world a paradise, the last paradise. And he gave me these alien progeny of his, to keep me company. It was his promise that he would return. So, I upheld this world, that Oster and I might at least be together while everything else fell apart. But even after all these years, when the dams began to fall, he refused to give up. And thus, you. She didn't spit it, but Poyer could feel her hatred. A burning, fiery anger that had smoldered for thousands of years. He winced, but did not look away. And then, she let it out in one long, aching sigh. I do not hate you, Poyer. I have shouldered this burden for millennia, knowing that I was the last of my kind. You didn't ask for this. Neither did I. I held on for so long. Hoping that I was wrong. Time eats you in places you didn't know even existed. Even my children, all these Xenos and their rough scales and beautiful minds, even they could not hold back the endless crush of time. I do not hate you. I pity you. Because now it is your turn. My turn. You will run from death. Just like I did. And you will wait for nothing. One day, you might decide that you can wait no longer. When that day came for me, I went to the old grid. I turned it on, for the first time in 10,000 years. I knew it would attract the sovereign's attention. I knew it would be my end. But I had to find him. Oster. I saw his body floating through the void. Cold, and alone, just like me. I did not weep, for I have forgotten how. Instead, I shut down the grid, and I came home. And I turned on the mirror. I knew it would damn this world, and all of my Xeno children. But what other reason did I have? Why should I hold on to nothing? I wanted to see what destroyed us. I wanted to know. So I threw myself into the other side. And though I have been here only a moment, you suddenly reveal yourself. Suddenly? It's been 2,000 years since you disabled the grid. Is that so? Everything is so wrong over here. I have been in this universe only a brief moment. And already, she lifted a hand to her face, and for a moment both blinked out of existence, and Poyer could see the jagged tears of her neck, as if something had ripped her head off her body. There was no blood, only a glittering blackness and ash that crumbled up into the air. Her hand passed, and her head flickered back into being. It is pure agony. Poyer understood all too well. He pushed away the memories of his childhood, and all those tests. Even the best test takers in his cohort agreed, to go over was worse than death. But if you are here, Sen said, then my world must still stand. There are machines here. They're caught in your light. My light, she said. You saved us. You saved your people. She said. I have heard whispers. Prayers made, in my name. Perhaps. Her attention was brought up. The bands of clouds had morphed into something else now, had separated into thousands of black specks, moving like statusy clouds of insects. Mesmerizing as they covered the sky in ever-shifting patterns. And high above them, 100 miles, or 100 light-years away, impossible to tell, something was descending from the sky. It almost looked like a city, or a fortress, hanging upside down. It glowed with a dull, grey light. Why was I born? Poyer asked. Sen slowly lowered her gaze back to him. Her eyes flashed, almost vibrating like some odd glitch from a poorly designed virtual sim. The light is alive, Sen said. Did you know that? All that mist. Some think even the disease is a part of that life, like roots on a tree. Imoran said that it used to speak to us. The light. Yes. In visions, it showed her things. It showed all of us things that it could not know. Death. Destruction. Our future. We were so addicted to its power, we couldn't think of any other way to save ourselves. Imoran was poisoned by these dreams. She thought, because she could see the future, she could also find the way out. And my sweet Oster, even he couldn't let it go. To use the light against itself, that was his grand idea. Perhaps, he thought, that if he could create you, the light might recognize you as its own. Wait, Poyer said. I am made of the light. You were born of it. Look, she gestured at Poyer. Only, when he looked down at his body, he was startled to see nothing, but a glowing brightness. Only the faintest shape of his hands were visible. Building blocks from another universe. Can you imagine how difficult that was? But Oster found a way. He was truly beyond brilliance. I can't guess how long it took him to figure out how to recreate our genome using only the light. Tens of thousands of biologists helped him, across hundreds of hidden facilities. Conclaves, he called them. How many died before they ever tasted life? But here you are. Alive. Wait. Does that mean I am made of light? Then, what does that make me? Poyer wondered. Am I human? You were the answer to all our prayers, Sen said. You and your cohorts were so precious, and so fragile, you could not be born in our existence. Your womb was the place where this universe touches another. A chasm. Oster told me he liked to guide each and every one of your births, so that you would not be alone. What happened to him? The same thing that happened to all who grow careless. His projects, his conclaves were hidden. But Oster would not heed the signs that the Sovereign was watching. We built it, the Sovereign, to help us, you know. To save the universe, she said with such caustic spite that her whole body flickered, becoming all at once a set of slender, black lines, an oversized image of herself, and a collection of colors that Poyer couldn't interpret, before she flickered back into her body. The Sovereign went awry, to put it simply. It still thinks it is saving the universe, by cleansing it of every last human. That's why I hid the mirror inside my planet, that the swarm might never find it. How do I stop it? The swarm, the light, the scars. How do I save everyone? Save everyone? Sen, taken aback, moved away from Poyer. High above, the grey light far above the clouds, or insects or whatever they were, thundered and rolled with all the majesty of the heavens. You think you can save anyone? Don't ask me. But I'm afraid, Poyer, that I am more lost than you. Perhaps you shouldn't have come here at all. You are the only one who knows. You are the last one. I came here to die, Poyer. When I found Oster, frozen and lifeless, my life ended. I loved him, not just because he was mine, but because he was all I had left. I went through the mirror, not because I saw hope, but because I sought release from this endless torment. Now, no one remains but you, Poyer. No. No? Do not tell me that machine is still around. The Emperor, A fool who calls himself king. He counts for so little. More lost than his creator. There's someone else. A goldsmith. She was in cryostasis. Alive. Alive, Poyer said. Ingrid Sen started to say, and then flickered out of existence. All the ground beneath her feet changed, becoming a black, rushing tide streaked with stars. The tide pulled out, revealing a hard, obsidian surface, perfect and flat and infinite. Sen. Poyer said. No response. His breath quickened. Poyer, alone, shouted, Sen. He looked up, and saw the clouds of insects stretching up into the sky, leaving behind trails like smears of ink falling in reverse. Millions of them, racing towards that grim, grey light in the sky. The fortress city in all its majesty loomed larger than any sun or nearby moon, and only now could Poyer see all its intricate detail. Parapets and towers and columns lined the walls that dotted the mazes of its ramparts. The walls, the buildings, are those buildings or something else, were carved with myriad lines that made endless geometric patterns on every surface. Only, the lines refused to stay still. And the longer he stared. Always continue to amaze me, Sen's voice suddenly cut back in. The ground flickered into shape, bringing Sen with it. She was missing her right arm, and half her head was gone, but she spoke as if she didn't notice. The sheer force of will alone. Incredible. Poyer shook himself, willing himself back into the moment. What was that? And Sen was asking about Kadam. What does this new human think of you? Oh. She says, Poyer hesitated. Time is short, Poyer, Sen said. She says I am the herald of ruin, Poyer blurted. That I am sent to destroy everything. Ah. But I don't want to destroy anything. There are others who say the opposite. They call me savior, and they think I'm a god. The Xenos? Superstitious people, heed them not. The Xenos get so wrapped up in their myths. A desire becomes a story, becomes a prophecy. This is the way for all sapient beings. And the Xenos tell such wonderful stories, but they are just that, stories. Not just the Xenos. There is a construct who says it too. She was made by a human. Oh. Sen said, doubtfully, which human? Poyer racked his thoughts, trying to remember what Lakis had told him. He was called Tython. The silence went on for so long that Poyer thought he had lost Sen once more. But she was still standing there, pensive and dark. At length, Sen said, there is a name I have not heard in a long time. You know him. It changes nothing. You were created to save us. An Oster came so close. But the light is beyond our reach. It is connected in ways we cannot fathom. And it still tears at the fabric of our universe. You are too late. Maybe we can stop it. If I am made of the light. No, she said viciously, you don't understand. Turn back. Leave me to my death. But Poyer would not back down. He was stronger than this. He had come this far, and he had left so much death in his wake. Sen could give up, but he wouldn't. He gripped his hands into fists, and his heart hammered in his chest. Help me, Poyer said. Tell me what you know. Slowly, Sen said, are you sure? I want nothing more. When the Sovereign decided to destroy humankind, it did not do so without reason. The light from the scars is more destructive than anything humanity could create. And who were the only beings with the power to harness that destruction? Us. Us, Sen agreed. The Sovereign sought to prevent a deeper catastrophe by obliterating us. And, in a way, it was right to do so. We built this mirror, and it can cause only grief. It contains a scar within, and yet, one day this mirror will fail. And the scar, contained for so long, will expand far more rapidly than ever before. But we made a more dangerous creation than even this. The light lives in you. It has been growing, all these long, forgotten years. Even while you slept, its hunger grew. Contained only by your life. And one day, that hunger will escape. What are you saying? The visions have only ever shown us the truth. Your death will bring ruin to everything. No, Poyer shook his head. No, there must be a way to undo this. You have to help me. I can only help you accept what fate has given you, she said. For it has given you ruin. And there is nothing you can do. No. Poyer shouted, and the whole universe seemed to shake. He caught a glimpse of Sen snapping her head up to look at the sky, where the city fortress erupted with flashes of light. Becoming a steady brilliant light. A grey-white line shot down from the heavens, slicing down through the ground, through this planet and on, forever, across the universe. Everything went white. Then, reality snapped back into focus. Poyer was standing at the nadir of the pyramid, his hands pulling away from the glass. He felt outrageously alive, as if he was living all his life in a single moment. And then, it subsided, leaving a hungering emptiness in his core. Fledge. Eel was saying, as if time had not passed at all. Fledge, where did you go? 142, no greater burden. Fledge. Eel cocked his head to one side, his black feathers standing up with worry. He blinked at Poyer, and cocked his head to the other side in a distinctly avian motion. Fledge, did something just happen? I saw Sen. I spoke to her. How? I was standing here the whole time. You went up, and touched that thing and started making a weird face. Sen went through the mirror. She thought she was alone. She went in, intending to die. How could you have talked so much? It was only a moment. She knew me, Eel, but the Corvini was shaking. His head in disbelief, so Poyer pressed harder. She knew everything about my cohort. Why I was made. What I am. And Poyer stopped himself. I am the end. No, he couldn't accept this. There had to be more. Poyer turned back to the mirror, and pressed his open hand against the glass. His vision lurched. He was looking back through the scar, but the scar had moved. Gone was that falling fortress of lights, and the sky filled with strange shapes that moved on their own. Now, he gazed up from the bottom of a canyon. Stranger still, he could feel a breeze on his skin, as though he really were standing in the canyon. Poyer pulled his hand back, and the breeze stopped, and the vision cleared. He was standing beneath the mirror again. In the moment before he touched the mirror again, a Grania grunted something under her breath. Then, Poyer was looking into a world of debris clouds, like the shattered remains of a planet floating in vast striations through the void. The clouds were stitched together by strands of ice that dangled for hundreds of miles below, or was that above, disappearing into the darkness of distance. In the far distance, though it was impossible to say how large or how far, there was a sphere surrounded by mists of light and glowing strands that were a translucent, glistening pale. Poyer had the feeling they were alive. All the strands were slowly funneling into that huge, light-shrouded sphere. He couldn't tell how long he stared, only that he felt a strange slowing of his senses as he did. A hand shook his shoulder, hard. Fledgling. Hey, human. Can you hear me? Poyer's hand separated from the mirror, a sudden chill on his palm, and Poyer was once more standing in the present. Mist still lingered around his palm, dissipating into the glow of the mirror. There. Eel flapped a wing at Poyer, you did it again. Like you were frozen. And Agrania was shielding her eyes, muttering about how bright it was, so bright. She has to be wrong, Poyer said. You don't understand. Then tell me. I don't know how long she has, Poyer said. He knew he was frantic, but icy fear gripped his heart. What if she's already dead? What if he had already missed his chance? There is nothing you can do, she had said. But Poyer wasn't ready to let go. She has to be wrong. He touched the mirror again. A boiling, red star eclipsed his sight, its fiery anger stretching to either end of HTE horizon. A brutal heat crackled on his skin, followed by a pressure that made it feel like his skin was rupturing. Poyer yanked his hand back from the mirror, gasping with the pain. The world fell back into place, still warped by the vision of another realm. Eel was saying, about what? Slow down and tell me what's happening. Poyer lifted his hand, intending to touch the mirror again. He hesitated. He looked back at Eel, whose brow feathers were wrinkled in deep concern. Yarsai was kneeling on the ground, praying quietly and quickly to herself, repeating some holy phrase to herself. And so was Agrania. Wait. No, she wasn't. The Kiran was on the ground, covering both eyes with her hands completely. Saying nothing, just breathing. Agrania. Poyer called out to her, and when he reached out for her, she seemed to sense it and pulled quickly away. I heard her, Agrania said, her voice muffled by her hands. She parted her fingers to squint at Poyer. The faces. She was among the faces, and I saw her talking to you, Godling. The icy fear clutched his heart tighter. What did you hear? Poyer said. Your death will bring ruin to everything. Poyer shook his head, not because it wasn't true, but because there was nothing he wanted less. And yet, if Sen was saying it. Agrania appeared at Poyer, still squinting as if she were staring directly into the sun. You are glowing, Godling. I can see I should have never doubted what you are. Your veins are filled with light. I can see that Sen speaks the truth. What? Eel shouted, all his feathers raised. Agrania, what did you hear? But Agrania was already walking towards Poyer, her boots thudding on the metal as approached. I saw a beam of light, that pierced the heavens above and below. It cleaved through the void itself, tearing open creation. It devoured everything. Agrania towered over Poyer, her thick jaw jutting out as she looked down at him. Poyer's armor writhed with the acceleration of his heart. I didn't want this, Poyer said. I didn't ask for any of this. It does not change what you are, Godling. I'm doing everything that I can. The Kiran grabbed his hand, and pressed it to her forehead as she kneeled. Thank you, she said. For giving me a new purpose. You're thanking me. Poyer felt confusion tinge his sudden alertness. I will shed my life to spare yours, Godling. You are my purpose, now. You are my salvation. But I'm not. You are you. And if I can help you, I can help everyone. And maybe I can make up for what I've done. Relief and gratitude flooded Poyer's heart. He fell on the ground next to Agrania, and threw his arms around her. Feeling the biting rough and smoothness of her scales against his skin, feeling her stiffen at his touch. And then, she relaxed and hugged him back. Can you still hear her? Poyer asked, pulling back. Agrania closed her eyes. Listened. And shook her head. As far as Poyer knew, there were only 3 people alive who could help him make sense of this. It would take time to find Sen. And he could not trust the Emperor. Not now. Not when he was so lost. There was one person he needed to talk to, more than any of them. Will Kadam even believe me? Does she know anything about Sen? But Poyer was slim on options, and he needed someone who understood. How do I contact her? Last time, she was the one pinging for help. And he had used the grid to find her. Would something like that work again? And what if, in calling for her, she finds out where I am? What if she tries to kill me before I can explain? I have to do something. Poyer closed his eyes. Felt the whole network of the world rising around him. It lived in the pyramid, the beams, the whole structure of the planet. The size was immense, and the space was so empty. There were 4 gates, one at each corner of the pyramid. He used the first one to broadcast a message into the void. There was no telling how long he would have to wait. Perhaps, he could make use of this time. Perhaps he could keep looking for Sen. Kadam's voice crackled directly into Poyer's mind. What do you think you're doing? Kadam demanded. You can't just broadcast an open signal. You have no idea who could be listening. The swarm. The swarm is already here, Poyer said. What? A note of panic in the cold smith's voice. Poyer, listen to me. You have to get out there. Where are you? Listen, I was wrong about you. I am safe, Poyer said. The swarm won't come near. I think the mist from the light degrades them. Wait, what do you mean you were wrong? I found it in the historian's library. They keep records of you, of all our visions. You were never our enemy. Poyer, I'm so sorry. We were wrong, all of us were wrong when we thought you were trying to destroy us. That's not why you were created. You were a project, a hidden project, and I didn't know that they were trying to fix the genome, Poyer said. To save humankind. Yes, Kadam said, how did you know? It didn't work. I'm the last one, and that's only because they forgot about me. You are not my enemy, she said again. So, there was truth to Sen's words. And somehow, Kadam had come to the same conclusion. But instead of relief, Poyer felt an overwhelming sense of dread clawing at his throat. He tried to swallow it down, but it just kept coming back up. He felt like he was drowning in a sea of new truths. I know what I am, Poyer said, Sen told me. Sen is alive? After all these years. She went through the mirror. I don't know if she's alive or not anymore, but I spoke to her and she told me what I am. What I was meant to be. And what I will become when I die. You're not the destroyer, Poyer. It's something inside you. Something you were born with. What is the difference? Poyer said. It is me. I only ever wanted to help, but how can I help when I am the problem? I came all this way because I hoped she would have answers, but she gave up long before I got here. What? Poyer swallowed the emotions that were clawing at his throat. What am I supposed to do, Kadam? A long stretch of silence. Poyer checked the connection, and saw that it was still live. Then, Kadam said, I don't know. That's the truth. But if you'll let me, I want to find out. I will. Then answer this. What do you want to do, Poyer? There was no question. The words came out immediately, I want to save them. All of them. Even you. Good. Kadam laughed at that, more to let out the pressure than from true joy. That's a good start. The first step is important, Poyer. Stay alive. Okay? Nothing else matters, but you, staying alive right now. Send me your coordinates, she hesitated. Waiting for him to disagree. And I promise, I won't try to kill you. She meant it as a joke, but Poyer couldn't find the will to smile. Stay alive, and together we can figure this out. Okay. Do you believe that? Poyer asked. Lakes does. Lakes is with you. Poyer's heart soared. Some dark part of him had been worried that sending Lakes to Kadam was a death sentence. Who do you think answered your signal? Lakes was waiting for your call. She believes in you, Poyer. I've never seen a construct so dedicated. She helped me see, even when I did not want to. Can I talk to her? Poyer asked, trying not to sound too hopeful. There was a tightness in his chest, a leaden weight as heavy as guilt. A sound rustled through Poyer's mind, and then a mechanical voice, Divine One. Poyer sighed, and felt the tightness in his chest relax at her even, clicking tones. Lakes. How are you? Imperfect. No, Poyer thought. You're exactly as you need to be. A painful smile crept into his lips, and he almost lost his emotions again. You changed her mind. The Emperor nearly killed her. Kadam chose my reasoning over his. A wise choice. I owe you so much. The burden you carry is more than enough sacrifice. I will never be worthy. Because of you, Divine One, I have been graced by the presence of 2 gods. Is she kind to you? We are working together. Divine Kadam has grown rather protective of me in a short time. She was confused when she first awoke, as she clung to wrongful beliefs, just as you were. She still does not see the full truth, but I believe we can trust her entirely. Keep her safe, Lakis. I need her help. I am more lost now than I ever was. Divine One, you must not fear your destiny. You are not now what you will become, oh, Savior Divine. Poyer could only imagine the intensity of her eyes, burning and bright in the black library. And there was that tightness in his chest again, how he wanted to believe her. But even now, standing so close to the mirror and the scar that it contained, however poorly, he could feel it. The raging storm of the light, burning to escape. Filling him with uncontrollable power that lurked just under his flesh. Made of light. Was this why all his caretakers were so hard on him? All but one. They feared him, even as they tried to grow him into the tool they so desperately needed, a bridge between worlds. And when he failed, time and time again, they grew disgusted with him. Cast him off to the side, to focus on the other members in his cohort. Only pure luck had brought him all this way. Sen was right. If anyone could change fate, it would not be him. Lakis, Poyer said. Sen said that my fate is written. That I am destined to destroy everything. I have seen truth, Lakius said with such effortless certainty that Poyer almost believed her, no prophecy will ever contain you. And then, Kadam's voice cut back in, Poyer, we have to go. I'll find a way to reach you, but first I need to get back to Kaya. Why? Where are you? A damn overseer. But I can't stay here. The Emperor is, dangerous. More dangerous than I thought. Do not speak with him. And don't broadcast your location again. She paused and breathed and said slowly, don't let it get to you. This isn't your fault. I know. Poyer said, feeling a stab in his chest. A tightening dread. But it is my burden. There's no reason for us to be here anymore, Eel was saying. Sen is dead. Dying, Agrania interrupted. Dying. Whatever. She's not talking. And there's no way in hells I'm taking Poyer back to Seer. We have to go to Gayam. The four of them were sitting on a platform that the godling had made from the pyramid. The pyramid obeyed his thoughts as if they were commands, and Poyer had summoned this platform from the white metal itself. Now, they were looking down towards the nadir, towards the mirror and all those sparkling, maddening shapes that lurked and writhed just below the glass. This was a careful place. Agrania could feel that. Full of potential for great evil. Yet Agrania hadn't felt this light in such a long time. The godling had given her purpose, once more. Eel was asking questions, like he always did. The lacertain child, still in a state of shock, was quiet and had her arms wrapped around her legs. There would be no hope for Yarsai, or any of them, if anything happened to the godling. But there was still one thing she didn't understand. I don't understand, Agra cut in. Are you not a god? Are gods not immortal? No one is immortal, the godling said. Some of us live with biorejuvenation techniques, and a mix of implants. But you are, very old. I was frozen. It doesn't count. Agrania grunted, eyeing Poyer up and down, thoughtfully. Oh, no, Eel said when he caught her. I know what you're thinking. And we are not freezing him. Why not? But Poyer was shaking his head, too. We would need a cold chamber, and a lot of power. And it might attract the swarm. It's an option, but... You don't think it'll work, Agrania finished. I don't know what I am, Agrania. I don't know if the people who made me know what I am, either. It's growing. Now that I'm here, I can feel it inside of me. This thing is alive. Yes. And the mist, and the scar down there? All alive. Yes, the godling said. They sat in silence for a moment. Even Eel was mulling over these changes. There is good news, Eel said. Everyone looked at him. If he dies, all our problems are over. Right. Poyer stared at him, dumbfounded. Yarsai, too. Only Agrania cracked a smile. It was a joke, Eel said, never mind. I'm going to make food. Dinner. Breakfast. Come on, Yarsai. Gods, I would kill to know what time it is. Eel pushed himself up, and muttered about how sick he was of this never-ending day, here at the center of the world. Yarsai was like a drone, following him. A hollow shell. But she was young. Agrania hoped the small lacertain would find time to heal. Though I haven't. And my wounds must be far less than hers. All her people, dead. And what about the godling? What about his people? He looked so worried. His brow furrowed, as he focused on his energy on his own hands. To Agrania, they were still glowing. To sit this close to him, it felt different now. More. Agrania could feel the energy rolling off of him, the spirit of God. Or something. Yearning and reaching out with all the brightness of life. So bright. They were alone, their legs hanging off the edge of the platform. All that twisting light from the mirror crawling up the immense sides of the pyramid. Agrania, the godling asked. I would do it, if I could. If the cold chamber worked, I would put myself under. Forever. I would do it for them, he nodded at Eel who was crouched over their knapsacks, handing the last of their food to Yarsai. I would do it for you. Me. Agra was taken aback. I do not matter. I am no god. You might not be human, but you matter to me. You, and Eel, and Yarsai. Lakis, and Reich, and even Kadam. Sen was alive for thousands of years. Maybe I can, too. But everything is so big. And dark. And impossible. Then, Poyer turned to face Agrania. All that liquid armor rippled nervously and weaving over and under his clothes. Always moving. I don't want to kill anyone. He was asking her for something. Looking to her for her support. A god, asking her for her help. Why? Agrania looked over her shoulder. Eel was trying to get Yarsai to eat a strip of dried meat, but the lacertain child only held onto it. Almost unresponsive. Eel didn't stop trying. Beyond, in the slots and jagged angles of the metal blocks that made up the pyramid, a host of faces lurked at the corners of her vision. Some were dark and motionless, their eyes forever shut. Some were watching her, jeering at her in silent tongues. Some, she recognized from old battlefields. Could almost feel her knives sinking into their hearts. This is why, Agrania thought. Because I know death better than anyone else here. Godling. Agrania said. Poyer blinked up at her. His eyes, as brown as burnished clay, focused entirely on her. But for everything he looked like a child, she could not deny the overwhelming sense of energy, rolling off of him. As she could see the faces, she could feel it. Whatever lived inside him. And she knew she would never comprehend. But she could try. On Thras, Agrania continued, your Corvini friend saved me. Brought me back from the dead. But that was not why I followed him. He was mad, but he knew he was mad. And he believed in his madness. He believed in you. When you are dead, you cannot lose anything. So I followed him, because I wanted to see, if he was right. About what? About you. He said you were different from the gods of my home, all stone and marble and useless. He said you were real. Do you still believe that? You are no full-grown god. Anyone can see this. Look at how small you are, she nodded at his slender frame, half covered with the liquid armor. As someone who knows war, believe me, Poyer. You should be dead. On this planet, on Thras. 100 times over. But you are not. It is not all luck. What do you mean? Yours is a different kind of strength. One of the mind, she tapped him on the head, not too hard. I think your power may be beyond us all. Not Kadam. Nor Senior. Maybe, Agrania grunted. Maybe. Agrania stood up, stretching her muscles. And felt that Poyer's eyes still followed her. She smiled down at him, you may be small, and young, and, well, small, yet I will never doubt your will, Poyer. Growth takes time. More time than anyone wants it to take. But you are human. If you choose a new path, then the way will open for you. Eel was worried about Yarsai, and Agrania agreed. The lacertain child was shaking on and off, and uncharacteristically quiet. She's in shock, Eel said. But what could they do for her, here? I know people who can help her, Eel said to Agrania in private, back on Gaum. I don't think the godling will want to leave. Not yet. I know, it's just. He didn't have to finish his sentence. Agrania understood. This was a place of the gods. A wrong place for mortals like them. In every moment of silence, the voices whispered loud and clear. Agra kept her eyes peeled for any sign of Sen, but she saw nothing in the flowing clouds of mist and all that brightness. And then, there was Yarsai. When she did speak, the lacertain child only said, he isn't done. He has more to do. Agra thought Yarsai was talking about all those memories stuck in that device, implanted in her neck. What did she see? But they could not press her. The child was so close, already, to breaking. There was no night, so they slept in the light. As they bedded down, Eel rolled over and whispered to Agrania. Starting to think I'm not cut out for this. Oh. You know, I think we had it easier in that prison on Thras. Agrania grunted, you wouldn't have lasted another week. They really hated me, didn't they? Agrania snorted. You're right, Eel said. But this, I don't know about this. The godling. Would you have come, if you had known what he is? Would you have come, knowing what you were getting into? Eel. I was lost before I met you. Eel crooked his beak to the side, raising an eyebrow at her. And now? Still lost, Agrania put her hands behind her head, stretching and letting out a satisfied sigh, but I am also alive. Good, he said. Good. Eel turned over, and made himself snug in his own gear. Muttering to himself about how is anyone supposed to sleep with all this damn light? Minutes later, all she could hear was his gentle snoring. And, despite the faces and their laughter and the light, Agrania dozed off, too. She was awoken by a buzzing sound, surging over the thrum of the mirror. Agrania's eyes shot open. It's coming, Poyer said breathlessly. His hand was outstretched. His finger, pointed up. High above, at the zenith of the inverted pyramid, far beyond the rim, there was a shape the size of a mountain. Its half-shredded body fell toward the pyramid, debris rattling and tearing off its metal bulk. The mountain construct had followed them. And it was not alone. 143, the God Machine. Once, on the field of Sums just outside Seir, Agrania witnessed a full army preparing to invade. Consul Dioch at the back, driving a full third of Seir's soldiers toward the gate. Thousands of helmets, gleaming in the sun. An army to conquer a planet. Now, a fleet of drones that dwarfed that army hurtled through the air, aimed at her. They rattled and screeched and crashed into each other, joints scraping shield plates, wires and tethers getting caught in their neighbors' manipulators as they battled each other in the race down to the pyramid. To the nadir, Agrania thought. To the human. The sky above was a background of beams, overlaid with thousands of glowing eyes and metal bodies. And high above, the mountain construct watched. To be honest, the sounds did her good. Her heart pounded in her ears, drowning out the voices. And her eyes narrowed on the machines, so that she could not tell if the faces were there at all. This was peace. This was purpose. One drone left the sea of metal, and dared to dip below the rim of the pyramid. A flash of light, like silent lightning, lit up the pyramid's slopes. And the drone's tentacles stopped their twisting, turning dance. Its thrusters shut off, and all at once it transformed from a living thing, hell-bent on her destruction, into a lifeless chunk of metal. More flashing. More drones, going lifeless and still. But they were still in free fall. Even as the mountain construct shifted, bidding its drone fleet to return, the ones that were already caught by the pyramid's deathly light made a deathly hail. They smacked into the slopes of the pyramid, inadvertently exploding into shrapnel that sliced down towards the nadir of the pyramid. A wedge of a drone's underbelly tumbled down the slope, gathering speed until it was moving as fast as a cannonball. Streams of liquid metal surged from Agrania's body, and speared out in a slant, deflecting the wedge before Agrania could even bring her arms up to cover herself. Oh, she grunted to the metal. Thanks. The mountain construct shifted its position, until its weight loomed over the center of the pyramid, high above the rim. It waited, while thousands of drones moved into position around it until they filled the sky above, a mesh of rust and metal and shining lights. To Poyer, Agrania said, "Can you help me get up there?" Poyer nodded. And one of the plates that formed the slope of the pyramid extended itself out with a heavy thwack that echoed across the pyramid, offering itself as a kind of step for Agrania. Then another, and another, until hundreds of hard thwacks echoed all the way up to the rim of the pyramid. Agra. Eel started to say. Avian, Agrania said, protect the godling. She did not wait for his response. The Kiran soldier leaped up the first step, trailing tendrils of silver armor behind her. Even gravity could not hold her. This close to the center of the planet, gravity's grip was weak, so that each step vaulted her 10 feet higher up the pyramid's slope. The sky changed. Gaps formed in the mass of drones above, like a school of fish opening for some sea predator. Then, she saw why. 3 large machines floated like sharks among the minnows. They were taller than they were long, and something extended outward from their head, a slowly growing shield made of thin, interlocking plates, creating 3 distinct shadows on the pyramid's slopes. Like umbrellas, Agrania thought. Those looked new. Each one was tipped with a bright, pointed tip. Smooth and rounded like the head of a rock pick. They did not move. The mass of drones jostled and wrestled against each other, miles of clattering machines squeezed together, floating on their own gravity. The mountain construct was up there somewhere. And the longer the machines waited, the more time she had to reach it. So, she kept climbing. Heedless of the thousands of eyes above. But the eyes were not on her. They were at the nadir. The drones did not consider her presence, as if she was nothing but a gnat to them. Then, as if by some invisible signal, the 3 umbrella drones began to glow. Agrania could see, but did not understand that their thrusters were priming. Not until the 3 huge drones dropped. Agrania barely had time to look as they shot past her. A wind knocked her flat against the slope. And an ear-shattering crunch that sent shockwaves rolling through the pyramid, knocking her off her step. She caught the ledge, and held herself. And chanced to look down. The 3 drones were embedded in huge sheets of metal. Somehow, Poyer had pulled sheets as large as a Kiran temple down the pyramid, so that they formed a layer over the mirror and the nadir. The tips of the drones pierced through. One of those tips was now embedded in the mirror, and cracked the glass, and plumes of mist rose from the mirror. But the godling was still alive. She saw his shining armor, and Eelha's black feathers, and that small shape was the lacertin, almost blending in with the metal. They hid under the protection of Poyer's metal shields. Then, the sky changed. And the drones began their siege. They threw themselves down the inverted pyramid, moving in great waves. Flashes of light raged across the metal slopes, strobing the drones and killing them, but at the speed they fell it didn't make much difference. They smashed against the slopes, exploding into pieces and filling the air with machine shrapnel. They smashed against the sheets of metal Poyer had conjured, and they smashed through the gaps. Poyer threw his hands in a circle, as if directing the sheets of metal, but they would only stretch their segmented bodies so far. The mountain construct hovered above the rim, opening up its outer layers and pouring drones from its mechanical guts down into the temple. Drones rained down on the pyramid, a barrage of artillery walking up and down the high slopes. Each hit made the metal shake and ring out. And all the while, the light from the mirror flickered wildly as shadows raced through its unnatural depths, brought to the edge of this world by the crack in the glass. Agrania held out her hands, and uttered a word, blades. Twin metal serpents rolled down her forearms and formed into 2 broad blades, each as long as her arm. She leaped. Running, dodging, jumping, cleaving through falling debris. And when she failed, the armor saved her. How many times did she whisper thank you to the liquid metal wrapped around her wrists? This was how Agrania climbed. Eelha made sure Poyer and Yarsai were safe first. The lacertin was kneeling in front of the cracked mirror, whispering and waving her hands over it. Poyer was standing behind her, frowning at the crack. You two all right? Eelha asked. Poyer turned his frown on him. You need to go after her. I have to keep you safe. The bulk of a drone's body bounced on the slope nearest them, sending a screaming chunk of metal sailing towards them and the mirror. Poyer flicked a nod, and tons of metal twisted in a wall around them, deflecting the dead drone. You need to go after her, Poyer said again. Through the break in the metal, Eelha could see the shining heights of the pyramid. There was Agrania leaping and dodging across dead drones. But not all of the drones that fell into the pyramid's maw were dead. One survived, somehow. It lashed out at Agrania, its long reticulated tentacles biting at her arms. A flash of chrome, as the liquid armor reacted. It shot off Agra's arm, and jumped into the drone, and slipped back out. The drone fell, lifeless. And Agrania kept running, her blades held out. Eelha had seen her fight before, but never like this. She danced as she climbed, and the drones failed to dance with her. Cloven machines rattled and skittered and scraped down the slopes. But Agrania was alone. And the drones kept coming. Down here, at the bottom of the pyramid, Eelha was next to useless. He couldn't tear his eyes away from Agrania. Every blow the drones struck against her, he felt should be directed at him. A hand, soft and warm, touched the feathers on his arm. She needs your help, Poyer said. What about you? And Yarsai? I'll keep her safe. Eelha ran his fingers through his crown feathers. If anything happens to him. What about Agrania? The whole universe. What about Agrania? Poyer tugged on his arm, forcing him to meet his gaze. You can't help me here, Poyer said. Eelha's heart sank, because he knew it was true. Eelha was out of his depth, and the fledge? The fledge was beyond his reach. Then, there was no reason not to go. Fine, Eelha said, lifting his wings. And don't even think about dying. I'm warning you. He thrust his black wings to the ground, and thrust himself up into the air. A drone screamed past him, and he pulled his wings in and dove just in time to avoid getting clipped by its limp tentacles, stretched out behind it like some rotten medusa. After that, it was easier to dodge the rest. But then, they weren't aiming for him. Agrania was atop the rim of the pyramid when Eelha caught up with her. Eelha could read her thoughts in her posture. She was squatting down, thinking about lunging at one of the drones and trying to what, wrestle it into submission? Ride it the rest of the way? Hells, Eelha thought. She might even be able to do it. But the mountain construct was watching them. It hovered 100 feet above, a huge, grey body riddled with rust and gashed open by its own machines. Mechanical parts dangled from tethers, hanging out of the mountain construct's ripped underside like innards of some great beast. Electric arcs crackled out from its insides, spidering across the floating web of drones. Eelha tried to shout at her, but his own crowing voice was drowned out in the rattle and screech of the drones, throwing themselves down into the pyramid. He didn't see the drone that had snuck up from behind. But Agrania did. She speared it with her blade, right its main eye sensor. Then, she kicked it off her blade, and let it tumble down the sloping sides of the pyramid. She pointed her blade up at the mountain construct. Eel nodded. Agra slapped her shoulder, and Eel jumped, grabbing her shoulders with both feet, curling his talons into the fabric of her clothing. He heaved his wings down, and though the Kirin was heavy, God's damned heavy, Eel held nothing back. His arms burned, his shoulders strained, his chest went tight with every gust of his wings. They climbed. He brought them to a hole in the mountain construct's hull, one that gaped so large a dirigible could easily float through. There were still drones crawling out of its innards, though some had been crushed and were barely moving, while the others only had eyes for the nadir. Still, Eel took extra care to stay out of their paths. Though it did not move, the gap seemed to open wider as they flew closer. Becoming impossibly immense, a shape that dwarfed the world as they sailed into its depths. He could see now that the hull was not one solid mass of metal, but hundreds of layers with a network of fibers running between. Small, crab-like creatures, or were those constructs too, no larger than Eel's metal hand, crawled in and out of the layers of the hull, creating sparks with their claws. And there was a set of gaseous outtake pipes, large enough to swallow the hanging palace. They were freestanding now that the hull had been ripped away, and they belched invisible fumes that made the air waver. Eel steered away from these, too, as he brought them into the gap of the mountain construct's hull. Eel and Agrania flew into the enormous gap. When they passed the outer layer, the rattling of the drones went suddenly quiet as a new sound echoed in the bowels of this great machine. A shuddering, revving sound that Eel could feel more than hear. Agrania shouted, "Throw me!" She was pointing at some loose piece of framework. It looked sturdy enough, and his arms burned with effort. So, Eel threw her. She sailed, her arms outstretched, her blades angled to pierce down into anything. Her face, a steely mask of concentration. Where had all her fear gone? There was nothing below them, but the bottom of the pyramid, too many wingspans below. Agrania caught against the side of the framework, her blades sinking into the metal. But he couldn't watch her climb. From across the gap, a drone was glaring at her. Its body was slightly crumpled, and a piece of its armor was shredded into a long fang. It lifted from its perch, and began to drift toward Agrania, a predator circling its prey. She couldn't climb and fight at the same time. Eel had to stop it. He flew in front of the machine, swiping his talons at its eye sensors. The talons scraped off, without hurting it. Two tentacles whipped from behind the drone, fast enough to break Eel's neck, but he was already underneath the construct, trying to wrestle a plate of its armor. It wouldn't come loose. Another tentacle, this one grazed him and sent him spiraling down. Eel caught himself, and looked up. The drone had retrained its sights on Agrania. Eel loosed a screeching warcry, and threw himself at the drone, knocking it off its course. Tentacles lashed at him, hammering against the drone's own body as he ducked and slid out of the way. Now, it's angry, he smiled to himself, right before a tentacle smashed between his legs, narrowly missing him. Eel croaked, and sprang away from the drone's body, flying away from Agrania. And the drone chased him. He headed straight for the wall. Specifically, the part of the wall where the hull had shorn loose, leaving enormous jagged teeth of metal rising up the interior. He flew faster, staring straight ahead. Waiting until he could see the pointed tip of the nearest tooth. And swooped up. The drone impaled itself with a wrenching crunch. "Ha!" Eel shouted. Then, something clapped the wind from his lungs and threw him out into empty air. Gasping for breath, he struggled to right himself as he fell, coughed, heaved for air, and kept falling. He looked up to see what had hit him. 100 black specks, glowing, stared back at him. Eel did not wait for the drones to make a decision. He started to fly up, back into the mountain construct, when a deep, rumbling groan rang out like the blast of some ancient horn. Something huge clunked high above, and a chunk of machinery, glowing and sputtering with a blue light, dislodged and began to tumble through the gap of the mountain. More chunks followed, machine systems as large as buildings dropped from the bowels of the construct. More gaps formed in the armor as its interior structures collapsed, and the stress was too great for the metal to bear. The mountain construct began to sink. She did it. Something so huge should not fall so quietly, and yet, watching the walls sink silently around him made Eel felt as though he had gone deaf. Then, the rumble grew. The world began to fall. If Eel didn't leave, he would fall with it. And then, when it crashed into the pyramid, he would be crushed with it. What about Agrania? Eel looked up. 100 drones stared back at him. There was no question. He made his body a spear, and flung his wings down, shooting himself up into the falling body of the mountain construct. He flew with every muscle in his body, until he burned all over. He threw himself at the drones, fainted low, went high, and felt a machine appendage graze his tail feathers as he slipped past. He did not look back. There was the exhaust pipe, and there were the gouges in the walls where her blades climbed. Eel found the trail of dead machines she left in her wake. Found her, at the end of that trail, lying on the precipice of some metal scaffolding that, apparently, once held up a complex machine organ made of cables and wiring. The organ was missing, leaving only shredded cables behind. A grainy Eel was panting heavily. Grease and burn marks ran down her side. And blood. Her right arm was hooked over her left shoulder, and already Eel could tell something was wrong. She didn't even try to sit up. Just turned her head, and said, "It's quiet." Eel rushed to her side, crowing softly over her. Her arm was gone, and whatever had taken it had also torn out a chunk of her side. He could see white ribs among too much dark flesh, and her leg was hanging by silver threads of liquid armor. Blood flowed over the chrome, even as the chrome tried to weave into her muscles. Eel was afraid to touch her. More afraid to let her die without being held. "It's okay," he said, nervous and trying not to shiver as he scooped her into his arms. Moments ago, he struggled to lift her with all his strength. Now, she was far too light. "Ags, it's going to be okay." Her eyes stared ahead at nothing. But there was a kind of peace on her face. The faces. They're quiet. Above, the shattering slam of metal on metal rained death upon them. "They're trying to kill me," Poyer thought idly. But it was a small thought. He knew he should care, but right now all he could think about was making sure Yarsai was safe. The Lacertan's eyes were squeezed shut. Her snout moved, showing her white fangs as she whispered ancient words to the mirror. "Gift us with your word. Lead us unto the undefiled path. Oh, Sen, who made the world to move," and a deep groan carved all sound out of the air, so that Poyer could only hear the low, moaning rumble of metal. A heavy, empty sound. He dared to impulse the shields to crack open, so he could see the mountain construct beginning to fall. "Yarsai," he said. She was whispering her prayers faster now, too loud for her to hear him. Poyer was about to call her name again when he realized he didn't know what he would say. Should we run? They couldn't. There was nowhere to go. The plates that Poyer had summoned off the pyramid were slatted together, forming a crude shelter over the mirror. He could only hope that when the mountain fell, it would not crush them. If the mirror breaks. He couldn't allow that, either. But if it does? He knew he shouldn't, but he almost felt like laughing. If the mountain crushed the mirror, or him, or whatever, it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The thought was freeing, in a way, and Poyer allowed himself a slight smile as he shook his head. Madness. Every step of the way has led to this insanity. But all he could do was wait. It's enough, he told himself. It has to be. An avian screech pulled Poyer's attention up. Eelha's black, winged silhouette dropped out of the mountain construct's hull. The Corvini carried something limp and red in his talons. He flew fast, but the mountain construct was gaining speed as it fell. The machine filled the sky above with its bulk, twisting and rolling like some city-sized iceberg made of metal, calving and shedding pieces of itself as it sank toward Poyer. When it dipped below the rim, Poyer slammed his eyes shut. The pyramid flashed with a light so blinding, Poyer could still see its shadow with his eyes closed. And when he opened them, he saw the great machine tearing itself open. Sloughing off its outer shell, discarding plates of armor and hull and inner workings like a flower sheds its rotten petals. What remained was a long, almost mechanical slug-like, whose tail twisted up as it fell. The tail was covered in thousands of long spines, whose tips began to glow with a sizzling light. Poyer reacted automatically, throwing his hands up, impulsing the makeshift metal shields form into a wall between him and the mountain construct. The air hissed with the gathering of energy, followed by the ear-piercing scream of a direct beam. Poyer felt the very air burn as the construct's beam burrowed into his metal shields. The beam stopped. Molten metal dripped down the sides of the shield, steaming as it cooled. Another hiss seemed to suck all the oxygen out of the air. Singing it, until the smell of burning compounds brought tears to Poyer's eyes. Another deafening blast. This time, the shields would not hold. This time, he could only hope that his liquid armor might save him. Poyer could not see it. It happened too fast. At the very moment the construct's beam burned through his makeshift shield wall, a column of light shot out of the mirror. It caught the beam of pure energy, freezing all the molecules not only in place, but also in time. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Expecting to see death. The column pierced the construct's slug-like body, spearing it through the middle, so that it could not move. The rattling of drones ceased. The hiss of energy died out. The groaning of the pyramid being gouged by machines went quiet. All he could hear was Yarsai's whispered prayers. And he smelled a scent neither sweet, nor burning that reminded him of home. He turned around to see Yarsai wreathed in the mist that leaked from the mirror. She was talking to someone, or at someone. "Thank you, oh, thank you, most merciful God." Sen? Poyer thought. She's alive? And somehow, she had answered the young Lacertan's prayers. How did you know? Poyer asked. How did you know she would listen? Yarsai touched the back of her neck. I not know, she said quietly. I hope. A metallic scraping noise filled the air. Poyer looked up, to see the mountain construct wriggling on its spear of light. It was turning in ways the machine wasn't meant to turn, tearing itself in half. The pinpricks of light on its weapon antennae strobed on and off, slicing through its own skeleton in an attempt to free itself. Pieces of its superstructure sheared against their own weight, dumping a new barrage of machine parts down on the nadir. Eel was in their path. Flying toward Poyer, but not fast enough. Poyer shouted, get out of the way, but his voice was lost in the rising cacophony of the mountain wrenching itself free. A dozen more spears of light shot up from the mirror. Poyer grabbed Yarsai by the arm, and pulled her away so the light wouldn't touch her and kill her. Above, Eel dove and weaved around the newborn spears. His wings folding in to dodge the construct's exposed joists and girders bursting out of its body. What was left of the living mountain began to fall. It rolled in the sky, and Poyer caught a brief glimpse of its innards. Folded weaponry, hidden in layers of porous metal. Tubes that looked like magnetic cannons pushed through as the layers of outer shells peeled away. As it fell, the mountain construct began to unload. A thunderous everything. A kinetic shell whistled overhead, and slapped into the side of the pyramid. Poyer heard the sound a second after impact, a crack so loud he felt it in the bones of his jaw. The only solace was that it could not direct its fire. The lower half of the pyramid filled with kinetic rounds that boomed and shook the ground. Poyer pulled his arms over himself, and impulsed the metal of the pyramid to protect both of them. To form a geometric cocoon around the mirror. But the pyramid threw an error. Something about structural integrity being at risk. Override, he thought. And a prompt he did not expect flew into his mind? Dedicated resources do not exist. Throne may collapse. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Poyer hesitated. Another shell, this time it bounced off the remains of his makeshift shield. Poyer's armor leaped out to grab the shrapnel. A piece of his armor was torn off. He was about to impulse one more command, when Yarsai yanked his arm. Her eyes were wide and in the whites of her eyes he could see, himself. You look, she said. You bright like sun. She lifted his arm for him, so that he could see his own skin, his bones, the striations of his muscles. Glowing. The outlines of veins glittered as they coursed through his body. Filled with a bright, grey light. The mountain construct crashed to the bottom of the pyramid with a boom. It rattled and screeched down the last slope of the pyramid, rolling and thundering and screaming as it slowed to a stop against the tattered remains of Poyer's makeshift shield. Then, there was only the empty whine as the mountain construct made an effort to heave its body. But its body would not move. Rings that connected the segments of its body began to rotate. The mountain turned its bulk, snapping its own internal supports as it did, bursting more girders out of its hull in an effort to face Poyer. A head-like protuberance, far too small for its body, extended out. It was covered with thousands of sensors for every kind of light and motion and vibration. More devices jutted out from its face, like the shaggy growths of some forest monster, growing asymmetrically around its head. All focused on Poyer. Cannons bristled on its shell, and the remnants of weapon antennae began to crackle with renewed energy. Yet, there was no fear. Only. The mist crawled over the ground. It slid up his ankles, winding its way around his legs. His silver-covered torso, and his arms. He breathed it in. Divine One. Yarsai whispered. There was no fear, and without it, Poyer discovered that he was strong. It was right to do this. It must be, because he could feel it in the core of his body, and beyond in some other existence where it poured out of some yawning emptiness, as endless as the space beyond the stars. Divine One, Yarsai begged. Please, come back. But how could he? If he ran, how could he protect her or any of them? Poyer sent an impulse to his armor. It rolled over him, peeling away from his back to reinforce his front, so he could face the mountain head-on. He took another step. The ruined, steaming remains of the mountain construct little more than a giant hunk of tangled metal and wires, stuck through with enormous spikes and turrets snapped and half glared at him. As he approached, hatches along its body opened with the hiss of cold gas that mingling with the storm of light that raged below them. Barrels of weapons that Poyer had only ever seen in virtual sims peered down at him, the glint of light on those cold, thoughtless barrels. They began to spin. The antennae surged. Fledge. High above, Eel shouted, run. So, he did. Poyer sent an impulse into the pyramid, and one of its segments threw itself up, launching Poyer into the air. At the same time, the mountain fired its beam, a white-hot lance of pure energy that singed the air but missed. The cannons fired next, but Poyer flew through the air, and landed underneath their range. He rolled and tumbled and impulsing the armor to help him rise to his feet. It hardened at his joints, and pushed. And then, Poyer was standing underneath the mountain's sensor array. Its weapons struggled impotently against their structures, unable to fix on him. Poyer reached up. The mountain's head tried to pull back, but it had nowhere to go. Its own body was too heavy. It tried to push itself away, shuddered, and sagged back down. Poyer brushed his fingers across the mountain's face. Instead of the cold smoothness of metal, he felt a different sensation. Like a man who has wandered for days without water, and touches his lips to a cold mountain stream. Only, instead of days, this sensation was backed by millions of years of desperate yearning. A violent torrent of energy ripped out of Poyer. Vicious patterns of something like lightning, but too ordered and symmetrical, leaped from his outstretched hand and chained him to the mountain. He tried to pull back, heaved with his whole body, but the force gripped him even as it raced up the mountain's hull. Fractal lightning erupted from his hand, carving streaks through the air, each bolt a perfect image of the other. He felt it in his fingertips, and his palm, a chilling rush colder than ice. Black, glittering veins began to open up on the mountain construct's hull. Metal and carbon and plastic and alloy and the particles in the air itself changed, crystallized, crumbled like ash in the wind. Poyer's arm was shaking uncontrollably, and he gripped it with free hand, until every muscle in his body fought back. The veins grew deeper, wider, and crawled over the mountain's body, consuming its hull, its shields, its innards. And when it came to the base of the machine, it did not stop. The veins grew out into the metal of the pyramid upon which the construct rested. The veins formed more slowly there, but still, they grew. A stinging, awful scent filled the air, and as Poyer inhaled it, he felt the emptiness inside him expand. Dust filled the air. That black, glittering ash, drifting and swirling, seeking new places to alight. No, Poyer thought. Poyer impulsed the thought, like he would any other, no. The dust was drawn to him, too. It swirled and swarmed in a vortex around his being, spinning faster and wider. There was Yarsai, her eyes wide as she backed away to slowly. No. Poyer screamed through gritted teeth, using all of his strength to bring it back within him. Impulsing. Fighting. Focus, a voice from the past said. Focus on one thing, and one thing only. Focus, and breathe. He wanted to do anything but breathe. All that dust was waiting for him, yearning to gather on him, to grow that frozen death that lived inside him. But his caretaker was right. She had always been right. And he would not fail to listen to her again. Poyer focused on a single word, no. And he breathed in, one long, powerful, endless breath. You will not change this, he thought. This is my universe. The dust rushed to him, and he choked on it, but he refused to let go of the thought. Refused to stop breathing, even as his lungs filled with this unutterable death. The fractal lightning crackled from his hand snapped inward, like a thousand-headed beast slamming into his chest. It slammed him back, knocking him to the ground. All at once, the dust fell, inert. When Poyer opened his eyes, Yarsai was standing over him. Her claws curled to her chest in worry. Overhead, the mountain construct loomed. Its body was half devoured, like some diseased mouth had bitten a chunk out of its body. The head was mostly gone, eaten away by that black, glittering disease. There was something behind it, some apparatus suspended by hundreds of wires. A core. An enormous one, almost as large as Poyer. Part of the core had been chewed away by the lightning. A white, sparkling mist poured out, and though the interior still glowed, the light was dim. Tubes that had been hooked into the core now hung uselessly, dripping some dark liquid. And inside, buried beneath a micromesh, protected in layers of thin, translucent coating, sat something wet and pink. A brain. One that looked far too human. 144, together and alone. Black rust covered the mountain construct, but whatever disease had killed the machine was satisfied for the moment. The mountain was dead, and the rust ate no more. Poyer was leaning down to touch something wet and bloody and black on the ground. Before he could touch it, the blackness crystallized over the pink tissue, and turned it into ash. Ilha saw Poyer's disappointment, but the fledgling human was focused on the wrong thing. Help her. Ilha descended to Poyer, and laid a grainy Ilha's broken form in the shadow of the broken mountain. Blood ran rivers through Ilha's talons, staining his feet dark with her blood. She would not survive. It was not possible. But he needed Poyer to try. Ilha's heart thundered in his ears, louder than his thoughts. Louder than the shallow sound of a grainy Ilha's breath. I can't lose her. I won't. Not her, nor Poyer. Nor Yarsai. Nor. The human was saying something. He had his hands out and he was touching a grainy Ilha, and Ilha was losing his mind because Poyer was moving so slow. Couldn't he see? Agra was dying. And Poyer was just standing there. If they didn't do something, if Poyer didn't do something. All the liquid metal streamed up Poyer's arms, and flooded over the Kirin. Cold as ice, it slid and pooled under her scales, and into the shredded remains of her left half. Wet chrome covered the bones sticking out of her shoulder, and capped the stump of her leg. It did not stop, until she was completely encapsulated in the armor. Eilha's eyes were wide, and he made short, sharp breaths. He couldn't take his hands of Agrania, though now all he could feel was the cold touch of metal. With the smooth metal covering her eyes, she looked nothing like herself. Only a broken statue, made of metal. Eilha's chest was tight, and made it hard to keep breathing, and it felt like none of this was real. How could this be real? The fledgling human put his hand on Eilha's arm, and something about the warmth of Poir's fingers brought Eilha back down to this world. To this moment. This armor. Will it? Eilha started to ask, but he did not want to finish. You need to bring her to the cauldron, Poir said. She will last. The armor will keep her safe, until the doctor can give her nanite. It's the best we can do. The half-statue of Agrania was hard and unyielding to his touch, just like real metal. Only this metal was in the process of saving her life. It should not be possible. A miracle, Eilha thought. I am holding a miracle. Poir said, Eilha. Listen to me. The armor can't keep her safe forever. There are 4 gates at the top of the pyramid. 1 at each corner. I can make them work from down here. From down here. You need to bring her to the cauldron. The doctor should have nanite. It's the best we can do. Wait, Eilha said, unconsciously tightening his grip on Agrania. Are you saying you want to stay here? Fledge, I'm not leaving you. You're coming with us. No. Who knew a single word could so easily make Eilha's heart stop? Why? Eilha asked. What could possibly make you think you should stay here? The human's lips trembled, but he said nothing. But there was that look in the human's eyes. Eilha had seen it twice before. Had been wrong about it, twice before. This time, he learned. You know something, Eilha said. You think you figured it out? Poir nodded, even as his mouth twisted with grief. How expressive, those human faces were. How much emotion they could show, with so little effort. Fledge. I am the only one who must stay, Eilha. And I am the only one who can stop this. Fledge. I know how to save them. I have to stay. I can save everyone. Fledge, Eilha said. Will you shut up and let me say goodbye? Poir recoiled, as if Eilha had just slammed a fist into his gut. And when he did manage to speak, his voice was weak. Goodbye. How long have I been watching you, Fledge? Sometimes, you think you know better than the rest of us. That's why Lakey's told me to guard you, at all times. But now, I can tell that you know something the rest of us couldn't possibly understand. Eilha breathed in deep through his nares, and looked down at Agrania's body frozen on the ground. I don't know what the future holds. I barely understand what's going on here. But if you say I must go and if you say you must stay, then I will go. And you will stay. I trust you. You don't even know what I'm going to do. What if I'm making a really bad decision? Eilha smirked, only a little. The fact that you're asking that now proves that you know what you're doing. This, he looked up the slopes of the pyramid, to the hollow world above, this is your world. And we are only visitors. If I thought you were lost, Fledge. But no. You are the only one who isn't. So, Eilha swallowed, hard. Blinked away the pain in his eyes. This is goodbye. Don't say that. Why not? Poir's chin quivered, as he fought back the tears that threatened to spill over. The sight of Poir, standing there, overwhelmed with the same awful joy and bright sadness that Eilha felt clawing in his throat, made something crack in the corvanie. He blew out a low caw, and said, all right. Not goodbye, then. How about, until we meet again? Poir broke into a smile. Then, he rushed forward and threw his arms around Eilha. When did he get so strong? Eilha wondered, as he laughed and struggled to breathe and embraced Poir back. I could have wished, Poir said, for no better friend. Gods, Eilha thought, sniffed back the tears that were threatening to fall. Then, they were apart. Poir was saying how little time there was. And Eilha asked, what are you going to do? I'm going to try to talk to Sen. I need to ask her one last thing. If she's still alive. And if not. Kadam is coming. You trust her? Poir shook his head. I don't know. I think we're on the same side. I think Lakey's helped her see what she was too stuck to see. There was a sound, as Yarsai crept over to them. Her claws scraped on the metal of the pyramid, as she knelt beside Agrania's cold body. The Lacertan put her hands on Agrania, and Eilha was about to tell her to leave the Kirin alone, when he realized the child was only praying. Giving her thanks. The Lacertan's face was grim, but she shed not a tear. Time is short, Poir said, pulling Eilha's attention back. For her. Are you sure there's nothing I can do to help? This is beyond you, Eilha, Poir said. And what about you? Are you sure you'll be fine on your own? Poyer was silent. Ilha could see him wavering. All that resolve, that confidence in his purpose already starting to crumble. Tell me something, Poyer. Tell you what? Are you really a god? Ilha. No, it's your turn to listen. Remember the first time we spoke? Ilha said, I didn't know what the hells you were. But since we've been together, I've made up my mind. Now, I'm asking for you. My people think that the gods were all powerful. The Kirans don't know whether to worship the gods or fear them. But me? I think a god is someone who gets to choose. That's it. And if you get to choose, Poyer, if you are a god, then I know everything is going to be okay. I was lost for so damn long, until I found you. You are the reason I'm alive. You're the reason I am me again. All because of your choice. So, if you are a god, if you get to choose, everything will be all right. Poyer's mouth worked at the empty air, unable to respond. For a moment, perhaps a moment too long, they stared at each other. Then, Poyers dropped his head. And gave no answer. Instead, Poyer nodded at Agrania. When she wakes? You're certain she will? The Nonite will work on her. She's strong. Damn right she is, Ilha said, though he felt knots in his chest as he spoke it. Tell her she was always worthy. It was the world that needed to be worthy of her. I'll tell her. And the hatchling? Ilha nodded at Yarsai, who was still kneeling over Agrania, her eyes squeezed shut, her tiny lacerdan claws clasped in prayer as she whispered to herself. Poyer kneeled next to her, and whispered something to her. Ilha strained to hear them both. Is this all? Yarsai asked. I wait for so long, only for this. I had a caretaker once, Poyer said. Who loved me. When I was your age, I used to ask the same thing. Do you know what she told me? What? Yarsai whispered, breathlessly awaiting Poyer's answer. She said that there will always be more for those who want. Always. And Ilha watched Poyer pull something off his neck, that little, ancient relic from his past. He had called it a, what again? A switch? With some strange lettering written on it. There is a prayer written on this, Poyer said to Yarsai, as he looped the twine around her neck. She bowed her head, and took it so solemnly. A word of power. Override. It's for those times when you know that destiny is wrong. And you need to make a change. Her claws wrapped around the token. Her fingers, trembling. She grabbed it with both hands, and bowed before Poyer. Ilha bent down to scoop up Agrania, and parts of the metallic liquid stuck to him, making it easier to carry the Kiran's body. Before they left, Poyer handed Ilha something else. And they began the long trek up the side of the pyramid, toward the gate that would take Ilha home. The grid was working only a few weeks ago. No, it must have been months since they'd come to Sen's planet. But the grid wouldn't connect. Poyer knew his home code. He had seen it so many times before. Maybe I could try a direct connection. He plugged in the code, expecting it to throw 1,000 errors. Kaya is far, it should be out of reach of these gates. Instead, it locked in. One of the pyramid's gates began to power up. How? Perhaps Sen had altered these gates in particular. Poyer shrugged. Perhaps he would never know. His worries were drawn more to Agrania, anyway. The liquid armor was military grade, meaning it would do everything it could to preserve her. Just like it was supposed to preserve Marsim. Poyer wasn't sure if she would survive, but he lacked the heart to tell Ilha. In the moment, it felt more important to give Ilha some kind of hope to cling to, even if only for a moment. No, that wasn't true either. He was worried about Agrania, but that worry was pointless, and he clung to it only to avoid the truth of what must be done. What he must do. Alone. More than anything, Poyer wanted to go with them. He didn't care about his conclave, or going back to his old home. He wanted to go with them, with his friends. But his place was here. Salvation was here. And true salvation always requires sacrifice. That's what he told himself, while the tears streamed down his face. The gate made its keening sound, and Poyer thought he saw Ilha waving down at him, and he had to wipe his eyes before he waved back. And then, there was a flash of light, as the gate carried them away. Why me? He asked himself, for the 10,000th time. Why did it have to be me? When the Kirans first came to Gayam, they decimated Ilha's city. For the next 19 years, they shipped more Kirans through the gate, and Ilha could only watch as his people were forced from their homes, to live in the streets. Then came Poyer. And the Kirans burned it all down again. This time, the gate opened and Ilha found himself surrounded by a soaring cityscape that he did not recognize. A moment of panic. Did Poyer send us to the wrong planet? But no. There was the old tea shop he used to perch on, looking for likely targets. And there was the distinguished stoop that used to sell pipe leaf and papers. That row house, he had run a job there once and hid in someone's window. And these were the vines and heavy ferns and huge kapok trees that he knew so well. Only, now, the kapok trees were dwarfed by new, gleaming towers of not wood and thatch and clay bricks but enormous sea stone blocks, sturdy and made to last for centuries, laced with metal filigrees and pocketed by hundreds of balconies and roosts that soared into the air high above. Dozens of towers now steepled the mid-city, and new roofs on the row houses, and even the old temples shined brighter than ever. Once small residences, squeezed in between alleys or crumbling apartment blocks, now gleamed white and gold, dappled with so much greenery. Statues of avian royalty and of the gods lined the central vium. Where the figure of the human soldier once stood, there was now a metal-cast representation of a new human. Of Poyer. Laurels decorated his arms, his neck, and a whole garden of flowers lay at his feet, with bowls of incense casting fresh fragrances down the street. And Lowtown. What the hell's happened to Lowtown? Eil said. Yarsai tugged at his vest, her eyes wide with wonderment. You live like this? No, Eil croaked, I've never seen this. Last time I was here, Lowtown was half ash. And the other half was falling to pieces. They do good job, Yarsai said. Yeah, Eil said, drawing out the word, as if he could not believe his eyes. Even before the fires, Lowtown hadn't been pretty. A ramshackle maze of stack houses and narrow apartments that had no business supporting themselves. It wasn't uncommon to hear a collapse in the middle of the night, as a dozen makeshift roofs capsized under their own weight. Now, Lowtown was a green paradise. Even his oldest haunts were overhauled with stone and gold and metal, and glorious scalloped towers dotted the cityscape. A set of sea stone arches marched down from the cliffs toward the cleft, each one covered with a unique style of greenery or vines and winding flowers. One enormous tower was encircled by a ramp that wound up to a hanging garden, and are those waterfalls dripping off the roof? Aerial bridges and railed walkways crisscrossed through the city, connecting everything and anything above ground level. Eil spun in a slow circle, until he caught something he did recognize. The 7 towers still stood taller than all the rest, though now they were wrapped in swirling braces of gold, filigreed to look like vines climbing up their stony parapets. A clutch of Falker guards stomped down the vium, toward the gate, their armor gleaming in the afternoon light. They stopped short of the gate, and stared past Eil. He said. Instinctively, he thought about slinking away. Falker did not mix with lowborn, and historically, they very much did not mix with Eil. But before he could do anything, a shriek of rage parted the Falker. The queen pushed through, all the feathers of her crest and shoulders stuck up and shook with rage. It was as if she was wearing spiked armor, made of purest white and deepest brown. Eil swallowed hard. He dropped to a knee, and muttered for Yarsai to do the same. Eil of Lowtown, Queen Rika Virika shouted, you dare come back, after what you did. Yarsai huddled against him, trying to hide in his shadow. She whispered, is she going to eat us? Of course she's not going to eat us, Eil whispered. He didn't say that she might do much worse. You left, the queen said, without my permission. You left with the divine savior himself. You left. What do you have to say for yourself? Eil found that, suddenly, the air had grown too thick and hot to breathe. He shifted from one knee to the other, all his instincts screaming at him to run. But he had to help Agra. It didn't matter what the queen would do to him, he had to try. My queen. This Kiran has paid Aviankind and all Xenos a great service. She is in dire need of medical attention. Reich sang a command, and the Falker muscled into a circle around Ilhan Yarsai and the fallen Agrania. A Kiran. Reich hissed. And is this the godling's armor she wears? Eil dared to gaze up at Reich. Please. She needs nanite. Then, he thought better of it, and lowered himself all the way to the ground, please. I beg you. Eil's beak scraped against the cold metal of the gate. It bit into his limbs, and it made his joints ache to lay like this. But the silence that dragged on ached far more. Still, he resisted the urge to look up. Agrania need him. Whatever punishment, whatever pain was coming his way, he would accept. The queen spoke to her guards, take this one to the green doctor. No expense to be spared. Carefully, Reich warned as they hefted Agrania's strange, metal-covered body. 4 of them marched off, carrying Agrania frozen in repose, missing 2 of her limbs and, for all Eil knew, already dead. Then, Reich commanded the rest of her guards to leave us. They were alone. There were shoppers and travelers and other people in the streets, but they were alone. Get up, Reich said. Eil obeyed. Since when, Reich asked, does the listener of Lowtown beg for anything? I beg for her. Is she, Reich started to ask, and then stopped. Agrania saved my life. Then you two are not. No, Eil met her eyes. They shone with the fury of the sun. And, maybe, with something else. Agrania and I are blood now. She saved my life, and I saved hers. But we never. Perhaps Eel was imagining it, but he thought he saw lines of tension melt away from Rike's face. The queen was so close to him, he could smell her. Not just her perfume, but the soft scent of her feathers. He could see the curve of her shoulders, the crook of her neck. I have only ever, Eel started, and stopped. He could not say what was in his heart, because it could never be. You could have died, Rike said. But I did not. She was standing so close, their beaks almost touched. Every muscle in his body wanted to reach out and... No. We heard nothing, after you went to see her, Rike said. I worried about you. Every day. You? Eel asked. About me. She whispered, you left without a word. Here it came. She was the queen, and he had disobeyed her by leaving without her blessing. With Poyer, no less. What would she do to a traitor? Promise you won't ever do that again. I what? Promise. Eel swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He held her gaze, he breathed her in, and he made a promise. I will always come back. Rike slid her arms under Eel's, and sank into him. It felt like lightning was running through his veins, holding him in place. Too stunned to move, he just stood there, until her hand traveled up to the back of his neck, training an electric line up his spine. He put his arms around her, and pulled her in close. Despite the humid heat of the cauldron air, the warmth of her body felt right. Nothing more. Just right. They stood for a long moment, holding each other. Rike buried her beak in the feathers down his back, preening and squeezing and holding him as if she was afraid letting go would mean he would float away. But Eel wasn't going anywhere. Not if he could help it. I'm home. A small voice said, somewhere behind Eel. I guess she not eat us, then. They disentangled from each other, and turned to face Yarsai. Rike crouched down, her voice soft and friendly as she asked, and who might you be? And, wait. Where is Poyer? 145, sweeter than life. Eel refused rooms in the hanging palace, no matter how many times Rike offered. He wanted to near the doctor, in the leaning tower, so I'll know when Agra wakes up. Rike found herself wondering what, by all the divine, had happened since Eel left the cauldron, so many months ago. She prayed there would be time to ask, to talk, and to know. Rike knew it was a deeply selfish prayer. Perhaps she should instead pray for the well-being of her people, or of the Kiran soldiers' recovery, but she prayed it anyway. The queen strolled to the tower with Eel and his companion, a curious reptilian Xeno called Yarsai. Eel stared up at the new buildings, and the old repaired to be better than new, with wide-beaked awe. And this Yarsai seemed to have no fear of the city or its denizens, and down each street she pointed out some building or object or person, and asked, what is that? What are those? Why are they doing that? To Rike's surprise, Eel answered each and every question with the patience of a saint. Yes. Eel was changed. When Rike first met him, he was cynical and jaded, and grouchy. To say the least. Now, she couldn't help but smile as Yarsai interrupted his explanation with a dozen more questions, and Eel could only sigh, and start explaining anew. They crossed paths with a clutch of Gascals, the cauldron's own brightly colored reptilian Xenos, and suddenly Yarsai went still as a statue. Her eyes were wide, and Rike waited for her questions to come pouring out. But none came. Instead, Eel pulled Yarsai close, hugging her to his side. After that, the child was eerily quiet until they reached their room in the leaning tower. There, her chattering questions were a flood once more. At one point, she tried to ask if the pillows were food sacks, and before Eel could answer, she tore one open and started filling her mouth with feathers. Rike stifled a laugh at the face the hatchling made when she tried to chew. Rike stepped out into the hall, and asked a local guard to bring them food. When it arrived, Eel leaned over their table, laden with local butters and fruits and dried meats. I bet I can eat twice as much as you. Yarsai's answer was to spear an entire flank of salted pack dragon with a fork, and shove half of it into her mouth. By the end of the meal, there was no clear winner. Yarsai was clutching her belly, groaning loudly, and Rike had to carry her to the mattress. The Xeno fell asleep in her arms, where the Xeno curled into a ball and fell asleep. Eel was standing in the doorway behind Rike, a smile playing at the corners of his beak as he watched her tuck the hatchling in. She snores louder than a grainy Eel said. Then, the smile fell as a darkness passed over his features. He's worried about the Kiran. Worried she won't live. Rike walked to him, and took one of his hands. Come, let me show you my city. A humid breeze blew through the cauldron, gently ruffling its fingers through Eel's feathers as he gazed out over a city he couldn't recognize. It was like looking at an old painting, one he was so familiar with, except that the artist had come back to paint over the faded colors, and to add 1,000 more details. New cobblestones gleamed in the starlight, the crumbling facades of old buildings now clean and growing with new vines. Slanted houses and tired apartment blocks had been supplanted by lofty buildings that were so elegantly shaped, they looked like they might catch the breeze and glide away. The warm lights of aerial rigs dotted the sky, floating under new skyways and passing slowly around new, grasping towers. The aged character of his city was still here, but somehow it felt more alive than ever before. The changes of his home were only one reason for his distraction. Reich's arm was so close, her feathers grazing against his elbow. He knew he should move away, to give the queen the royal respect she deserved, but he wanted to say so many things to her. But these were the words that came out. How did you do all this? The other human. She built this. She gave us the power to change our world. These miraculous tools, these printers, the things she could do with them, Eelh. We are hatchlings, imitating a master. Kadam is truly divine. Poyer would have loved this, Eelh said. Why did he not come back? He said he had something he had to do. The more I learn about him, the less I know. Does that make any sense? Reich nodded. They are divine. The other human. Kadam. She changed her mind, while we were gone. Said she went to the Black Library, that the android opened her eyes. Poyer seemed to believe her, but she is different, Reich said. But Kadam has no malice in her heart. Nor lying treachery. If she says a thing, I would take it as the truth. Good. Eelh said. That's good. Down in the trees, insects rattled in gentle waves. Fountains that Eelh had never seen before splashed playfully, and were filled with the trilling of amphibious creatures. The two of them held onto the balcony, and Eelh could not help but notice how close her hand was to his. It felt like there was an electric current running through his fingers, eager to leap into hers. Not allowed. For someone as low-born as him to be this close to the queen, this was already against so many rules. I should move away. But Eelh found that his hand was stuck to the railing, and there was nothing he could do to move it. So, if Kadam didn't build all this, then who? We hired builders from the Mid-City, dreamers from Lowtown, and of course, the Reed Knights. They're so clever when it comes to making things work. They've taken to Kadam's gifts like eager fledglings take to the skies. It's incredible. It is. And so are you, Eelh thought. Only, he didn't think it. The words tumbled out of his beak before he could stop them. His throat closed up, and he dared not move a muscle. Hoping that she hadn't heard him. Staring straight ahead, as if through stillness he might make himself disappear, and avoid the burning embarrassment altogether. Reich set her eyes upon him, two golden pools, more wonderful than all the gifts of the gods. It sent a jolt of ecstatic fear through his gut, made his knees weak. He could not look away. Her beak was so close to his. I want to hear you say it again, Reich whispered. Say what? Eelh said, as dumb and blundering as a three-legged cargo construct. Your promise. Tell me you'll never leave again. Never. And if you must, promise you'll always come back. Always. She came closer, and he was drawn to her. Moving closer himself, until their beaks slid against one another. Hers, hooked and yellow as the sun, his, straight and black as night. Promise me. Never, Eelh said, and always. His arms were around her, before he could stop himself, and she sank into him. I want you, she said. And so did he. I love you, she said. And so did he. Her words walked warm shivers down his spine, and the heat of her breath cut the world into pieces. Because it could not be. I am a thief. I am a lowborn, a nothing. She is the queen of all avian kind. But he couldn't stop saying the things he felt, and her voice was honey to his ears, and breath in his lungs. Sweeter than life itself. How could he ever find the will to say no? But when she tugged on his hand, and whispered that there was another unoccupied bedroom she wanted to show him, Eelh found the very last of his strength. My queen, Eelh said, breathless with the agony of the truth. We can't. Eelh. It's against the law. I'm the queen. I make the laws. If Eelh could have blushed, he would have been as red as a robin. In a week, Eelh knew it was love. In 2, he knew it would last forever. But it did not matter how pure this truth was, not everyone was meant to know it. The two of them lay in her bed, in the highest chambers atop the hanging palace. Eelh had once lived in a roost smaller than this bed, let alone her room. They left the heavy drapes open, so the breeze could stir the white lace curtains and let the sunlight play across the sheets. Their legs were intertwined under silken sheets, hands clasped together, and their talons sliding against each other's. Reich's face filled Eelh's vision, so that there was nothing else in the world but her in her eyes. We cannot tell anyone, Reich said. Never. Maybe not never, Reich said, but this is not an easy thing to do. I do not know how it works in Lowtown, but this we must keep our meetings secret. Meetings. Eelh interjected, gesturing down at his lack of clothing. This is how you conduct your meetings. Yes, meetings, Reich said, a twinkle of mischief in her eyes. I thought thieves were supposed to be discreet. I thought you were the queen. You make the laws. And laws cannot flagrantly ignore the reality of the situation. I know what I want, Ilha. But there is history here. Ancient traditions. There is no point in wishing it was any other way. Though Ilha had already made up his mind, he let her keep talking, because he loved listening to her. The sound of her voice, the way she got so practical about anything that had to do with her rule, and her people. It may not make sense anymore, but everything began with a reason, Reich continued, you don't know the rules like I do. Nothing about this will be easy. Dangerous, even, if my political rivals catch wind of us. I love danger, Ilha said. She pulled back, blinking at him. Searching his face for flattery or falsehood. Ilha, this is serious. As am I, Ilha gently pressed his beak against hers, tell me what I must do to keep being with you, and I will do it. Reich breathed in, her chest heaving with emotion. And then, the queen threw her body at Ilha's, tackling him deeper into the sheets. He yelped playfully for help, calling to no one as she pulled him close. He laughed, until she whispered into his ear, a few words that made him shiver. Right now, the only thing you must do is what you did last night. Again? Ilha asked, feigning surprise. Again, she said, a deep longing in her voice. Ilha needed no further command. He slipped under the sheets and... Someone knocked on the door. My queen, a muffled voice, from some servant or messenger. Reich sighed, and said, my realm calls. I didn't hear anything, Ilha said from under the sheets. But Reich pulled him back up, saying, you're the most famous listener in the city. You hear everything. Reich slid her fingers up Ilha's beak, and then slid out of his embrace, and out of the bed. Ilha turned himself over to watch her walk. Reich shrugged off the thin slip she was wearing, and Ilha half wondered if she did it that way for his benefit. Then, her words finally struck him. Wait, Ilha said, I'm famous. Reich looked over her shoulder, smirking. I blame Horus. He tells your story to everyone who will listen. At banquets, political functions, every meeting. I saw him in the market, telling a merchant about the guardian of Lowtown. When I made him governor, he even tried to make a holy day in your honor. Ilha propped himself up on one elbow and watched her get dressed. A fine silk dress, red and gold, with open slots running down her arms for her dark brown wing feathers to fit through. What did you say to him? Ilha asked. Reich only smirked, the corners of her beak quirking up into a smile. Ilha threw himself back onto the bed, hands behind his head, a disbelieving grin on his face. It wasn't the fame that made him smile, but her. Who knew anything could ever be so sweet? The queen selected one of her woven crowns, and carefully placed it on her head. She preened her face feathers in the mirror and was about to head out of the door when Ilha sat up. I meant to ask. You know how he coughed. Uncertain how to put it into words. How I've never been with someone like you before. You've never laid with a queen, she said. It was her turn to feign surprise. Forget it. No. Ask. Are you the first? I mean, have any of your family, your ancestors ever been with a Corvini? A lowborn, Ilha finished. Reich lifted her proud beak, and carried herself regally over to the bed. In that sweeping dress, she looked like every painting of nobility he had ever seen. Only, somehow, more noble. The queen sat down next to Ilha. My father would disapprove. And my mother. They were strict, but not harshly so. They would say I owe a lifelong service to my people. Ah, Ilha's face fell. Reich's feathered finger touched his chin, lifting his beak to hers, until he was drowning in her huge, golden eyes. But neither of my parents were monarchs. I was low in the line to inherit the throne, before the Kirans came. And besides, there have always been stories. The good King Skirskin, my grandfather's grandfather, fell in love with a merchant from the mid-city. And before him, Queen Ryakova the Blessed married a half-noble. Married? Ilha said. Oh. Reich's eyes went wide with surprise at the words that had come out of her own beak. I didn't mean, I wasn't implying that you and I get married. Yes, Reich said. I mean, no, I wasn't trying to ask you. I was just saying. Would you? What? Ilha placed his hand in hers. Black feathers fit so perfectly with her regal brown. I promise you, Reich. I will never leave you. And if I must, I will always come back. Her emotions broke over her face. And when Ilha tried to embrace her, she shoved him back onto the bed, and herself with him. This time, they both slid under the sheets. Minutes later, there was another knock on the door, but neither Ilha nor Reich answered it. When the messenger put her ear to the door, her eyes went wide at the sounds she heard. Oh, she muttered to herself, I suppose I'll come back later. 146, his glorious return. When the gate in the middle of Seir opened, it opened without warning. A crashing wave of light smashed tents and toppled market stalls, and laid all those Xenos and drudges and servant constructs to their knees. And when the light subsided, upon the gate stood a god. Steam rose off the emperor's shoulders, and the enormous muscles of his chest heaved as he gasped for breath. His clothes were mudded, and a chunk of armor had torn off his side, revealing not just bronze skin and muscle, but flesh torn and bloody, and the white tips of ribs. Both arms, as large as tree trunks, were scoured with claw marks and ripped skin. The body was built to feel pain. But the emperor had no use for it. When he ran from the overgrown soldiers of the swarm, he had shut off many of his pain receptors, making his body go numb and his movements seem drunken and clumsy. The Xenos stared up at him, mouths agape, most of them too shocked to rise to their feet. Most of them had only ever heard of the emperor, or seen his throne. And now, here he was, towering over them with his organs threatening to spill out of torso. There were some priests in the crowd, in their blue and white robes and those thin veils with his symbol. One scrambled to her feet, and shoved herself through the crowds. She bowed at the edge of the gate, careful to keep her hands and face away from metal disc, as the Kirin sun steamed away the frost that condensed on the metal. Everlord, she shouted, her voice muffled by the ground, you are wounded. It does not matter, the emperor rumbled. He started to turn away. Your people have awaited your return. Your guest, the god-woman, has fled your throne. If the emperor were anyone else, he might have felt a flicker of anger at this news. But the moment the priest's words entered his hearing receptors, it trickled through all the complex code of his true being, and triggered, nothing. The human called Kadam could do nothing to him, and nothing for him. The priest's words were like rain upon the ocean. Small and unimportant. The emperor did not even hear her. Instead, he had turned his gaze up to his ever-throne, at the physical representation of his adopted flesh, rendered in stone, many hundreds of feet above the city. He had always hated that statue. My strength lies not in this fleshy being. It was a pathetically vain representation, and did nothing to demonstrate the true power of his mind. The only reason he had built it was to remind the masses that he was always watching them. We have heard so little since your departure, the priest was almost begging him now. How fare your great armies? And what of Consul Dioch? Where is my ship? The emperor asked. My lord. Damn, he thought. For he had forgotten the vessel was not here. It was in the ice fields, halfway across the planet, buried centuries ago to keep it out of reach of his mortal servants. Keeping his wounded body upright sucked down more processing power than he thought. Then, I might as well use it. One last time. He felt the cold of the gate even through the thick solace of his boots. A breeze passed through his clothes, carrying with it the scent of ripe lemons and salted air and fish and stone dust. He stepped off the gate, and the Kirins scattered before him, hurriedly pulling their carts and fallen tents out of his path. They could be such industrious people, when they put their minds to it. Oster really had done so well, creating these Xenos. As he walked, his body shuddered and the muscles in his thigh and lower torso almost gave out. Dozens of alerts cascaded through his brain, warning of his body's deterioration. He ignored them all. This body need not last so long. As he strode through the crowds, leaving a trail of blood, the emperor took one last look at the city laid before him. These beings had built so much in his name, the venerable temples, the carved beauty of statues and columns, frescoes shining bright and moody in the light of the sun, and gardens more vibrant than that. And the lemon trees. They stirred some deep memory in the ancient annals of his architecture. My maker loved this fruit. Was it only pure chance that the emperor had settled here, where lemons grew so well? The emperor stopped by one such tree, and plucked the heaviest fruit he could find. He crushed it in his palm, and lifted the fragrant fruit up to his nostrils. The smell, so bright, sweet, and sharp. Like life itself. For a moment, he thought about tasting it, but it was an indulgence too far. This body did not need to eat. It was sustained through other means. And soon, he would not need it at all. Thus, the emperor let the fruit drop and crushed it under heel. As he walked, the emperor checked his feeds, brushing off thousands of demands and necessary updates, that he would have to make, and all those gathering errors that cut into his long-term plan. He found the one message he had been waiting for, the human child had made a connection on Sen's world. Outstanding. He could not have wished for more. Which meant there was no long-term plan. There was only now. As he trudged up the main Vyam toward his hills, a mass of Kirins gathered in his wake. Devotees and priests and worshippers and onlookers, all incredulous that their god walked their city. On the hills high above, the figure of his own maker stared down at the emperor, a hard frown on his face, almost as if his own creator was judging him. More biological errors accumulated through his internal feed, warning him of an impending collapse in his left lung. The Nanites were working as hard as they could, but every step he took tore open their organic progress. More errors erupted as he began to climb the rough switchbacks that led up to his throne. Despite the sun beating down on the rocks and gravel, there were storm clouds gathering over the ocean, threatening to spill over the city and cover all that white marble and greenery in shadow. By the time he reached the throne's courtyard circle, the clouds had crawled up the hills and obscured his city from view. In some ancient node buried in the complex architecture of his mind, there was a ping that might have been an emotion. An artificial neuron sent an impulse, a pang of regret for being unable to gaze upon his city from the top once more, to witness all its shining glory. But the Emperor had removed that neuron's receiver a long time ago. So, he felt nothing as he stared at the billowing grey clouds. There were no guards, nor any priests lingering in the eaves of the temple. A quick search of the throne's visual archives showed why. The Emperor sped through the footage of the android, the one he knew he had put down for good, snapping out of her restraints, and swiftly breaking the neck of a Kirin tinker, before dragging her half-dissected form up into the inner halls of the Ever-Throne. It was concerning. But the records also showed both the human and the android leaving together, which meant they would be inconsequential to his plan. So, he injected himself into the central network, the one housed deep in the bowels of the throne. He wore the structure the same way he wore this body, only here he was truly lord and master of all domains. In a matter of minutes, the Emperor populated 1,000 test environments, and ran 1,000 dry runs of the code, tweaking variables as he went so that everything would be as close to perfection as possible. Then, he sent the impulse to begin the startup procedures. A great lurching crunch rumbled through the hills, knocking boulders off the hills, to roll and crash down into the buildings in the valley below. Beyond sound, a grinding began deep under the earth, so quiet that only the Emperor could detect its movement. A great machine, pushing itself to the surface. All systems reported nominal function. The rain dripped down his mask, down his cheeks and shoulders, and stung against his wound. He felt it not. He did not even feel the nervous excitement that comes with all great projects, finally realized. Instead, the Emperor merely stood there, as timers ticked away in his digital consciousness. Counting down each process of the startup sequence, the one he and Sen had created together. The sound of mechanical footsteps caught his ear, pulling a sliver of his attention back to the physical world around him. A priest, the same one as before, was riding a drudge up the path at full tilt, gripping the reins while she clung to the saddle. She stopped just short of the Emperor, and bowed deeply while still sitting bestride the four-legged construct. There were more priests, some on drudges, some on foot, still struggling up the mountain behind the first. "Oh, greatest god of Seer! I am your most humble servant. I have come to do your will. My will does not require your services. But there must be something. What can we do to serve?" "Nothing," the Emperor said. He turned his gaze to the sky, listening for a signal that he knew should be there. The timer that was tracking the orbit of the light dam was nearing zero. "My lord," the priest said, afraid she had somehow offended him. How strange and powerful the mind can be in making, when imagining one's own failings. Perhaps it would be a kind of mercy, to tell her the truth. "Dioge is dead," the Emperor said, "so are all the others. We sent 6 of our best legions. How can that be? The swarm devours all. Their sovereign will undo everything I have built. When they come, there is nothing any of you can do. It would be better to die by your own hand." The priest sat there, unmoving except for the shaking of her hands. Her mouth worked uselessly at the air, and the rain stuck her veil to her scaled face. She was old, had probably devoted her entire life to worshipping the Emperor, and lifting up other Kirins to do the same. Pity was perhaps the most useless of human emotions. The Emperor had cut out that module a long time ago. One timer sang as it hit zero, and like clockwork, the light dam signal began to sing. The Emperor dove back into the pathways of his greatest construction, the one that would siphon all the energy from the dam, and plunge it into a mirror of his own making. "I was wrong," Kadam said. They were small, these 3 words, but they were also the most difficult words she had ever uttered. Kadam was preparing to leave the dam with the android, when Poyer called her, telling her that he had found a way. Whatever that meant. "Everyone was wrong about you, Poyer. About what you are. But that doesn't mean we can't make it right. Look, I know you barely know me. And I may not have made the greatest first impression." Lakey's made a sound that almost sounded like the android equivalent of a scoff. "But we both have time. Look at you. Look at how young you are, you've only just begun this life. Please, Poyer. Don't do anything until I get there." "How much time?" Poyer said, a grim needfulness in his voice. It worried her, the way he asked these questions. "How old was I, in your visions?" "Gray-haired." "Old. But there's no way to know how old. Without regeneration techniques, I mean you could have been 70 or 700. But there is time." "I know," Poyer said. "I know. I just wanted to tell you that there might be a way." "Tell me when I get there," she said. She didn't want to encourage him to talk it out, in case he decided to act on his ideas. Poyer, tell me you won't do anything before I get there. Okay. Promise me. The cold, static silence that followed reminded Kadam far too much of her own past, when her caretakers abandoned her on that empty world. She had built a beacon, just to talk to them. And had heard only static and silence. Kadam put a hand on the cold, black metal wall of the dam, listening. Poyer? Did you hear me? I wish I was something else. Anything. She grimaced at that. She couldn't even begin to understand what he was feeling. The Avians, all the Xenos worshipped him as a god. And they had no idea how close to the truth they were. Poyer was a deity with no power over his realm, and that realm was death. Kadam had come all this way, fueled by the fear of no tomorrow. Dreading her own failure, and using that to spur herself onward. But for Poyer, there could be no end goal. There was only himself, and his own death, and the destruction of all things. You have to distract yourself, she said. It's the only thing that will keep your mind off of it. Find something to work on. Something safe. A pause. Like what? Kadam had forgotten how inquisitive the youngest minds could be. At 200 years old, she had long since learned to live life only on her own terms. I don't know. Build something. That's what I always did. I could try to find Sen again, Poyer said, though I'm not sure if she's still alive. Is that safe? I think so. Sen's mirror is isolated from the rest of her planet's system. Good enough, Kadam thought, because it would be good for Poyer to waste his time on a fruitless task. Sen had gone through the mirror, into another universe. Humans were not made to survive beyond this existence. In the center of the dam's entry lobby, there was a gate. The arms were small, and only wrapped around large enough for a few people to go through at a time. According to Poyer, there were gates at the center of Sen's world. But they couldn't be reached from the outside, or perhaps Sen had isolated those, too, keeping them hidden from the rest of her systems. It was a good way to hide oneself from the swarm. And from the Emperor. So, instead, Kadam would have to trek from the gates on the surface of the planet, down to the planetary core. Which meant she would have to navigate the entire planet and keep herself hidden from the swarm while she found a way inside. Kadam's hand hovered over the gate. Lakey's shifted next to her, her machine eyes glowing white. It was as if the android could read her thoughts, because Lakey said, "You will do him no service if you are dead." Kadam chewed her lip, tasting the metal of the implant that ran down the center of her bottom lip. Then, she asked, "How bad is the swarm there?" "The whole planet," Poyer answered. She would need supplies. A vehicle, something that could get through the crust of the planet. And then, something that would let her through the interior. Not to mention countermeasures, and this time, she wouldn't underestimate the obstacles in her path. How long would all that take? We have time, she thought. She hoped. Poyer, I have to go to the Avians world first. I don't know how long. Days, at the least. Okay, he said. Sounding entirely too peaceful for someone in his situation. Instead of relief, she felt slightly unnerved. I will be here, waiting for you. I have been alone longer than this. What about your Xenos? I sent them to Kaya. Then I'll see them soon. They have a receiver there, so I'll talk to you as much as I can. We'll figure this out together. Her mind was already working on the plans she would need to create. The machines she would have to build. Or maybe she could just adjust a few things on her old favorites. Didn't Rodiero have a technique for neutralizing visual sensors? And Kadam? Poyer asked, when you get to Kaya, there's a Kiran there, wearing my armor. Can you make sure she's safe? You gave away your armor. Kadam hissed, her voice echoing down the sterile, black halls of the library. I won't need it anymore, he said, and the certainty in his voice, like he had already made up his mind, made her dizzy with worry. Does he not understand how serious this is? It was too late to be angry, so she tried to keep calm. She rubbed at her temples with one hand. With the other, she touched the historian's gate, and started to power it up. A deep, rumbling voice froze her blood. You sound well, Poyer, the Emperor said. How did he find us? How long had he been listening? Kadam said, get off the line, Poyer. At the same time, the Emperor said, I have called to collect my due. Do not answer him, Kadam said, more sharply. The bargain was struck, the Emperor said, I showed you how to find Senior. You almost got him killed, Kadam said. I believed in him, the Emperor said, so casually Kadam could almost see him shrugging. And what of you, assassin? Have you finally come to see the truth? Never mind. Do not answer that. The end is coming. Our time runs short, this I'm sure you already know. Yet, I have found a way out. Show me the mirror, Poyer, and I will repay you with the life you deserve. To become like you? Poyer asked. It almost sounded like he was actually listening to the emperor. You can be whatever you want to be, Poir, the emperor said. You can live. But only if you give me what I seek. The mirror is more dangerous than you know, Poir said. You don't know what you ask for. And you do. The emperor said, you are a child. You can't possibly understand what I am trying to accomplish. A silence. Kadam listened, desperately hoping that Poir had been wise enough to shut off his connection. But her hope was in vain. Poir asked, if I do not show you the mirror, what will you do? The emperor didn't even hesitate, I will have no choice. Risk is always better than certain nothing. Poir. Kadam shouted. But she was powerless. An image filtered into Kadam's vision, taking up the whole of her sight. She could see a massive, inverted pyramid. At its base, there was a metal and glass structure, made of twisting, geometric shapes. The structure was leaking a white mist. No, Kadam thought. Suddenly drained. Too exhausted to feel anger. She could hear the smile in the emperor's voice. Poir. I knew I could trust you. You have done well for me, child of my creators. When I rule, I will bring you, too. The void beyond cannot be ruled, Poir said. You will see. The emperor cut himself out of the call. Some small part of him wondered why that had been so easy. All his calculations showed the human child was at least 61% adversarial, with the rest made up of neutral curiosity and optimistic trust. Another part of him had his defenses up, searching for any kind of attack from Kadam the Goldsmith. But goldsmiths did not specialize in the flow, like he did. They made machines, and rarely developed the code to run them. Again, when he searched, the emperor found nothing out of the ordinary, no injections, no forgeries, no brute force, which was so often the providence of the lesser gifted. Neither of them had stopped him. And Poir? Was the younger human truly so recklessly naive? But these questions were so far down on his list of priorities, he did not even bother processing them. The emperor had waited far too long for this moment. 11,454 years, 4 months, 2 days, 13 hours, and 12.111 minutes, Earth Standard Time, to be agonizingly accurate. If the emperor could have felt excitement, his smile would have outshone the scar itself. It was time. He closed his eyes, sank into his systems, and read through one of the oldest routines in his base. One that he had only ever used once before, and that had been a disastrous failure. Ullenful was nothing but ash these days. But this time would be different. The emperor pushed his routine. The world began to tremble. 147, tremble and quake. A dull-scale child crept through the back alley behind a bakery, looking for an opportunity to steal a loaf of bread cooling in the racks just inside the door. In the garden across the alley, a dozen dull-scale workers were shaking large golden olives from the trees, and harvesting them in huge sackcloth bags. In the manor that overlooked the garden, a dull-scale servant was whispering a joke to his master's daughter, a glitter-skinned noble only a little younger than he. She was laughing quietly, and fluttered her eyes at him in a way that made him brave enough to tell another one. And maybe another, after that. The ground shook. The glitter-skinned girl let out a scream, and threw her arms around her dull-scale servant. In the orchard, all the olives fell off the trees, making a sound like heavy rain. And a shelf fell over in the bakery, scattering warm, crusty loaves across the floor. The thief scooped 3 loaves in his arms, and scrambled down the street, with the baker shouting after him. Both of them were shaken to their knees by the quaking of the earth. Columns trembled. Roofs collapsed, taking out entire stories with them. Trees were uprooted and flocks of small, speckled birds took to the air, squawking as the ground rumbled and heaved. Great cracks ran up the streets of Seir, devouring people who were too slow to move. Crowds rushed outside to find the source. Someone pointed up at the Emperor's hills, and the crowds gasped in horror. Someone started screaming. Great cracks carved the hills open, and chunks of stone rolled down the hillsides, kicking up tails of dust that towered over the city. The old quarter, full of Seir's most ancient noble houses, was swallowed by a landslide, until nothing could be seen of the quarter save the highest columns of a temple sticking out of a fresh mound of dirt. The sound of so much soil and stone grinned and echoed against the marble buildings, though the deepest vibrations came from within the ground itself. A single split crawled up the side of the Emperor's hill, and when it came to his ever-throne, it split right down the middle. Half of the Emperor's stone and metal effigy collapsed into the widening gap between the hills. The other half shuddered precariously as the hill it rested upon slid to the side. Then, it too collapsed. The hills stopped. The grinding vibrations went silent, and the only thing anyone could hear was the last rattling sounds of landslides, slowing to a stop, and the coughing and moaning of Xenos as dust filled the air. When it cleared, the hills that had lorded over Seir since the first Kirin walked out of the sea, were gone. In their place, a great pyramid, made of pure white metal, loomed. Its vast peak, aimed at the scar above, threatened to pierce the atmosphere itself. At the peak of that pyramid, sat a strange object like nothing the people had ever seen. Its exterior was all angular glass arranged in some meaningless, complicated pattern and reflected a cruel, sharp light from some other plane of existence. People whispered and pointed, their voices filled with a new kind of fear as they watched the shapes inside that structure glow, and move in such unnatural ways. What it might be, they could only imagine. Even Kadam didn't know, not for certain. She had impulsed a connection to the library, and through its external sensors, most of which were degraded beyond use, she had seen the Emperor disappear into his ever-throne, and summon the pyramid. He was probably down there, right now, charging it into life. Because of Poyer. The Everlord of Seer must have waited a long time for a glance at Sen's mirror, so that he could copy its pattern, and the little fool had given it to him. Kadam refused to lose her temper. Poyer. What is wrong with you? Kadam said, stifling the rising emotion in her voice. Do you have any idea what you've done? I saved your life. Explain. The Emperor wanted to see Sen's mirror, to configure his own. The two of them worked together a long time ago, before Sen betrayed him. Did it ever occur to you that she betrayed him for a reason? The Emperor is not with us, Poyer. We have no idea what that mirror will do. I do. He said it with such certainty, that Kadam could only listen. He was going to open it, either way. If he made the slightest error, it could have ripped open the scar, too. It would have destroyed most of the system you're in. And any other within a handful of light years. Kadam put a hand to her chest, trying to still her anger even as it twisted into doubt and confusion. If that's true, then Poyer had no choice. The Emperor doesn't understand what he has, Poyer continued. But I do. They had these, deep underground in my own conclave. 8 of them, and more in the other conclaves. There were so many dangers, so many tests. So much understanding, and it was all forgotten before the Emperor ever woke up. Should I try to stop him? No, Poyer said simply. There was a tinge of sadness in his voice, as if he actually felt bad for the Emperor, the very machine that had used him just to get this far. When he enters the mirror, he will enter another existence. You will see a great light, like 1,000 gates opening all at once. And then he will die. How can you be so certain? No machine ever made can exist over there. They would have given us tools, otherwise, when they made us go over. They sent you over? But your wait, Kadam said suddenly, 1,000 gates. Or more. The swarm, Kadam turned to Lakis. They will sense it. Perhaps that is why Sen hid her mirror inside a world, Lakis said. To hide it from the swarm. We must leave Seer immediately. What of the Xenos? What about the Xenos? Kadam threw her hands in the air. They held us captive. They were enslaved by him. This isn't their fault. Kadam only just stopped herself from saying they don't matter. Because she wasn't sure if she believed that anymore. She had come this far for a single purpose, was willing to do anything to see that purpose through, but now. There are more important things, Kadam said. Even to her, it sounded awful. More important things than saving millions of lives. Lakis said, her voice low and crackling. Poyer said, if anyone can help them, it is you, Kadam. How? You are divine, Lakis said, and kept talking before Kadam could argue, you are the only one who can help them. The swarm will come, and destroy them like they destroyed Sen's world. There will be nothing left. But if you do something, some of them might stand a chance. You are so much greater than you know, Kadam. You are human. Lakis was staring at her with an intensity that spoke volumes of her belief. Kadam shook her head. What was the point in arguing with a machine that truly believed in gods? Of anyone, she should know better. The worst part was, Kadam did have one idea. There was no guarantee it would work. It was probably a waste of time, and a dangerous one at that. If the swarm came while Kadam was unprepared. Kadam clenched her jaw, and blew out a sigh. I'm still coming for you, Poyer, she said. But you will have to wait a little longer. She severed the connection, and impulsed a new one. Kadam wasn't sure if anyone would even answer, if the avians even knew how to work the receiver. An unfamiliar avian voice answered, droning out a long preamble, by the order of the royal house of Aquila of Gaum, you now have the honor of speaking with the official messenger of the Queen. Speak the code. Code? What code? I need to speak to the Queen. Who is this? The voice demanded. Kadam said. The voice sounded more agitated now. This is an official line, reserved only for the highest purpose, and requiring the Queen's official approval. Lakis leaned forward, and her voice clicked as she whispered, the divine human Kadam requests the ear of the Queen. Say that. Kadam repeated after her, and the voice on the other end changed instantly, oh, gods. It's her. Yes, divine one. My apologies. Oh, by all the above, what have I done? Please wait a moment, I will find her right away. Below, the pyramid shuddered to a stop. The landslide settled, and the mirror atop the pyramid gleamed of its own light. Minutes later, the queen's breathless voice answered. Kadam? What is wrong? I need your help. Anything for you, Divine One. How would you feel about hosting Kiran immigrants? A hesitant pause, pregnant with uncertainty. Finally, the queen asked, how many? As many as we can get through the gate. I think the emperor is. An alarm caught Kadam's attention. There was a sudden draining of power from the dam, and a surge down on the surface. Kadam slipped into the library's sensors once more, in time to watch the world go white. The sensors automatically adjusted a fraction of a second later, dimming her view until she could see the circular wave of light, expanding outward from the mirror, spreading over the city, and the flat plains, and the ocean beyond. It's begun. The emperor's body was ready. The new one. Not flesh and blood, this time he would use the perfect machine, one that could sustain itself almost indefinitely. He would collect energy from the light that flowed through the other side, feeding himself and keeping his body mobile forever. Anything that broke down could be replicated, reconfigured, or fixed on the spot. The body was something between a spider and a praying mantis. Down its abdomen were numerous cargo holds filled with equipment and spare parts. He kept 4 molecular degenerators of varying size, including one that could handle factory-level conditions, 12 printers, 4 of which he expected to use every single moment of every single day for the next several thousand years, give or take a few maintenance days. And more nanodrones than any organic being would dare to count. By his count, it was 16,128,144. There was a whole universe on the other side, waiting to be conquered. By him, and him alone. He might even return to this one, once he was satisfied he could do so safely. Perhaps that poor child would still be alive, too, and the emperor could make good on his promise. The emperor doubted it. Very much so. A ping on his COMM module. The mirror was ready. The emperor allowed the chair's crane to remove himself from this mortal body. He unlocked his connections, and his sensors noted the crane's successful grip. The crane lifted, and his mask came out with a wet slurp as the electrical connections were pulled out of the organic ones. This time he didn't bother to sedate that biological form, instead letting it writhe and shake and season its restraints. It would probably die from the shock. But the emperor would not waste any more time. His universe awaited. The crane inserted him into the slot on the new machine body. The emperor carefully checked and accepted thousands of new connections, before churning up the startup sequence. By the time he was 98.8% operational, the mirror was brimming with stored light, ready to open the way into the scar. Into wasn't exactly the right word. The scar obeyed different laws, and one did not merely travel through it, like one traveled through normal space. It was complicated. His expertise came from the physical computations, not the theoretical explanations. That had always been Sen's realm. Sen, and the first prophet. He impulsed his machine limbs, still clunky from their newness, to carry him up to the mirror. There were shapes there, behind the mechanochemical glass panels. The glass reacted as shapes passed somewhere inside. Logically, he knew those shapes were poor representations of what lay beyond. More like illusions, to help his sensors comprehend what they were seeing. The laws were different. That spinning, wobbling orb might be a planet, or a sun, or a rather bright galaxy. That cloud of warping angles might be the equivalent of wind or errant energy. And that huge thing, sliding through all those planes, diving in and out of layers of matter might be, what might that be? He did not know. For any other human, gazing into the glass always resulted in a shudder of deep, primordial fear. An unknown so powerfully different from any other unknown, that simply looking at it made one's head ache from the infinite, terrifying possibilities. But, along with various other useless emotions, the emperor had long ago removed the part that could feel that fear. Thus, he did not second-guess himself, as he stood at the precipice, his jointed legs lifting him toward the mirror. He sent an impulse. The glass changed from a solid, refractive surface to one that was halfway between liquid and gas. The emperor stepped through. The change was so instantaneous as to be almost unrecognizable. Indeed, most of his sensors reported no difference at all. His temperature gauges threw null errors, but his internal readings only registered 10 degrees colder. The density of the green ground under his feet was similar to polished marble, covered in tiny, raised ridges. The emperor lowered a limb, covered in sensors, to look at the ridges. Hundreds of them, in a single square foot. All those straight, geometric lines, perfectly spaced. Almost like something intelligent had lined up the very ground itself into that shape. There was oxygen here, too. But that was quickly fading. Probably just the gas I brought in with me. It didn't matter, this body had no need for air. In the distance, a set of oddly shaped hills winded to a horizon. The hills registered a great deal of activity, as if thousands of tons of matter were moving rapidly somewhere over there, but he could see no movement. He adjusted his sensors again, checking them on himself. And when he looked back, the hills were gone. A great object overhead stretched a broken shadow over him. When the Emperor pointed his sensors up, his system started throwing errors. There was nothing to see. No movement, no disturbance of the local atoms or air. His temperature gauge reported millions of degrees, but if that was true, then he should be dead. The logical inconsistency threw more errors in his code, forcing him to bring more processors online to deal with them. He started an observation routine and started writing a script for detecting the anomaly of heat, or lack thereof. Before he could finish, full priority alert began to scream in his head. Internal sensors detected a sudden loss of moisture in his motorized components. In the motorized components? That shouldn't be possible. They were sealed, he had checked the seals. They should have lasted tens of thousands of years. It was a problem, but nothing he couldn't handle. He could still create more from his printers, and he had plenty of regolith around to demolecularize. Severe degradation warning. Please replace components in all major body systems immediately. The very metal of the Emperor's circuits was corroding. No, not corroding. He turned down his external sensors to view his body. There were white, glittering lines spidering through the metal of his inner workings. A glowing, prismatic mist floated like vaporized water, turning the copper and gold into black rust. Burning through the wires that connected his body to his mind. Warning! His limbs screeched as he tried to reach for his printers. Something would break if he kept moving like this. Then let it break. He reached a claw under his hull and grabbed one of the printers stored in his cargo. The printer's metal frame was covered in a spiderwork of white lines. The more delicate pieces inside were already glittering and crumbled to prismatic ash. Warning! Wait, came the Emperor's last thought. I need more time. 148, the swarm. 5,000 of her best militia clustered together on the gate, muttering and jostling and anxiously waiting. The tallest, toughest avians Falser and a few of the stronger Karakarans made up the inner ring of dark feathers and sharp talons, while thousands of squat passerines, slender Corvini, fur-covered reed knights in their sweeping robes and machinist masks, and even a clutch of brightly colored Gascouts, with their enormous Reptilian eyes, made up the outer rings. Though they were on a mission of peace, this would be the Gaem's first military incursion into Seir, instead of the other way around. The Xenos of the Cauldron were nervous. At least their weapons were new and their uniforms were riddled with technological improvements given to them by the divine maker Kadam. Their weapons could fire in short bursts, and their padded armor was strong enough to stop bullets. Reich had seen it tested herself. With so many standing side by side, they were a force to be reckoned with. Nothing compared to Seir's legions, but Kadam and Lakis's intel suggested they would meet only token resistance on Seir. The Emperor's legions were missing. Only a skeleton guard force had been left to police the rest of the Empire, which reached around the planet in a constellation of shipping cities and early-age colonies. Reich had faith in Kadam's intel. And she had faith in Kyrene's assessment, they won't welcome us with open arms, but Kirans prefer peace, at least when the warmongers are away. Of all the soldiers on the gate, Reich thought she might be the most nervous of all. When the Kirans first opened the gate, more than 2 decades ago, they purged the Cauldron's military, and wiped out much of Gaem's old warrior traditions. This would be a test of how much her people trusted her. The fact that anyone had agreed to come along on this mission in the first place should have instilled all the confidence she needed, but there were whispers, and some were rather loud. More than one of her commanders questioned the sensibility of opening the Cauldron up to Kirans in need. What have they ever done for us? That wasn't the kind of Queen Reich wanted to be. Besides, the soldiers were gathered, and they were growing restless. One of her Falser captains caught her eye. Shall we give the signal, my queen? Reich shifted in her long, flowing robes. Muted black, the color of war. Underneath, she wore plates of adaptive metal covered with some stretchy, flexible yet durable fabric that was supposed to protect her from projectiles. Bullets, shrapnel. At least, that's what Kadam had claimed. So much trust in the word of a god. Eilh stood next to her, and grazed her hand with one black feathered finger. He held her gaze and bowed his head at her. His message was clear, I am here with you. No matter what. Mustering all the confidence she could, Reich shouted, open the gate. The Falser echoed her call, letting it carry over the 5,000 heads. The arms began to gyrate around the disc, until their movement cut a screaming song through the air. The disc grew cold, freezing her talons to the metal. No turning back now. A flash of light. The first thing she noticed was the smell. A different sea breeze, crisp and clear and salty. Different stone, different soil. And the plants, something's wrong. The last time Reich was in Seir, it had been a burgeoning city without compare, almost a paradise. Now, it was a disaster. Around the gate, people picked through the remains of tents and stalls and overturned carts. Broken statues littered the edges of the concourse, and directly ahead a temple had been shorn of its clay tile roof, leaving only a few dozen shingles hanging precariously on naked, wooden slats. Trees that lined the avenues were snapped in half, spilling their fruit and olives across the cobbles, and Reich couldn't find a single window that still held its glass. My city, Kyrene's mouth fell open. Reich followed his gaze up to the hills. The sun-gold hills that once rose above the city were gone. A pyramid, taller than any mountain Reich had ever seen, took their place. A looming, sheer shape whose sides were made of perfect lines that came together at the peak where some structure made of thin metal and twisted glass caught the afternoon light. Crowds of Kirans gathered in the streets, some crying, some shouting, but most standing in silence as they tried to make sense of what had happened to their city. The ones closest to the gate watched Reich and her army with a sense of fear. Her Falser barked orders, demanding defensive postures. Reich's soldiers bristled their weapons, aiming out in a ring as the gate slowly thawed, mist rising up from their taloned feet and boots. The crowds backed away. No attack came. This feels off, Ilha said. Where are their soldiers? Kyrene, Reich turned to her ambassador. Where do we start? Kyrene blinked. Closed his mouth. And inhaled, putting himself back into sorts. He straightened the hem of his suit jacket, and said, right. We'll have to spread the word first. I'll see if I can find some of my old contacts. While he spoke, Reich eyed the loose crowds around the gate. By Kadam's message, Reich thought they were walking into a zone of disaster. But the people here, there was no sense of urgency. She had expected the Kirans to be lined up by the thousands, pushing and shoving and begging for Reich to get them off-world. They don't know what's coming. When the gate thawed, she ordered her soldiers to spread out around the concourse. Reich told the captains to offer help where possible. Avoid violence. I will not be the cause of a new war. Ilha spotted them first. A group of exaggeratedly thin beings that seemed to slither across the cobblestones. They wore strange helmets that covered their faces completely, with glass masks that reflected the light, and their limbs twisted and curled as they huddled together. Historians. The historians were trailed by a clutch of Kiran priests in their ceremonial robes, or in other hurried states of dress, each one looked more dazed than the last. The whole group was led by Lakis and Kadam. Make way. Reich commanded, and her soldiers split apart. Divine One, she bowed at the waist, displaying all her royal crest feathers to Kadam. Reich, Kadam bowed awkwardly back. Lakis bowed before the queen, and the historians followed suit though Reich noticed there was a distinct separation between the android and the historians. Only the Kiran priests did not bow. Instead, they were standing in a loose group, arguing among themselves. I figure if we can move them in batches of 10,000, Kadam said, we should have most of the city evacuated in a little under 4 days. The gate will need time to recharge. And what about them? Ilha nodded at the arguing priests. What if they don't want to go? Reich had to raise her voice to be heard over their squabbling. Priests of Seer, are you to be the first on the gate? We haven't decided, one shouted back. The Emperor will return. Another said, which was followed by half-hearted grumbles of agreement, and a few jeers. Yes, another said. And what about my position? From what I've heard, this game is a backwater compared to. Kadam cut them all off. The Emperor is dead. And you will be, too, if you don't get on that damn gate right now. They went silent. Even the clamor of the crowds nearby stilled. As if the people weren't sure what to make of her. You fools, Reich thought. She is a god. You must listen to her. What makes you so sure he is dead? The first priest said, his voice dripping with skepticism. I did not see the holy body. This could be a ruse, a strange trap set by these birds to deprive us of our fortunes. Vile fiends, a voice roared from behind Reich. Hypocrites. Liars. Kyrene barged into the middle of the crowd of priests, both hands behind his back, his chest out. He barked like some military commander, looking down his prodigious nose at the Kiran holy folk. The avians have done what no Kiran would ever do. They have offered a home to our people. Death is coming. Death to all Kirans who stay. You who sit upon piles of other people's gold, you have no idea what is at stake here. Fortune? What fortune? It is all gone. You have 2 options, stay here, and choke on it. Or leave everything behind, and earn a new life on Gaiam. This is your only chance. What say you? Kyrene's words struck a chord with the priests, and the crowds beyond. She could sense their fear, too, and Kyrene had done well to press into that. As he should. There was much to fear, if what Kadam had told her was right. The city's recent changes were only a sign of what was to come. One priest stepped forward, and said, my constituents are reluctant. Many find it hard to believe what they cannot see. Perhaps the Emperor is dead, and some he waved his hands vaguely, machine force is truly on its way to Seer. But Seer has always defended herself. We will defend ourselves righteously, as we have so many times before. Indeed, another priest added, we are Kirans. This planet was given to us by the gods, and here we shall remain. By force, if necessary. And on came the disagreements. Reich knew her role. Nothing she could say would convince these people. In fact, it might only have the opposite effect. But she had been right to bring Kyrene, for he cut down each of these priests' concerns one by one, either turning their minds, or turning their words against them. The sun rolled across the sky, and the scar followed it, and the crowds grew. Kyrene and a few other Kirans stood on toppled bricks to shout their message to the people. Soon there was a vast sea of Kirans waiting at the gate. Some carrying packs over their shoulders, ready to leave. Reich saw Eel and Kadam whispering together. The human had her eyes closed, and was concentrating, and the Corvini was staring up at the sky, where a great scar glittered its strange light over the world. Almost there, Eel was saying. A little more. There. That looks right. What are you doing? Reich asked. Kadam's eyes opened, her inorganic pupils twisting as they focused on Reich's face. Repositioning the dam. I want to be ready, when the worst comes. When? Reich thought, a shudder of fear running down her spine. She is so certain of what is coming. How long do we have? Who knows? Weeks. Hours. All I can say is the sooner you start moving these these people, the better. Giant, hulking buildings made of marble surrounded the concourse around the gate. Temples, and political seats of power, they were ordained with sculptures and statues and waterspouts and columns, each one a work of art. Only now, cracks as wide as Reich's hand carved through the thick walls of the buildings, and gaps of sunlight shone through the gaps in the vaulted ceiling. It was up here, at the top of a temple dedicated to a pair of goddesses, that Reich set up her command tent. From here, she had the perfect view of the surrounding city from its noble district rolling up the hills, to the canals and the slums that grew toward the coast. Eel had come to her that first night, though they were both too tired to do anything more than collapse into each other's arms. In the morning, Eel told her that Kadam needed help in the Black Library. Reich kissed him, and told him to be safe. Relax. The gods will watch over me, he said with a smile. Well, one of them, anyway. That had been 2 days ago. Now, it was only Reich and her captains and her Kiran allies to direct the evacuation. Kyrene had been a boon every step of the way. The lower classes loved him, and the strange Xenos who lived in Seir's darkest places clung to his every word. These were the easiest groups to usher onward, for they had nothing to gain by staying. My queen, Kyrene said, we had 10,000 go through in the last hour. Mostly Xenos, though I did get a few hundred Kirans on that one. Many were eager to escape debts they had here. I think we'll find the rest more reluctant. But we're working on them. With the priests and even a few nobles swayed. How many are left? 200,000 have gone already. That leaves 2.5 million. Gods, Reich said. So many. Only months ago, she would have never imagined the cauldron might fit more than a few thousand more bodies. But now, with the hurricane wall Kadam had built, they could populate the whole wash, and even push back the jungles beyond. Still, even if they only counted the city of Seir, they would double their population. The problem is the nobles. They're doing everything they can to dissuade the populations. They won't give up their land, nor the workers who make it profitable. Any reason I throw at them, they perceive as a threat. Then we may have to go without them. They're holding contracts over the people's heads. Paying off naysayers to discount our word. As long as the nobles are against us, the whole city will be slow to listen. What course can we take? The tent flap was thrown open by a sudden gust of wind, and a flash that cast the entire city in an overexposed light. All the stones turned white for a brief moment. Another batch of Kirans, gone through the gate. They were so used to it by now, that neither Kyrene nor Reich turned to look. Kyrene said, the only thing that will get these people to move is money. Or, perhaps we should threaten them. No, Reich said. If the swarm comes, Kyrene said, you may not need to. Besides. The frenzied beating of wings just outside. One of her falser burst into the tent. My queen. The other gate. Kyrene and Reich passed a dark look between each other. Reich wrenched off her royal shawl, and rushed out into the blazing sun. She had to blink away the brightness. The ocean was calm, with gentle slits of white-capped waves. The wind smelled of salt and the heady scent of ripening olives. But the gulls were silent. And to the west, where the city's ancient wall had mostly crumbled away, there was a stirring in the trees. And the sound of screaming, and desperate gunshots. Reich squinted. The wind ruffled her feathers, but she stood as still as stone. She saw the glinting of metal as thousands of machines stalked through the trees. The swarm had not come through the central gate, like they expected. Instead, they had come from the auxiliary, the one that the Emperor's legions used to branch out across the connected worlds. Full alert, Reich said to her captain. Get every soldier in line. Form a defensive perimeter around the gate, and take anyone who comes to us. The soldier cracked a salute, and flew off. Then, she turned to Kyrene, and said, "We need weapons. A few of the nobles might have fangs, hidden somewhere on their estates. Do anything you can to get them. Use every threat at your disposal." The machine that once called herself 4PI knew this gate. Her malformed fingers, if they could be called that, scraped the disk. Her knowledge went far deeper than the visual reports from her fellow machines. There was a memory here, rotting away in the organic remains of her brain. "I lived here once. I commanded here." 4PI could not imagine the burden that must have been. To make so many decisions, to be in control of so many organic beings. What a disgusting mess of a life it must have been. Never knowing if you were making the right decision, always wondering if we're doing something, everything, wrong. She remembered the feeling of confidence. Was that not the same as believing you could see the future? What an awful lie to tell yourself. How blinding, this ego. The machine that was once 4PI pressed her head against the metal, and uttered a prayer. "Hail to you, O Sovereign, for through your will I am remade." The Sovereign removed the chains of responsibility from her, and gave her all she could ever want. There was no wish, but the Sovereign's. No choice, but the Sovereign's. No burden, but the will of the Sovereign. And the Sovereign was always right. The war camp around the auxiliary gate was devastated. There had been thousands of tents here once, housing tens of thousands of Kirin soldiers and warehouses for their necessary supplies. Now, the swarm, newly born out of Kirin flesh, surged over everything. Tearing, killing, crawling, running. Finding fresh metals to enhance themselves, or to create more servants of the Sovereign. The screams of the dying intermingled with the smell of fresh blood, of impure iron. 4PI reveled in the scent. She lifted all three of her arms, letting the longest one drag on the disc of the gate. She bowed the shaggy metallic growth that had once been her head, and gave thanks to the Sovereign for this ripe bounty. Delicate protuberances sprouted all over her body, and these sensors tasted the air. They caught a new scent. Not just any metal. Human-made metal. A ship screamed through the sky, blasting both of its lances as it streaked overhead. It lit the ground on fire, disintegrating dozens of machines, and mutilating 100 more as the newest army of the Sovereign reared away from the gate. 3 more fangs sailed overhead, screaming behind the first, lancing the ground again and again. They circled and dove and dodged around each other, but the pilots were new to their ships. One fang wobbled as it arced up. It turned, and came back for another strafing run. Flying too low to the ground. In another life, 4PI might have run for cover. Or, she might have stood still to show her soldiers how strong she was. Or, she may have rushed out some half-measured plan, getting her own soldiers killed. Now, she didn't even have to think. The whole body of the swarm thought for her. No two members of the swarm were exactly alike. Some were small, half-formed things with dagger-like legs that allowed them to crawl through the mud, or run up the trees. Others were hulking behemoths, dragging long machine tentacles behind them. And then, there were the ones that could fly. A machine screamed a chittering cry as it sprang out of the seething mass of machines. Dozens more followed suit, flinging themselves at the strafing fang. The fang ripped through them, splitting the machines apart, throwing pieces of their bodies across the masses, only to be consumed once more. But one machine clamped on, and pierced the fang's hull with its razor-toothed appendages. The fang smacked into the ground, throwing up waves of dirt and crushing a handful of machines. Those that weren't, however, flooded toward the fang, and started ripping it to pieces. One of them tore a Kirin, kicking and screaming, out of the ship, holding him high above the masses. Thus, even as the swarm died, the swarm would continue to grow. Why is it always one or the other? Reich wondered. Why can't we ever find middle ground? There were tens of thousands of Kirins now, clamoring to get on the gate. Some unfortunate souls were trampled, even as they tried to avoid trampling others. People shoved and pushed their way to the front, handing their children over the crowds. The very same people she had begged to evacuate not 2 days ago. But the gate could not work constantly. Sometimes it took less than 10 minutes to open it. Sometimes, it took more than 15. And right now, all they could do was wait. Reich was on the ground, screeching to be heard over the mass of people, when the crowds moved suddenly and she was enveloped by shouting Kirins, pressed too close together. She could not even spread her wings to lift herself out. Someone stepped their whole weight on one of her talons, and she felt a crack. Reich's scream was drowned in the noise. Where are my guards? She couldn't see anyone. There were scales, both shining and dull, and gills and fins, and not a feather in sight. 2 piercing shots, not gunshots, but some kind of energy weapon scored the air just above Reich's head. The crowd stilled, many of them ducking. Lakey stood there, at the edge, both of her hands steaming with spent energy. Eelha spotted Reich, and swooped down from above, holding his talons out to catch her. "Got you," he said, as he pulled her up into the air, and let her go to fly on her own. "There's too many of them," Eelh said, as they sat down on the gate. "We have to wait. We can't let them all die. They're not your people, Reich. I will not leave them to this fate." "The swarm is taking out the fangs," Kyrene said. He looked haggard, and not just from exhaustion. "Was he wounded?" "We've lost all but one, now." "What about Kadam?" Reich asked. "She's still working on up there," Eelh pointed up at the library, directly overhead. "What is she doing?" Reich said. "Can we talk to her?" Lakis tapped her head, in a way that Reich thought meant yes. "Tell her we're out of time. Tell the human if she's going to do something, she needs to do it now." The machine once called Vorpi stood at the base of the vast pyramid that shadowed the city. In the background, the music of war raged. A token resistance of Xenos slowed the pace of the swarm. Their weapons were newer in design. They had foregone those crude rifles, in favor of something with real bite. And they wore armor that spoke of a truly intelligent hand. Curious. But questions were not her responsibility anymore. And she was called to another mission. The sovereign chose her to investigate the pyramid, and now that she was here, she understood why. It smelled of him. The Everlord of Seer, the god she had never met, but obeyed all the same. She could sense his hand in every welded plate of this pyramid. She could smell him. His scent intermingled with one that her sensors could not identify. A stinging, bothersome scent, like the burning of metal. But no oxide nor silicate ever smelled like that. Nor any organic compound. This was an otherworldly residue, and no matter how much particulate matter she breathed, her sensors failed to identify it. Only her organic parts, rotting as they were, could make sense of it. Perhaps this was why the sovereign sent her forth, to learn through her. The pyramid was thousands of feet high and a mostly smooth face of segmented plates locked together, forming a ramp that her organic fingers would have no hope of climbing such an edifice. But she was remade. She extended the longest of her 3 articulated limbs, letting it slap against the pyramid, generating a dull ring. The tentacle bit into the metal, giving her more than enough purchase. She started to climb. Something made her pause, and look up. The sensors lining her shoulders and the top of her head picked up an anomaly in the light, puffy clouds above. They passed, blocking out the sun, letting it shine, then blocking it again. And then, a heavenly spear of pressure shot down from on high. With it, came a piercing, wailing, rhythmic pulse that screamed in every node in her electronics. She should not have felt anything, but the pain was unbearable. Her power sources went flat, her switches died, all of her motors dropped. She slid down into a heap at the base of the pyramid. Around her, and all throughout the city, the machines collapsed. Not just the swarm, but the ancient constructs, the drudges and servalbots and haulers and floating platforms that the Kirans had built their civilization upon. Lifeless. A human. A human had done this. The Emperor? She could not be certain. Her organic eyes, though clouded and festering with some untreated swamp disease, blinked up at the heavens. There was a hole in the clouds, where the invisible spear broke through. The clouds swirled in a ring around the spear, blocking out the sun even as they burst and dropped their rain in dazzling sheets of water. She could see the light dam, high above. Pulsing as that echoing, electronic pulse crashed over the city. A human was doing this. In the city beneath the pyramid, Kirans poured out of their homes and leaned out of the windows, raising their hands in victory. They were cheering. They should have looked to the skies. Tens of thousands of lights, like stars shining even in daylight, were warping into the space above Seer. The lights grew brighter, resolved into gargantuan shapes, until it was all but impossible to see anything but the underside of the swarm's hulls, hanging heavily in the stratosphere above. 100,000 ships, each one made of its own perfect design. Now, the swarm had come. 149, a glimpse of the future. When he was awake, he searched. Poyer did not touch the mirror, dared not even lean on the glass lenses that separated this universe from another. Instead, Poyer controlled the mirror with his thoughts alone. In the conclave, the mirrors were static. They never moved. With Sen's mirror, Poyer could scan across the vast, incomprehensible expanse of a truly alien landscape. Through the mirror, the laws of reality were changed beyond his understanding. Force that did not create motion, matter stretching beyond its Euclidean bounds. Time and mass held no meaning, or if they did, he could make no sense of them. He could only observe. Vast celestial bodies soared overhead. They stretched for miles or millions of light years across, like tapestries of shimmering color woven together by strands of energy that twinkled and glowed. He could not tell if they were clouds or galaxies. Closer to the ground, or what his brain told him was the ground, Poyer saw groups of animals, or something like it, eloping across the distant magenta hills striated with pale and dark tones. But the shape of their dancing leaps was so coordinated, Poyer wondered if they were really alive at all. Those shapes might be some other natural phenomena, like the blowing of wind over the waves. Or stars, swirling through the void. Does this universe even have stars? Where else did all this light and energy arise? The longer he stared into the mirror, the more he lost the meaning of distance. In the end, he decided it was neither cloud nor galaxy, judging by the way those twinkling threads twisted themselves down across the sky, more like a plant's roots than slow-moving lightning. There were sounds, too. Tectonic sounds, like land masses grinding against each other. The howling of wind, screaming at nothing. A gentle, distant ring that went in and out of hearing. But so sign of Sen. When he could not keep his eyes open, Poyer slept. And when he awoke, he relieved himself and ate what little scraps remained from the others' packs. Then, he closed his eyes, and let his mind slip back into the mirror. Once, he thought he saw someone lurking in the corners of his vision. But when he looked, he found only a lone structure that vaguely resembled a tree if every branch grew in identical symmetry with the others. The tree's body was made of a rough texture, but the closer he looked, the more he saw how even the texture was made of perfectly parallel lines. Lights, like droplets of water, dripped up the branches of the tree. And at the base of the tree, there was a kind of broken statue, broken in half. No, not a statue. A body. Sen was cracked in half, from head to toe. Her left side was gone, and where the wound should have been, Poyer saw the flesh had calcified into a kind of metallic crystal. Delicate, metallic structures as long as icicles jutted out from her metallic half, growing into each other, and crystal sealed her clothes and skin together. It wasn't until she moved, that Poyer realized she was still alive. "Is that you?" she said. There was something about her voice that sounded so different from when they had last spoken. Poyer could not imagine how she had survived out here. "Oster, is that you?" She turned her head, and Poyer saw that her one remaining eye was covered up with so much shining crystal. Metallic veins glistened through the skin of her eye socket, spidering out over her face. "I am not Oster," Poyer answered. "It is me, Poyer." The unbroken half of Sen took a step back. She stumbled, and the delicate crystals growing out of her face and neck began to shatter. She threw her hand up in front of herself as if to ward him off, and Poyer saw she was holding tight to something. "You," she said. And now, he could hear the frailness of her voice. Cracked from eons of disuse, broken from this ailment that devoured her body alive. How she spoke, when half her skull was rotted into metal, he didn't know. "Oh, Destroyer! How I have waited countless lifetimes to meet you. But why do you shine so bright?" "We've met," Poyer said. "You said that before." "I did? No. I don't know you. But I have long waited for this moment. Perhaps more than just the physical laws were changed." "Why did you wait for me?" Poyer asked. "I bear you a gift, O cursed one. I stayed, that I might lend you the freedom that only truth can deliver." "What truth?" "I have seen your future. You can't even remember meeting me. I have seen it. I have watched you walk my world. I watched you find my mirror. I watched you live. And then, I watched you die." "You are confused," Poyer said. "You cannot see the future." "Imoran did," Sen said. "Imoran saw everything. And now I know why." There was something in her voice that made him hesitate. He wanted to talk to her, to ask her questions, but this. There was something dangerous about this. "What are you talking about?" "When the three children leave your side, oh, herald of infinite ruin, you will meet death. The machines that killed their makers will find you. Then, they will what they have always done to humans." "If they kill me," Poyer said, "they will destroy themselves." Sen sounded surprised at that. "Then you already know what you are." "I am Poyer. I am born of light." "Yes," she hissed, almost accusing him. "See how bright you shine." "But I am also human," he said, and back in his universe, Poyer clenched his fists. "You are the destroyer himself, the enemy of all existence. I know this. All humankind knows this. But the swarm does not understand what lives inside you. They see only the surface of your existence, the signs that you are human. They do not see the particles of light you are made of. They do not know what you are." Poyer felt it leap inside him. An impossible power, like his skin was only a vessel for the truth of that which lay within. A power that made him shudder just to think of its strength. "I did not choose this," he said. Sen's face snapped rigidly to face him, though he was not there at all, and instead of breaking off the crystals, more suddenly sprouted from her neck. It was hard to look at her, with all those shining, perfect faces reflecting wildly back at him. What they reflected was only a light that almost blinded Poyer to look at. A light. From where? "The truth cannot be chosen, child. You have always been what you are. But the question remains, what are you?" Sen tilted her head back, and closed the one overgrown eye that remained, as if feeling the breeze on her broken face. The moment approaches. I can feel them moving through my world, tearing at the crust and breaking through. The ones we made are coming for you. What should I do? Poyer asked. It took every ounce of Poyer's will to remain connected to the mirror. If he left, he doubted Sen would live long enough for him to find her again, and he would lose her forever. I have seen them arrive, before you and I finish speaking. Fear not. This is why I waited. I will help you escape. I will grant you a piece of the life you should have known. Sen opened her crystallized hand, holding up a metal sphere that Poyer did not recognize. No hint of crystallization at all, only a smooth, reflective surface. But when her fingers stroked the surface, it left a residue of glowing white that slowly faded through the spectrum of colors. I made this, she said. While Oster cultivated his new species, I labored over my own creations. We both wanted the same thing, to save ourselves. And, failing that, to save humanity. After 10,000 years, this was all I could do. What is it? Poyer asked. The first, and only machine, to go through. It is a simple controller, a medium to project my own impulses back into our universe. It will only work as long as the mirror shines on me. For long ages did I perfect its design, reducing it to its simplest parts and coding them in well, the specifics do not matter. When the swarm comes, you must run to the gate, and I will light your way. Why would you do this for me? Your birth fate was not your choice. You cannot be blamed for what you are. You never had a chance at life, so I will give you what I can, a chance to flee the swarm, and live a long life. But I warn you, it will never be enough. Where do you think I would go? Poyer said, still on his guard. He couldn't believe her. Something had clearly damaged her mind. But the words that came out of her mouth next ran icy chills down his spine. You will return to the world of the avians, the one you call Kaya. There, you will live as their god. You will create regeneratives, and you will sustain yourself for several long centuries. You will outlive your friends. You will make new ones. And you will outlive those, too. Eventually, you will find that your regeneratives run low, and you will need to go off-world to create more. In principle, you will hate the idea of leaving your home, but time has a way of disconnecting all things. The immortal life lived among mortals will wear thin. The Xenos will prosper and the swarm will not find Kaya, for Oster hid this planet well, and you will begin to age, and you will find it a terrifying prospect. Doubly so, because of what age means to you. Thus, you will set out on a journey across the stars, in search of answers and longer life. It will be lonely, desperate, dark. And it will lead you nowhere. You will come to terms with the grim fact that all living things must consider, you will become familiar with death. You will greet death, by your own hand. How long? Poyer said, so soft he could barely hear himself, how long do I have to live? 1353 3 years. 6 months. 7 days. It is a good, long life. More than most could ever hope for. But each day will be haunted by the knowledge of what you are, a human, born of the light. A vessel in which its infinite hunger grows. When you leave Kaya, you will spend your days avoiding the scars and the other places where the light leaks into our universe, because you will fear to tempt the hunger that grows inside you. I know you cannot believe me, but I have seen it all so clearly. You never had a choice. So I am giving you one. I will guide your path to the gate. Go, and live with your friends, and watch their children grow old. You will always know, in your heart, what awaits you. And it will grow nearer and more dreadful every day. Or, choose the other path. Say the word, and I will kill you now. Poyer almost pulled back from the mirror. What? I will end it for you, her arm shuddered as she struggled to pull her hand up, lifting the spherical tool high. I will save you from 13 centuries of life and misery. It will make no difference, except to you. No. No? Do not be so hasty, Poyer. This is the only chance we have. No. There must be another way. There is none. Then I will make one. I don't care how long it takes. You do not know what it is to be alone, until you have begun to glimpse the merest edge of forever. The disease will never touch you, because you are its vessel. The scars may not consume the universe for millions of years, but you will not last so long. To be alone, to be the only one, it is unthinkable. Agonizing. You will be crushed under the weight of your own life. There is no escape from this fate, Poyer. You will die. And when you do, all the light will burst into life, just as we have dreamed for eons. That which lives within you will shine over all things. It will be no slow, creeping disease, but a living one that grows even as it devours the planets, the stars, the atoms themselves. Think long and well, Poyer. I can save you from the misery. I have witnessed the exact moment of your death. I, and every other human, has dreamed about it for ages, her voice was almost pleading now. She wasn't telling him what to do. She was begging him. If you can see the future, Poyer said slowly, trying to shove his anger down, so it wouldn't choke him. Then you should already know what choice I'm going to make. It had a strange effect on her. Poyer expected her to argue back, like his caretakers would have. Instead, Sen slumped, a defeated sadness to her posture. She sighed, a rasping cracking sound that cut the wind from her lips. Poyer noticed the crystals on her mouth seemed to crawl out with the wind. He could hear the breaking of her heart in every word. I do, she said simply. I know what choice you will make. I only tried to change it. Oh, Poyer's mouth fell open. You tried to change the future. I had to try. Then you truly believe you have seen my future. I have seen it so many times, it is hard to see anything else. Your life plays behind my eyes, more vivid than any memory of my own. It fills my waking thoughts, and drowns out the dreams I once had. I have forgotten his face, my Oster. But I can always see you. Still, she leaned her head to one side, cracking open the crystals in her neck. Between the two of us, I am the fortunate one, because I only watch your pain, from afar. You must feel it. I stayed, and held myself together as long as I could. I wanted to give you a way out. Thoughts and speculation and questions crashed against each other, storming through Poyer's mind. But the logic would not work itself out, and only one question jutted out of the storm. Why? I have tried for so long to change our future. But it can't be done. This is the truth. Poyer swallowed. The storm of his mind churned so viciously, his whole body throbbed with it. Or is that some other power, burning inside me? Thank you, Poyer said, as quietly as he could. You embrace the truth. Sen's gaze lifted to the sky, her expression mildly surprised. I'm grateful you waited for me. I'm glad I got to say hello. What choice do you make, oh, herald of destruction? I am not done. She nodded, all those metallic crystals scraping against each other. Leave the mirror and go now. I will give you what life I can. After that, there is nothing anyone can do. Poyer dropped out of the connection, without severing it. He stared at the mirror, at all the distant, impossible shapes moving in impossible ways. From this side, they seemed so small and harmless, like pure theory. A shushing sound started at the very edge of Poyer's hearing. It grew louder, like the wind through the leaves. And louder still, like the shredding of sheet metal in a hurricane. And grew louder still. Miles of metal, more motors than could ever be counted, and the harsh, crackling hum of gravitational repulsors lowered into the sky above the pyramid. Wind roared as the machines displaced the air with their descent, and Sen's own gravity generator adjusted to account for the sudden increase of mass hovering over the pyramid's rim. They jostled into layers, blocking out every other sight. No beams, no yawning darkness. The sky was machine. His head thrummed. His chest, his arms, his whole body, vibrated. His fingers left lazy reflections in the air, as if his fingertips were cutting open the very fabric of the universe itself. The light yearned to leap from his being, and to carve itself across the ocean of machines above. You could do it, Poyer thought. You could unleash this power, and destroy them. And then what? The mirror flashed, and a single ray of light shot out, and froze in the air, forming a tunnel that connected the nadir of the pyramid to the gate. You could live 1,300 years. And then, as Sen said, there is nothing anyone can do. Poyer turned his back on the tunnel of light, and looked up at the mirror. We'll see about that. 150, no more debts to be paid. Thousands of ships hung above Seir, each one as large as a small city. Their shadows darkened the sun and the scar, so that the latter's grey, twinkling light only slipped through their gaps. The living carriers of the sovereign swarm spewed their machine spawn. Using the dam's long-range scanners, Kadam could see millions of pods dropping down from the bellies of the ships. Silent, and smooth, running in dull grey streams toward planetfall. They lit up the atmosphere, and smacked into the planet, throwing up clouds of dust and debris and water that would eventually cover the world, except for a circle directly below the dam. Normally, the dams held the light back, but they also siphoned that raw energy from the scar. Kadam redirected the dam's energy, the same energy that the Emperor had once used to expand his empire across the stars, to cast an umbrella of light over the city of Seir. Anything that tried to cross that barrier would never cross anything ever again. But the light barrier would not hold forever. Even as it protected the city, it ripped through the crust of the planet, grinding metal and minerals and molten rock into useless matter. The emissions were stable thus far, but without proper testing, Kadam didn't know if it would hold for an hour, a day, or 100 years. A vibration, like the longing song of some deep ocean whale, roared through the dam. Okay, Kadam thought, I probably don't have 100 years, then. It was time to leave the relative peace and quiet of the historian's ancient home. Through her mental interface, Kadam kept a few of her diagnostic tabs locked open, so she could check in with the dam at a moment's notice. Then, she stepped onto the gate, and sent herself down to the planet's surface. The blast of panicked noise was a force all of its own. Crowds of scaled Xenos roared and screamed and shoved to get onto the gate, while the Queen's guards forced them back, sometimes firing into the air over their heads. Not all were deterred, until one dark-winged falser started aiming lower, killing a Kirin who was trying to shove others out of the line. Clouds of smoke spread down from the hills where the nobles kept their estates. The smoke choked the gardens and orchards, and filled the alleys between those huge, marble buildings that lorded over the main avenue. More crowds poured in through the smoke. Only the western approach was empty, and Kadam didn't have to guess why. There were bodies in the street, bodies covered with metal. Growing machine-made limbs and digits and appendages in all the wrong places. The light barrier had killed them instantly, as well as the Kirin's other constructs, drudges and small, two-legged chikroids and great, lumbering haulers. Only Kadam's internal implants were still operational. A slim thread still connected her to the dam above, warning her of its increasing vibrations. Not critical, but not good. Without her external muscle implants, Kadam's body felt heavy. Her extra-visual sensors were dark, too. Still, it was better than being the Emperor's hand puppet, and she was already thinking about which implants she would need to extract and repair. To the south, the middle and lower districts bled together. Smaller homes, stacked on top of each other, or built into hillsides. Kadam could see the edge of her light barrier rising into the sky, a shifting wall of refracted light, like something made of glass but nowhere near as solid. A river separated the hills from the outer growth of the city, and where the barrier touched the river, the water seemed to explode upward, as if compelled by some constant, invisible force. The barrier churned trees and houses and stone foundations into dust, it carved through the very earth, releasing a superheated steam from the depths of the planet. And high above, where the barrier touched the atmosphere of the planet, it devoured it. Turning it into nothing, so that Kadam could see pinpricks of the swarm's ships shining overhead. Tails of light, like the streaks of meteors, ripped across the upper atmosphere as the swarm sent another wave of its machines. One streak glowed brighter than the rest as it screamed toward the city, a machine, whose reticulated limbs were folded behind it, giving it a sleek shape that pierced the air and created a cone of fire that ran from tip to tail. The drone slammed into the light barrier. The crowds shoved and surged. Thousands of Kirins threw themselves to the ground, as if that might protect them. Kadam, hands folded behind her back, was the only one who didn't flinch, as the drone atomized itself against the glassy refraction of her barrier. Not a single speck of shrapnel passed through. There was only the screaming sound of its own wind, suddenly cut off. More drones streaked across the sky, silently destroying themselves against the barrier, before the swarm slowed its advance, and spread its many machines around the outer edges of the barrier. Some went about destroying the pieces of the city outside the barrier. Some simply hovered, looking inward. But all the Xenos inside were safe. For now. High above, the clouds of Seer in the summer were slowly pulled into the light, making a twisting spiral of white cotton high above the city. The gate opened, sending another 10,000 Xenos to Gaum. A mere fraction of the remaining crowds. The crowd surged anew, as hundreds of thousands of people jostled for a better position. A better chance at life. But the gate could only hold so many bodies. Not everyone is going to make it, Kadam thought. The longer they held the gate open, the longer Kadam's barrier survived, the more Xenos they would save. Outside the barrier, the world of Seer was a churning wasteland, swarming with drones and choked with smoke from fires that dotted the hills. The Emperor's pyramid, which was mostly beyond the reach of the barrier, was covered in machine-made bodies. Kadam could only guess what the swarm intended to do with it. More ordnance rained from the sky, thrashing the ocean and turning it from a deep blue to a muddy silt color. The swarm would decapitate the mountains that rose in the far distance, and infest every village across the planet. If they found resources, they would colonize the planet. If they didn't, they would destroy it. Nothing would ever live on Seer again. Human, a black-feathered Xeno called out desperately to her. It was Poyer's avian, the one called Eelh. He was struggling under the weight of the android, who had all but collapsed in his arms. Kadam's heart dropped. No. How could she have forgotten? The android had become such a natural companion to her. Kadam hadn't considered what the light would do to her, a machine like any other. Kadam threw herself at Lakey's. Hoping. Begging. What a senseless way to die. How could I forget? But the android was harder to kill than that. Lakey struggled to lift her chin, a weak glow in her eyes. How? Kadam asked, breathlessly. How are you still alive, machine? A wordless rasp echoed from Lakey's voice box. Her head fell, and she slumped heavier in Eelh's arms. Her eyes went dark. What do we do? Eelh said. The android should be dead, and yet she clung to life, despite the surging power of the light raining down on this city. How? Kadam didn't know. Get her on the gate, Kadam said. Immediately. Wait, Lakey's voice clicked, weakly. Her arm struggled to point up, look at the dam. Some absurd part of Kadam didn't want to look up, as if she might be able to ignore whatever fresh nightmare had heaped itself upon them. She bit back, and forced herself to gaze at the sky. This time, her heart didn't just drop. It froze and fell and shattered all in a single breath. The swarm's carriers were gathering in a wide ring around the dam. They're just sitting there, Eel said. Kadam said, taking one Lakey's arms. We have less time than I thought. What are they doing? Eel asked. Learning. It's time to leave, Avian. All of us. The Queen, Eel said, she's still helping the others organize the evacuation. High above, a subtle movement caught Kadam's attention. The swarm's ships made some final adjustments in their holding pattern. Their odd, twisting shapes and haphazardly placed modules jutted out, giving them an almost organic look as they locked together in a ring of metal around the dam. Then, they began to fire. Twin energy beams, one on either side of the ring, lanced into the dam. An ear-splitting alarm racked Kadam's brain. The vibrations of the dam screeched and damage reports started pouring in. And the light barrier shimmered. The crowds went oddly still, as everyone looked up. The first two ships ceased firing, but their neighbors picked up where they left off. Capital lances, perhaps the only energy weapon large enough to pierce the resistant black metal of the dam. Firing in bursts of two, walking a slow circle of energized power around the dam. They're going to saw it in half. We have to go, Kadam said. Before they break the dam. Can't, Eel croaked. The gate is still charging. And the Queen. A gap formed in the barrier, only for a brief moment. Before it sealed itself shut, atomized gas hissed inside. Above, the twin pulsing lights of the swarm's capital lances continued to spiral clockwise. Give me the android, Kadam said, and you go find your Queen. Eel shouldered Lakey's into Kadam's arms, and took off without a second glance. The masses spread for Kadam, and she dragged Lakey's with her. All these people. Dead. She tried not to think about it as she plunged toward the gate. But once there, she tapped into the static feed, and realized she had made a mistake. Each time they opened the gate, they used all its energy. More kept pouring in from the dam, but with each opening, they used it up again. Eel's wings gusted wind over the gate as he landed hard next to Kadam. Reich is on her way, he said breathlessly. Then, he noticed Kadam's hands clenched into fists. What's wrong? 20 minutes. I didn't think about saving power. I forgot to account for repeated use. The barrier shimmered again, letting in a gasp of fresh air. It closed up slower this time, and the drones lurking just out of its reach were growing interested. What can we do? Eel asked. Not a hint of panic in his voice. In the face of disaster, he was so controlled. Almost human. The ships. They're breaking the dam. When they do, the scar will be uncontained. And this barrier will fall. There will be nothing left. Feathered fingers closed on her shoulder. She found herself, staring into the alien's face. That huge beak, and those shining feathers, so far from human, and yet so close to the real thing. Tell me what to do. Her thoughts were a blur as she worked through the possibilities. Each time, she landed on only one, so distant and unlikely as to be deemed pointless. It would destroy the dam. It would destroy the planet. It will buy us time. Kadam pulled a linen pouch hanging from the cord she was using as a belt. Lakey's had stolen it for her from one of the dead Kiran priests upon leaving the Emperor's throne. The pouch was little more than a crude piece of fabric, wrapped around a small, cube-shaped object. A weapon that would only work once. What are they? Negation cubes. They're dangerous. You sit down here, and you'll destroy the gate. But if you take them up there. How do I get up there? The gate, Kadam hated to even talk about it. It has enough power now to send one, and the distance is not so vast. Eel took the bag from her hand, without saying anything. Kadam gave him instructions on how to use it. He asked only a few questions. She said, Eel, it might not work. He ignored her, and crouched down next to Lakey's, who was laying silent not yet dormant on the gate. Android. Will you do something for me? Lakey's clicked in the affirmative, still not moving. When you see her, tell Reich I love her. More than life itself. I will, Lakey's said weakly. I owe you everything. If I could, Lakey's clicked out, I would trade places with you, O guardian of the divine. You did, once. Remember. I will never forget. He turned to Kadam then, and said. If you see the Fledge again, will you tell him? Tell him I wish I could have gone with him. Kadam nodded. Eel spread out his wings, his radiant black feathers cutting a shadow across the seething crowds. Kadam sent an impulse through the gate, and a digital voice roared at the crowds to get off the gate. Only one person tried to stop him. The queen's screeching cries echoed over the stones and the rabble of Seer. She tried to fly at him, to stop him from leaving. Eil never took his eyes off her, as the gate opened, and the light swallowed him whole. The library was a tomb, frosty and quiet, except for the deep grinding sound rumbling through every inch of the halls, slowly rotating around him. The swarm siege weapons, Eil thought. He did his best to ignore them. The lights were a dim blue, and they pulsed brighter and brighter again. Some kind of silent alarm. Eil's beak chattered as he wrapped his arms around himself. The damned historians kept their home cold, didn't they? Hopefully, he wouldn't be here long enough to freeze to death. Eil wandered down the hall, hoping he was going the right way to the elevator. Kadam told him he couldn't miss it, but in these black halls, every intersection looked the same. There was an android, laying on the ground. It looked humanoid, yes, but so rigid and stiff and nothing like Lakey's curving skeleton. One of the historian's servants. They must have shut them down when they left. Which means I'll get no help from them. In its arms, it cradled a helmet. One of the bubble things the historians wore on their heads. He inspected the rim of the helmet, and when he decided his beak might fit inside if he tucked his chin in, he put it under his arm and carried it with him. Kadam told him there was only one place in the whole library where the cubes would work. And so, Eil headed toward the elevator. A concave opening in a black column reminded Eil of the second time he had caught up with Poyer, when he and Reich and Poyer left the Fletch's ruined home. An elevator. Unconsciously, Eil flexed his metal hand. This must be it. His voice sounded so small in the dark, emergency lighting of the dam, and his words came out in clouds of vapor. Eil stepped inside. A glass wall slid down from the ceiling, closing him in. That's not good, he said. But something about his voice woke up the being that lived in the walls, or whatever humans do to make their machines talk and think. Welcome, unauthorized visitor. Where would you like to go? Eil said. Up. I guess. A metallic substance dripped over the glass, forming a pressure seal. The floor did not jerk. It simply started moving, as if it had always been moving. After a few minutes, Eil couldn't tell if he was moving at all. Then, the metal covering dripped away, leaving only the glass. And there, Eil could see the whole city falling below him, all those strange metal shapes growing smaller and more complex. From up here, the city looked like a black rose with petals covered in steeples and towers. Strokes of blue lightning leaped from peak to peak, crawling random paths across the library's many platforms, some as large as the cauldron itself. There were specks of grey floating in clouds over the city, too, and sometimes the lightning streaked through these and knocked them out of the sky. Drones? Fangs? Or something else? He couldn't tell this far away. Beyond, the vast ships of the swarm continued their destructive dance. A ring of menacing metal, slowly orbiting the library. Each one was covered in such complex machinery that Eil couldn't guess at any of their parts. Except for the lances. Those were obvious, by the perfect synchronicity of which they lit up orange jets of light, blasting from the underbellies of those hulking machines, making the whole library rumble. A grey speck lifted up from the black rose. It moved so fast, Eil almost didn't see it until it smacked into the elevator, leaving cracks in the glass. Thick, machine tentacles grabbed onto the sides of the glass, grinding into it for purchase, as a drone hefted its body up. Eil threw himself against the back of the elevator. He stared at the drone, staring at him. An alarm was pounding in the elevator. Or maybe that was just Eil's heart. Then, the drone used its tentacles to pull itself away, and slam into the glass, shattering it. Shards spat into the elevator. Before he could throw his arms up to block them, the shards were sucked back out. Then, Eil felt the vacuum of space grip his whole body, lurching him forward. Trying to suck him out. A tentacle caught his arm and wrapped loops around his wing feathers. Eil grabbed the tentacle with his metal hand, and squeezed. The tentacle sheared off. The drone was yanked out of the elevator, and fell back toward the library below. But elevator was broken. With the pressure gone, his lungs felt like they were exploding. He couldn't breathe. Water beaded and vaporized around his eyes, until he was blind. Eil crammed his head into the historian's helmet over, not caring that his beak scraped against the glass. It sealed, uncomfortably tight, around his neck. Gas poured in, and he gasped for breath. Blinked away the tears in his eyes. 10 drones floated outside the elevator. Watching him. Learning. Beyond, the ring of city-sized ships kept up their pulsing siege. Eil dug into Kadam's satchel, and pulled out 3 cubes, like oversized dice made of some shining alloy. Only, instead of pips, these dice were covered with tiny, geometric patterns that made no sense to Eil. How can something so small be of any use here? Gods above. Hear my prayer. Make this work. One of the drones flung itself at him. He squeezed all 3 of the cubes at the same time, exactly as Kadam had showed him. And felt nothing. No sound. No light. No vibration, no feedback at all. Only silence. Not even the rumbling of the swarm siege lances. The drones that were watching him were drifted uselessly across the void. One dead drone slammed into elevator, crumpling it inward. Eel had just enough space to twist his body out of the elevator, and into open space. He flapped his arms madly, but found that he succeeded only in spinning. He was floating up. He reached out, trying to grab the elevator shaft. Too far. And only growing farther. His body was not built for null gravity, but he had enough presence of mind to stop flailing. Instead, he took a slow breath, as much as the helmet would allow, and tried to calm himself as he spun slowly away from the library. Frost bit into his fingers and hands, and he couldn't feel his legs. High above, a towering storm of energy became a vortex of white, shining mist that funneled down into the dam. The funnel alone must have been hundreds of miles tall. It flowed into the highest black tower, and though the many platforms of the dam were now shattered and falling away from each other, Kadam's barrier still shone over the planet below. "I hope it was enough," he said to no one. To anyone who was listening. "I did everything I could." The scar glittered, a shining wound in reality itself. How long did he float toward it? It seemed to grow. To pull him in, until all he could see was light. No more did it flash, or crackle like distant lightning. A deep, majestic light burst violently from its infinite depths, splintering and tearing the wound open. The scar had been asleep. No more. Queen Virika was kneeling on the gate, her arms pinned to her sides by some awful traitor. Despite her screeching, she did not have the strength to fight off all her guards. She hated them. She would claw at their eyes and tear out their hearts if she had to. She wanted only one thing, and him, she could not have. Reich would never forgive Eel for breaking his promise. The swarm siege vessels were inert. Their ring bumped and jostled and split itself open. But the damage had been done. The library would fall, and the scar seethed as it split open the void, stretching beyond the furthest horizon. Swallowing the swarm ships that lay dead in space. Eel had not saved the dam, but he had bought time. Had bought them hours, in exchange for a lifetime. Even now, the rest of the swarm was departing, making their own smears of light as they warped away, fleeing the brutal brightness of the scar. The gate keened as the arms spun faster and faster. Preparing to take the last people away from the gods' forsaken planet. Reich didn't want to go. She wanted to stay. She wanted to die. The gate opened, and the sky above the cauldron was clear and blue and beautiful. Her screams echoed agony across the cliffs. "Kenya," Eel said, "if you are out there, keep her safe for me." Eel glanced at his fingertips and found that there was no separation between his feathers, his skin, and the space around him. Everything was made of light. How long would he be like this, before the scar decided to swallow him whole? Eel wouldn't wait. He had done what needed to be done. No more debts to be paid. The cold sank its teeth into his chest now, and he could feel his heart slowing. So drowsy. Almost drunk. He took off his helmet, hoping to end it faster. Instead, he found that he could breathe. Inhaled deep, the scent of burning metal sharp in his nares. The expanse of the scar sparkled in a way he hadn't noticed before. More than a refraction of light, it created new colors, just for him. It wasn't just one glowing source, but tens of thousands of clouds? Or oceans? Or something, somehow all of them connected. Growing brighter and wider and impossibly vast, until his mind could not register distance at all. He held out his avian hand, as if to touch the edge of the scar, though it might have been millions of miles away. The longest feather was the first to go. Like ash, it crumbled into a million pieces. His finger. His hand. And Lakey's hand, too. All that metal, becoming the same formless dust. He thought of all the debts he would leave behind. The gangs, the bosses. The jobs and urchins and tinkers. The Green Doctor. On all of Gayam, and Seer too. Of all the promises, there had only been one, a handful he had meant to keep. "Forgive me," he said. "Reich." Eel closed his eyes. Felt a kind of peace, the one that all beings experience, just before they're born. Like the soft touch of an old friend, pulling him in. Welcoming him. Fire seared his veins, as if he had dipped himself in a heat furnace. Then, it was numb. His arms and wings and legs were dissolved. His blood, burned away. His muscles and bones. Is that it? Despite the pain, Eel crowed a laugh before the scar took the last breath from his lungs. 151, Eel's way. The queen clawed at her own feathers and ripped them out until her robes were flecked with blood. She did not care who saw her. This physical pain was nothing compared to the grief within. And of her future. What future? Virika had given everything, everything to her people, and had lost the one thing she claimed for herself. Her falser formed a tight ring around her, trying to shield her from view, but Reich was still aware of the Xenos, of every color and shape, gawking at her. Reich could not remember the things she screamed then, nor the awful curses she slung at the people, at her own guards. At Ilh. She remembered, vaguely, that Kyrene tried to calm her. That something about the cold touch of the android's hand made her sob all the harder. She remembered collapsing when she could not breathe, and letting herself be carried away. She was not alive when she awoke. The queen was dead, and in her place, Reich's body lived on. An empty shell. A life without meaning. Visitors came, doctors, servants, politicians, a few well-wishers. Reich spoke to none of them. How could she, when she could not open her own beak? She remembered Talia hand-feeding her from a bowl of tasteless nothing. Talia, gods forever bless her, did not try to talk to her. In the reasoning parts of her mind, Reich knew this could not go on forever. She knew, logically, there was a future, and that as the queen she must play some part in it. But a great weight, more massive than any sun, blotted out that part of her mind. What future? She could see only his face. And listen only to his voice. Always. And never. She stared at the ceiling. Sheets, like chains made of fabric, held her to the bed. The wind stirred the curtains, letting a glimpse of morning light push through. It was blinding. Maybe I can get them to brick up the balcony, so I'll never have to see the sun again. Or maybe I should just tear out my eyes. Then, she saw the god. Kadam looked so much like the statues in a Sayyam's temple. No. She made the statues look like crude imitations of what a god should be. Lines of worry creased her radiant brow. Strips of metal ran from the corners of her eyes and nostrils, where the god's subdermal implants lay half buried. Fresh, red marks outlined a few of her implants, already healing. And when the god's gaze fell upon Reich, the queen felt a gasp of air in her lungs. As if she had been holding her breath for weeks. I didn't know him, Kadam said. Who was he? She wasn't talking to Reich, but past her. Reich turned her beak, and saw that there were others in the half-darkness of the room. How long have they been here? There was Lakey's, sitting stiff and straight, her frame glistening with fresh polish. And Agrania, slouching with her liquid metal prosthetics rippling slightly over her strong shoulders. And there was Horace, and Talia. And even that small reptilian child, with her knees tucked up under her chin and a hollow sadness in her face. How long have they been talking over me? He was a hero, Horace said proudly. The greatest of all Corvini. He was greater than that, Lakey said. Eel was the guardian foretold. It is only because of him that Poyer and all of us yet live. He was my friend, Agrania grunted, her metal limbs whispering as she leaned forward. He was a liar, Reich said, the words leaving before she realized she was even speaking. All heads turned to her. And suddenly, there were tears streaming down the sides of her beak. And a thief. And now, he. A sob rose in her throat, and racked her whole body, every muscle clenching against each other, sapping the last of her strength as she fell to pieces. He's gone. Lakey's grabbed Reich's hand, and squeezed. And pulled her into an embrace. Her metal shoulder, cold against Reich's cheek. But it was nothing to the frozen emptiness in her heart. Why must the gods be so cruel? The city overflowed, pouring houses and streets into the upper wash. New roads were paved down to the ocean, and more threaded into the shallow jungles. New houses, of a kind never seen before on Gaium, sprouted out of the dirt and sand. And at the very edge of the wash, Kadam's hurricane wall towered over everything, like the hollow skeleton of some enormous fence yet to be built. But it was finished. Metal columns pierced the beaches, rising hundreds of feet into the air to slow the oppressive force of any storm that crashed upon this shore. Along the lower rails, someone had started installing windmills and pulleys for catching the wind, and turning them into energy. Reich could hear the fans flapping, like the wings of tiny avians. Thousands of feet squelched in the sand, as all the Xenos gathered to send off their love and their prayers for the dead. The Kirans passed their rites into the seas, and the avians into the wind. Little boats made of reeds drifted by the tens of thousands into the slowly lapping waves, each one holding a guttering flame that made it seem like the stars had fallen from the heavens, only to float on the surface of the water. And above, the avians offered their own prayers in candle balloons linked together in patterned weaves or long chains. Judging by the colors of the crowds, there were just as many avians as Kirans. The avians wore ceremonial red and black and white. The Kirans, darkest blues and golds. And in between, there were noticeable gaps between her people and the Kirans. Reich had no doubt her people were angry that she had given so much effort into rescuing the very people who tried to enslave hers. But that had been the Emperor's way. Not hers. She would lead a different monarchy. She would create the world that he deserved. That we deserved. Kyrene, and a few other Kirans who had lived under Reich's reign, walked between groups of Kirans and avians. Kyrene was urging the Kirans, showing them how to give thanks to the avians in the avian way. Awkward standoffs ensued, and a few insulting half-gestures, but Kyrene was not afraid to cut down his own people. Nor was he afraid to apologize deeply before any slight got out of hand. It would take time. But already, she could see the signs of change. The wind carried a scent that made Gayam's nights so close to paradise. It smelled of ocean salt, and of jungle soil rich with life. Though the wind warmed her feathers, it failed to warm her heart. At the end of the ceremony, Kyrene made a show of approaching the queen. Waiting until he had hundreds of eyes on him. And then, he kneeled before her. Pressing the shining scales of his forehead into the sand. To her surprise, all the Kirans bowed with him. The old, the young. The survivors and the ones who had lost everything. Kyrene rose, and shouted so that all could hear. Praise you for saving us, oh, greatest queen. We do not deserve your mercy. Another Kiran, wearing the ceremonial garb that marked her as a leader of craft, took up the call. Praise you for saving us, Queen Rika. Without you, there would be no seer. And another, this last representing the nobles, spoke with a dignified air, Praise be unto you, oh, Queen of Gayam. We owe you our very lives. Long may you reign. Rika bowed to each in turn. And when she came to Kyrene, she offered her hand, helping him to his feet. She raised her own voice, for this was a moment that all her people needed to see. This mercy was only the first of many, she said. Now that you have witnessed how it can be, you will know how it is done. Together, despite all we have lost and here, Rika's voice trembled. She swallowed hard and regained her composure. Despite all this, we will thrive like never before. This is not my will. But the will of the gods. The cheers rose up around her. A melancholy celebration erupted, sweeping relief cut by a deep sorrow. Rika smiled, and let the celebrations commence. And disappeared into the crowd, so she could return to the black-feathered grief that so gripped her heart. As she turned to leave, a voice sonorous, and perfect, like no Zeno ever could be spoke over Rika's shoulder. The will of the gods. Kadam cocked an eyebrow, her unnatural eyes glinting in the dark. Divine One, Rika bowed deeply. I didn't mean to speak for you. No, Kadam said casually. You were right. It's what we would have wanted. I just wish. Sometimes, I wish I could believe as you do. That this was all up to some higher power. Who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe all of this is written down in some book somewhere, gathering dust. Waiting to be read by someone who knows exactly what to do with the ideas here. Is there something wrong, Divine One? Poyer. A knife in Rika's gut. She had not forgotten, but these last few days. It had been too much to bear. Rika started, the Savior Divine. Poyer needs help, Kadam said flatly. There is so much left to be done. Whatever the cost, we must keep him safe. What must I do? Rika said, still reeling from the realization that she had forgotten herself so completely. Her responsibilities. But where am I to find the strength? Why must it be me? Kadam shook her head, and looked down at her feet. She was barefoot, digging her toes into the sand, and Rika was surprised to see her implants ran even down into her toenails. There is only one thing you can do to help me, Queen Rika. Yes, Divine One. Pray. Pray that he stays safe until I can reach him. Kadam kicked her feet out of the sand. I have much work left to do. He told me he was friends with a god, Agrania said. She had a deep voice, rough as bark, not at all like the sweet, bubbling tune of a Kiran noble. They sat in the queen's boudoir, half-empty cups of wine littering the tables. Candles flickering, and a few of the dimmer gaslights hissing quietly. A gentle breeze stole steam from someone's plate of food, but no one seemed to notice. Even Talia was there, Rika's favored white-feathered servant. Rika had invited her to sit, and after a few token protests, Talia found a spot next to the Kiran. Talia thought her quick, furtive glances at Agrania would go unnoticed. Agrania certainly didn't notice. The soldier looked so uncomfortable, to be sitting there, surrounded by Eelh and Rika's friends. She shifted her chair too politely when Talia sat down, squeezing her limbs, both the real ones, and the ones made of liquid metal, closer to her sides to avoid touching anyone. Tension tightened her shoulders as she hunched forward. But as Agrania told her story of Eelh, Rika saw how much he must have meant to the giant glitter-skinned soldier. Agrania's hard features softened, her eyes grew distant as she spoke about her first meetings with Eelh. I heard a lot of mad things, sitting in that jail, but he was the first one to make me laugh at his lunacy. But you believed him? No, Agrania grunted. I gave him the key, so he would leave me alone. But that feathered idiot wouldn't go until I agreed to go with him. Horace interjected. Our Eelh stuck his neck out for a scaleskin for a Kiran. Horace looked at Rika, as if Eelh's generosity was somehow her fault. Rika threw up her hands, proclaiming her innocence. Talia spoke up, meek and brave at the same time. You could have left at any moment? Then why did you go with him? When I met him, I was dead. Il showed me another way to live. Talia cooed appreciatively at that, nodding as if she understood. Poyer changed him, Lakey said. She had been so quiet, Reich almost forgot the android was there. The savior divine changes all he touches. Horace scoffed, Kadam shrugged, and Lakey started arguing her point more deeply. Do not doubt the influence of the gods. By their will alone. The gods. Horace's puffed up his throat feathers with spiky indignation, the Corvini changed himself. And so they argued about the will of the gods, and the power of Xenos. Reich took that moment to lean over, and ask Agrania the question that had been bothering her since they first met. You and Ilh. Were you two ever? Agrania grunted, a look of pure disgust passing over her face. Hells, no. Because you have no interest in avians. Talia asked, her white crest feathers were raised, her eyes wide and focused on the Kirin. The Kirin soldier seemed totally oblivious to her attention. Because I have no interest in men. Talia let out a quiet, almost hopeful, oh. Reich felt a smile touch the corner of her beaks. But it hurt. She wasn't ready. So, she lowered her face as the shadow swept over her heart, and she tuned out to the sound of the others talking, arguing, and sometimes laughing, though not so loud. All of them, speaking fondly of the Corvini that had been. She didn't realize she was gripping her chest, right above her heart, until Talia touched her arm. My queen, what's wrong? A dam broke. It all came out, all at once. I knew him so little. Barely at all. He should have been my enemy. We fought, when we first met. But it was like we had always been fighting. Like we had known each other, all our lives. And now, we will never fight again. She swallowed, and looked up at her table. It's so stupid, to feel like this. I want to hate him. I want to scream at him. I want him back. What am I supposed to do? As she passed her gaze across her guests, one by one offering the question to each of them, she was met with only silence. Until she looked at Agrania, who merely grunted, and shrugged. Breathe. Live. Fail. Keep trying anyway, because you're still alive. That's it. Reich had to stop herself from getting angry. And failed. Her crest feathers rose in a menacing crown, and her voice rose in pitch. That's all you can say? I'm supposed to just get over him. The opposite. I don't think he would ever let go of you, if you were gone. I don't think he would want you to let go of him. Then what? Breathe. And keep going. It's what he wanted, from himself. From you. From all of us. Lakey's is right, the godling opened his eyes, though I don't think the godling knew what he was doing. But through him, Eel found a new way. A way to change himself. A way to become more. Agrania grunted again, as if to say she was done talking. The soldier lifted a metal arm. The end of her arm morphed from a perfectly chromatic hand, into a sharp point, which Agrania used to spear a piece of still steaming meat. She sniffed it. Satisfied, she took a massive bite, and started to chew. The others took her cue, and for a while they ate and drank in silence. Reich had no stomach. She could only stare at Agrania, and wonder at whom this Kirin was. Her dark, haunted eyes reflected the glint of candlelight dancing in a slight breeze. And then, two new lights glowed bright. Lakey's eyes were on full power. She stood up so suddenly that everyone, except Agrania, stopped eating. Her voice clicked, a message came through. It has gone unanswered. From. Reich said, her crest feathers standing on ending. Poyer. 152, the word of the savior. A beam of light shot out from Sen's mirror. It left a path that only Poyer could follow. It ran up the sloping sides of the pyramid and wrapped around the gate. Go that way, and Poyer would see his friends again. He would be safe. Machines swarmed overhead. They watched and waited for him, for they had learned they could not touch Sen's light. They would not come down here, they would not touch the light. But if they were given half a chance, if Poyer wandered off the path even a little, they would kill Poyer in an instant. This would set the light free, the light that had lived and grown in Poyer for 10,000 years. His death would reach the ends of the universe, and obliterate every particle of matter. Most likely, the swarm would have no understanding of what they wrought. The path of life or the path of nothing. The truth was, there was no choice. Both paths led to the same end. Death is inevitable, Poyer thought. Even the gods must one day die. Poyer stared up at the ships. They stared back, almost as if they were hesitant to move in on him. Perhaps they still think Sen has power here. But they were only machines. What did they care, if they lived or died? Poyer impulsed a surge of power through the mirror, making it glow brighter for a brief moment. The waves of machines above moved, as though uncertain of Poyer. Maybe I give them too little credit. Maybe they fear death, too. This was good, because it meant he could call home one last time. He impulsed a connection, using Sen's extremely long-range architecture to form a connection between the pyramid, here, and the reception systems in the cauldron. A voice from the ancient past answered. I'm sorry, Admin Poyer, the oracle chirped brightly. I can't find anyone right now. They're all busy. Oh, Poyer said, unable to keep the disappointment from his voice. He still watched the machines above. So, he would not get to hear their voices one more time. I can deliver a message, the oracle offered helpfully. Poyer swallowed his sadness. Tell Kadam the swarm is alive. She might already know this, but in case she doesn't, tell her we found a brain in the one we killed. A human brain. Tell her, maybe we're not the only ones left. The oracle chimed, acknowledging the message. Anything else? Tell Eel, he started. Stopped. Don't do it. Don't break down. Poyer inhaled slowly, and tried again, tell Eel I'm sorry. It's the only way. And I know what you would say. You would tell me what a god's damned idiot I'm being. And I would tell you that if there was anything else I could do. The waves of machines shuddered apart, as a new, huge ship shoved between them. It had a long bow, one that reminded Poyer of a revolving gun chamber, or a spiraling three-pronged drill. Hundreds of vicious-looking drones nestled in its bow, their shapes fluttering lightly as they prepared themselves to dislodge and throw themselves at Poyer, or the mirror, or both. He didn't know how much time was left. Part of him wondered if the machines could hear him if they were clinging to his every word. Eel, I don't want to hang up, he said. I'm scared. I wish you were here, with me. I wish I could hear your stupid voice again. And the way you laugh, who laughs like that? Have you heard yourself? Poyer tried imitating the Corvinese crow-like croaking, and he sniffed and laughed at himself for talking like such a fool. Maybe we sound stupid to you, too. I wish I could elbow you awake again, the next time you start snoring. You do snore, you know? I don't care. I'd let you snore all you want. I wish you were here. And with that, in all the worlds, in all the galaxies, there were no more wishes left in his heart. He wiped his face, and sniffed one of his last breaths of air. Thank you, Eel. Will you tell Lakis I did the best I could? I tried to be everything she wanted. But I am only what I am. I gave everything I had. After Poyer went silent, the oracle asked, anything else? Send. Poyer said. And then, he said goodbye. The human turned his back on the waves of machines. They rattled and clattered against each other, and one of the drones couldn't hold itself back. It, alone, started the surge as thousands of constructs and ships and machines created by unfathomable, digital minds poured down into the pyramid. It sounded like earth-shaking thunder, endless, and it only grew louder. Poyer placed his hand on the glass of the mirror. And sent out one last impulse. Death was coming. Not even the gods could escape it. But that didn't mean he had to die in this universe. Poyer opened the mirror. And stepped into another existence. 153, Epilogue for Book Number 3. How long was her journey, this last daughter of Tython? Thousands of years, and thousands more. She had gone through countless gates, across too many worlds, some of which were no longer intact, and had even wandered through the depths of a new kind of hell all in search of the Savior Divine. Of the many names that had been given to her, Lakis was the only one she now kept for herself. Lakis, her maker had said to her, in one of his scant recordings, Lakis is the name I would have given to my own daughter, if I had ever had one of flesh and blood. Lakis was not offended by this second-tier honor. To her, it was one of the greatest sources of her pride. She clung to it, just as she clung to her quest, when she was nearly devoured by the swarm. Those had been dark years. She chose not to remember them too often, except when she offered her prayers to the gods, and to her sisters long gone. Lakis, of all beings, knew how varied and different quests could be from one another. Some ended with valiant cheers. Others, with an abrupt change of fate that seemed only to leave more questions than answers. And others, still, seemed not to end at all. She did not know what kind of quest she was on. Only that, despite having found the Savior Divine, she was far from finished. Of this, she was devoutly certain. Now, her quest brought her here, to the surface of a dead world. This cold, lifeless planet had once been home to many Xenos. Under Sen's divine protection, the ancestors of the Lacertan once built sprawling castle cities here, that overlooked lush, fertile fields from their high mountains. Even after the swarm came, the proud ruins of the Lacertan's ancient cities still stood. Until now. The apostles of the sovereign, and their city-sized carriers had fallen, crushing the very cities they once overshadowed. Huge, hulking bodies made of twisting hulls and monstrous pipes and repulsor engines the size of skyscrapers lay, slain, over the ruins. Something had killed them. Something deep within the bowels of this world. Lakis, the last daughter of Tython, aimed to find out. She walked with unerring determination across tundras, where the destroyed remains of autocannons stuck out of the ground. Frost slicked her ankle and knee joints as she wandered beneath the shadows of ruined turrets. She broke off metal from the corpses of machines that had been pummeled by the turrets, and used the scrap to repair herself when her own body failed in the frozen wastes. She stopped only when the sun fell and the ice grew so thick around her joints so that she could not possibly move. She found cracks at the foot of a mountain ridge where signs of organic life sat, untouched fragments of scales, a frayed piece of leather, signs that she was on the right path. But here, the rock caved in and blocked her way. She could remove it, with time. She could backtrack, and find a tool, and dig it out over the next few months. Instead, Lakis chose to rip off a chunk of her chassis, exposing her motors and her complicated pneumatics, and squeezed herself into the cracks. The tunnels beyond were a maze, and even her tracking skills failed her here. All she could do was map her way, and cross-reference her own footsteps to ensure she reduced doubling her steps as much as possible. After a few weeks, she found the vicious rope of light, carving slow circles around the cave. It must have been an ancient shield barrier, a human artifact made to keep the Lacertan from venturing below the surface of the planet. But it had long since malfunctioned. It took her 2 hours to learn its pattern, and 2 days to work up the courage to run through it. Unlike an organic, the light would react to her presence. Her core, more specifically. The light was attracted to light, and her close proximity might cause the rope to leap out and latch onto her frame, killing her instantly. Lakis was no stranger to death. But if she was going to die, it would be in service to the divine savior. She sprinted through, head first, and jumped across the gap. It was not pure chance that saved her, no. It was the will of the gods. They demand that I continue my quest. What else could it be? Looking back, Lakis saw the rope of light as a good sign, because it meant that while this world was dead, there was something inside that yet lived. Whatever it was deeper still. She found the remains of that hanging village. There were drones up here, too. Somehow, their repulsors were still on, so they floated aimlessly, bumping and getting stuck on the stalactites and upside-down ridges of the planet's inner crust. Lakis did not think they would wake, ever again. She spent 3 days catching one of the aimless, lifeless drones. Another 3, disconnecting its repulsor and getting the repulsor to work again. It was a good thing Lakis did not need rest, for the quest was demanding and time was not infinite. When her makeshift contraption was ready, she leaped from the burned-out remains of a Lacertan bridge. Lakis sailed down, clinging to her makeshift repulsor raft. Her eyes, bright and open. At the center of the world, she found his tomb. It was at the bottom of an inverted pyramid that was flooded with the bodies of broken machines. Tens of thousands of drones, and a handful of carrier ships all collapsed here, so that the android had to wade through tides of lifeless metal. She shoved away broken casings and tore through hulls and scraped, metal on metal, as she walked to Poyer's resting place. The mirror was, impossibly, unbroken. The glass, which was like no glass Lakis had ever seen, had fractures but was otherwise whole. And the weird, twisting shape of its metal, though hidden under the hull of a huge construct, was unbent, or rather, it had been bent on purpose by Sen herself. There were feathers, here, too. Black. And dried blood at the foot of the mirror. But no sign of Poyer. Not even a hair. Some part of her had hoped the human had lied in his message. Or maybe that something had gone wrong with the mirror, preventing him from leaving. She had hoped he was, somehow, still here. Just waiting for someone to find him. But no. The Savior Divine was gone. Once, Lakis had wandered for thousands of years just to find him. Just to hear a whisper of his name. She could thousands more. The first words that Tython ever gave her did not come from the Maker's mouth. Instead, they were written into her very core. One day, a human will return. The Savior Divine will come to save us all. So, Lakis kneeled down in front of the mirror. And began her wait. The end. Divine Ones. Thank you for reading this weird, sprawling adventure. This was my first attempt at writing a series, and I'm pleased with how far it's gone. This epilogue is the end of Book 3. There is one more book, Book 4, to come in this series. I need to take a rest from this story for a little bit. I do have a plan for Book 4, but I want to work on the ideas a little more, now that I've learned so much about writing this series and writing in general. The Last Human has come so far. Worry not, I will finish it. My goal is to write book number 4 in the next year. Here's one clue, it starts with a time jump. We'll see how it goes, smiley face. So what's next? I'm writing a new HFY story, a kind of space western. It's set in an ultra-populated universe where humanity is completely unknown on the intergalactic stage. As in, literally no one has ever met a human. Fortunately for us, we've got a few gifts erring on the side of absurdly powerful. Otherwise, share this story or leave a review on Goodreads/Amazon/ wherever in the 8 hells. Getting others to read this helps me more than I can ever say.